Thunder and lightning flashed in the air, and a sea of thunder emerged. In the void under the examination platform, a large amount of lightning also rose up. Leland's wings spread out, killing intent boiled over. Lin Moyu was so keen on murderous intent, he instantly sensed the opponent's murderous intent. He knew that Leland himself had slipped up and said something he shouldn't have said. Even if he promised that he would not tell it, Lin did not fully believe it. If you want to keep it secret, the dead are the safest. It was going to break the rules and kill itself. There was killing intent in Leyland's eyes. I've thought about it, and now I'll give you two choices. The first choice, I will kill you. Second choice, you stay here forever. Lin Moyu chuckled. These two choices are like farting, they stink. Lin Moyu didn't look scared at all, but said calmly, aren't you afraid of the punishment in Dragon King Palace? Leland shook his head. It's not important anymore, and I have a reason to kill you. This sentence has already shown its determination, and it doesn't even care about punishment. Lin Moyu said, actually, I haven't heard anything. I'm a soft-spoken person. Even if I tell it, no one will believe it. Leland still shook his head. You don't understand. There are some things I can't say, and you can't listen. Lin Moyu really doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why these things can't be said. It's not that outside the world, there may be other human race worlds. Isn't that the same thing? There is nothing to say. It can be seen from Leland's appearance that Yipping contains a lot of secrets. Leland said in a deep voice, don't waste time. There are only two choices. You choose. 547. That being the case, Lin Moyu's attitude also became tough. I will choose neither, and you may not be able to kill me. Can't kill you? These words were simply a joke to Leland. It's not as simple as crushing an ant to kill a level 70 human race professional with a god-level thunder dragon. It naturally wouldn't believe Lin Moyu's words, and when it was about to make a move, it suddenly trembled and froze on the spot. Lin Moyu is holding a scale in his hand, and the scale has complicated lines. This is the dragon scale that Antares gave to Lin Moyu. When in danger, Lin Moyu can activate it to return to Antares. The moment Leland saw the dragon scale, his whole body began to tremble. Why do you have this thing? Now it looks like a chicken that has been strangled, unable to move. Lin Moyu laughed. Do you still think you can kill me now? Leland fell into silence, and his murderous aura gradually dissipated. The answer has already been revealed. Lin Moyu holds the dragon scale in his hand, like holding a gold medal for life-saving. There are many secrets in this world. I have seen the spirits left by professionals in the previous era. I have seen half-step supergods who are about to break through the level and escape from death. No, the supergod is handsome. The half-step supergod is the Legion. I have seen the existence of that forever sitting in the world. I have chatted with it, and heard many stories. Every time Lin Moyu said, Leland would tremble uncontrollably, and the electric snake on his body would make a hissing sound. What Lin Moyu tells is a secret. But it's not clear. Lin Moyu said there are some truths and some falsehoods. Some are information analyzed by Antares himself. The true and the false are blended together to form an illusion that I actually know a lot. Bai Yuan's old profession is cheating, and Lin Moyu's profession is cheating. Usually talk very little, flickering. Lin Moyu said, look, I know so many secrets, but what you said is nothing. Isn't it just some things in the multiverse? It's really nothing. I won't tell the outside world, it won't do any good, and no one will believe it. Lin Moyu spoke very sincerely, and the real and the fake were mixed together, making it difficult for Lin Moyu to distinguish. Leland seemed to be persuaded, hesitantly said, really? You promise not to say anything? Although the giant dragon is powerful, it seems that its head is really not working well. Lin Moyu struck while the iron was hot. Well, I won't lie to you. And in exchange, I can tell you a secret about me. Leland asked, what? Lin Moyu said, actually, I am immune to electric elements, so you want to kill me. Leland's eyes showed disbelief. Elemental immunity. There are very few people in the human race who have this ability, and you actually have it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Seeing this, Leland shot a bolt of lightning and landed on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu let the lightning pass through his body without realizing it. Really immune? Leland set out several more lightning attacks, each time becoming more powerful. But Lin Moyu still didn't feel it. He just stood there, motionless, allowing you to attack. After some attempts, Leland finally believed. With electric elemental immunity, it is really not easy to kill Lin Moyu. Lin was fooled by Lin Moyu again unknowingly. It only saw that Lin Moyu was immune to electric elements, but forgot Lin Moyu's level. If Leland's power is fully activated, it is possible to kill the opponent with a simple physical attack. Of course, this is only for ordinary professionals. It's much worse to shoot Lin Moyu to death. So Lin Moyu is still true and false, talking with Leland in a semi-guided manner. Leland has completely fallen into it, and its killing intent has completely disappeared, Ache. From the bottom of my heart. It felt that it couldn't kill Lin Moyu. But after thinking about it, I felt something was wrong, as if something was missing. Lin Moyu put away the dragon scales. Okay, let's just pretend it never happened. You didn't say anything, and I didn't hear anything. Why? Let's conduct the assessment according to the rules. Reminded by Lin Moyu, Leland's thoughts were interrupted. Lin Moyu redirected the topic to the assessment, preventing Yi Lin from thinking about other things. As expected, Leland took the tick. Let's start the assessment. Let me tell you about the rules of the assessment. There are only 2 requirements for the second test. One is to come here, and the other is to persist for 10 minutes under my attack. My attack will remain between level 80 and 83, which is a leapfrog challenge for you. You should also know that after level 80, the attributes will increase faster. But you are immune to electric elements. Even if I hit a god-level attack, it will be ineffective against you. So for this assessment, we'll just pretend. What Lin Moyu wanted was this result. Okay, let's put on a show. As for acting, he is an old actor. Both sides tacitly agreed, and the assessment began in a strange atmosphere. Raise the shield as usual, enclosing the entire examination site. Then Lin spewed out the breath of the dragon, and the examination field suddenly turned into a sea of thunder. Thunder roared, deafening. A sea of thunder covered the world, swallowing Lin Moyu like a catastrophe. Whether you look at it with your eyes or sense it with your spirit and soul, Lei Hai is extremely powerful, and has reached the limit of level 83. For a level 70 professional, in the face of this level of attack, Tian will be instantly killed to scum. In the Sea of Thunder, the actors Leland and Lin Moyu stared wide-eyed. Lin Moyu is even a little playful. The lightning passed through the body without causing any damage. At this moment, Leland also completely believed that Lin Moyu was immune to electric elements. It is completely immune to elements, and there are very few people who can reach this level. It seems that only the thunder of the law. Leland looked at Lin Moyu, his thoughts churning like waves. But its mouth was firmly closed, and it dared not say any more. There are many wrong words, many wrong things have been said before. If it is spread, the impact will be not small. Now it can only choose to believe Lin Moyu, hoping that Lin Moyu will not spread his wrong words to the doctor. Lin Moyu seemed to guess what it was thinking now, and gave it a reassuring look. The 10-minute assessment time passed quickly, and Lei Hai disappeared. In the assessment field, Lin Moyu was calm and calm. Leland coughed lightly, passed the second test. Now you can choose to continue the assessment or leave with your reward. If you choose to continue the assessment, the reward will be doubled if you succeed, and all rewards will be lost if you fail, and your life may even be in danger. Now you have a choice. It didn't specifically say what the reward was, nor did it say how difficult the next test was. Like guessing a mystery, Leland just started out, without any specific details. This is the rule of the dungeon. To choose in the unknown is more of a torture for yourself. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. I chose to continue. And Terry's hasn't got the Dragon Ball yet, so how could he quit? There is only one way to go. Leland said, Are you sure? In fact, the rewards are pretty good now. The reason why Lin Moyu can pass this level smoothly is that Lin Moyu has the characteristic of immunity to electric elements. It was not passed by virtue of strength. The next level is even more difficult. Lin Moyu, who is only level 70, may not be able to pass it. Lin Moyu was very sure. I'm sure, let's go on. Lelin didn't persuade the second sentence. According to the rules, it shouldn't even say the previous sentence. Oh well. It issued a dragon chant, resounding through the copies. There are stairs again behind the examination platform. The stairs lead to the clouds, giving people a sense of the sky. The ladder is still 100 steps, and the last part has been hidden behind the clouds, and it is impossible to see what is going on above the ladder. Having already experienced it twice, Lin Moyu knows the test of the third level, first of all, this 100-step ladder. Lin Moyu walked past Lelin, and said softly, I will keep my mouth shut. Lelin breathed heavily, thank you. Lin Moyu chuckled and said nothing. Come to the stairs and see the void on both sides. There are also layers of clouds and mist in the void, and it looks calm and nothing can be seen. Then he stepped up the stairs. The stairs lighted up slightly, and a beam of light shot out from the stairs and penetrated into Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor did not produce any reaction, indicating that the light was not aggressive. Beginning with mastering the bone armor responds naturally to danger 99.9% of the time. The number of failures is only 1 or 2 in Lin Moyu's memory. Bone armor is still trustworthy. The light entering the body did not cause the bone armor to respond, so it should be harmless at present. But Lin Moyu still had an eye and became vigilant. Since it is an assessment, it is impossible for this light to be useless, and it must have its meaning of existence. But what is it? The power of the soul traveled through the whole body in an instant like running water. Lin Moyu tried to find the light that entered the body. Soon, the light that entered the body was found by him. After Lin Moyu obtained the property of being immune to poisonous elements, his physical body became pure and flawless, and anything that did not belong to his body would be considered toxins. Coupled with the huge power of the soul controlling the entire body, any foreign objects can't escape my induction. In a remote corner of the body, Lin Moyu found the light entering the body. A small spot of light exudes a faint divine aura. It didn't look harmful, it just stopped there quietly, motionless. It is precisely because of this that the risk armor did not respond. Lin Moyu thought about it, but did not expel it. This may also be a part of the assessment. If they are expelled now, I don't know what impact it will have on the next assessment. But Lin Moyu did not relax his vigilance, but monitored it, and if he found something wrong, he could destroy it at any time. After staying for a few seconds, Lin Moyu stepped up again. Every time you take a step, a beam of light will shoot into your body, and the light spot in your body will gradually grow longer. Lin Moyu didn't seem to react on the surface, but in fact he had already become vigilant. On the assessment platform of the second level, Lelin also stared at Lin Moyu with thought in his eyes. Now it can only be pinned on Lin Moyu, don't go to the outside world to talk nonsense. Among the clouds, Ellie and other 4 giant dragons landed. The green dragon Jivas asked first, Brother Lelin, did he pass the test? Lelin nodded, passed. They were in the clouds before, and probably saw the assessment process. The distance was too far, and the conversation between Lin Moyu and Lylin was not heard. Ali said, looking at him, he seemed very relaxed. Lelin hummed, this human race is unusual, and it's unusual. Jiva said in a muffled voice, why do you say that? Isn't it a human race? What's so unusual about it? Brother Lelin, you're not letting the water go. Lelin snorted, water, you be ************* D, he is immune to electric elements. Several giant dragons showed shocked expressions. Ailey was thoughtful, no wonder, it's really surprising that there are such human races in this small world. Lelin said, yes, the human race was originally a big family with countless geniuses. But there are not many like him. Ellie said in a deep voice, perhaps, he has a chance. The eyes of several giant dragons fell on Ellie one after another, and Ellie said, "This is just my feeling." Lelin exhaled thunder and lightning. "I have the same feeling, maybe he has a chance." Jeeves snorted, "If that's the case, that's the best. Then I will teach him a lesson." Lelin glared at him, "Don't talk big, maybe you were taught by him." "Impossible!" Cross yelled, not believing it at all. "We'll know when the time comes." Lin Moyu walked to a high place step by step, passed through the clouds, and came to the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs is also a huge examination platform. It's just that after the examination platform, there is no longer a void, but a palace appears. The palace is magnificent and huge, more than 1,000 meters high, and its width and depth are even more unknown. Thick clouds and fog obscured its real appearance. Is this the Dragon King Palace? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, the name of the dungeon is Dragon King Palace, so could this palace be the Dragon King Palace itself? One more step to step onto the examination platform of the 3rd level, but Lin Moyu stopped at this moment. At this time, the light spot on the body has changed from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a fist, and has grown dozens of times. It still looks harmless, but Lin Moyu doesn't believe it's useless. If there is any problem, it should explode the moment he steps on the examination platform. Lin Moyu looked dignified and muttered to himself, "There are 2 choices, what should I do? One is to drive it away. The second is to let it explode in the body, not knowing what will happen, and Lin Moyu is not sure. This ball of light stays in the body, like a time bomb. When it explodes, I don't know what will happen. Whether it was good or bad, he couldn't tell. If he is driven away, Lin Moyu doesn't know what impact it will have on the entire assessment. If he is judged to have failed the assessment, how can he complete what Antares told him to do?" After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Moyu decided to keep the light ball in his body. The huge soul power has locked it firmly. Even if there is any problem, it can be dealt with immediately. And Lin Moyu has confidence in his skills and talent. It is not easy to kill himself. With a decision, Lin Moyu finally stepped onto the examination platform. The moment it stepped onto the examination platform, the entire examination platform lit up instantly, releasing a dazzling light. A dragon chant sounded in his ears, and what made him feel weird was that he heard the breath of light elements from the dragon chant. 0, ask for flowers. Then a large number of light elements rushed towards the body, and the light cluster in the body now became a guiding light, leading the light elements in. The skeleton armor still didn't respond, and the incoming light didn't do any harm to him. The upper limit of light element resistance is increased by 1%. Get the power of light, experience plus ***. Get the power of light, experience plus ***. Suddenly, inching prompts to jump out. The upper limit of light elemental resistance has been increased. At the same time, a large number of light elements were transformed into soul power, poured into his soul, and brought him a lot of experience. The conversion speed of light elements is very fast, and there are light clusters in the body. They have clear goals. The incoming light elements are like raging waves, one wave after another. As the power of the soul rises, the experience increases rapidly. In the prompts that keep popping up, there is a piece of information that the upper limit of light element resistance has been increased from time to time. Lin Moyu's original resistance to light elements reached 80%, and now he has improved again, moving towards a higher level. Shocked at first, then understood. This is also an assessment. If it is an ordinary professional, such violent light elements pour in and quickly transform into soul power. Although the power of the soul will be greatly enhanced, the soul will not be able to bear it. At the least, the soul is injured, and at the worst, the soul is directly exploded and wiped out. But for myself, there is no such problem. The upper limit of my soul is too high, it has reached the God level. Compared with the upper limit of the soul energy is far from enough. Now these soul powers poured in madly are like sweet rain to me, which is extremely nourishing. For ordinary professionals, the growth and level of the soul are basically the same. There should be as many souls as there are levels. Just like a glass filled with water, the size of the glass determines how much the upper limit is. Every time the cup is enlarged, the water inside will be filled immediately. And when there is too much water in it, it will overflow if it exceeds the upper limit of the cup. If the cup has a lid, it is airtight. If the cup is full and water is continuously poured into it, the cup may be burst and cracked. But my own cup has long since changed from a cup to a bucket, but the water inside is still the area of the cup. Lin Moyu understands that this kind of assessment is both an opportunity and a disaster. Being able to bear it is a chance. If you can't bear it, it's a disaster. For me, this is a rare opportunity, and I wish that more soul energy would come in, the more the better. He's the arsenic, the barbarian's honey. The experience is rising rapidly, faster than his dungeon. Almost in less than a minute, his experience increased by 50%. Light elemental resistance has also been increased from 80% to 90%. At this time, Lin Moyu found that the incoming light elements seemed to have weakened, and knew that the assessment was coming to an end. After going on for another half a minute, a soft sound came from inside the body. The light cluster that entered the body before exploded with a bang. Experience plus ***. The upper limit of light element resistance is increased by 3%. As the light cluster exploded, the light elements from the outside world seemed to lose their target and stop pouring in. Lin Moyu also received the last message. At this time, it was glowing with an upgraded light. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Moyu completed the leap from level 70 to level 71. All the influx of soul power, Lin Moyu received it as it was ordered, without leaving a trace. In fact, Lin Moyu doesn't pay much attention to the level. If he upgrades from level 70 to level 71, if he goes to the dungeon by himself, it will probably only take a few days. This wave of assessment is just saving a few days for myself, it's nothing. The key is the improvement of light element resistance. His resistance to light elements has reached 100% impressively, and he has achieved immunity to light elements. After being immune to poisonous elements and electric elements, I am also completely immune to light elements. I can't help but feel a little excited. Made money. Lin Moyu thought to himself, this wave is really profitable. The assessment platform is still shimmering with light. Lin Moyu can clearly feel the light elements dancing here happily. Nationalization. This is a sea of light elements, and there are no other elements except light elements. All other elements were expelled by inexplicable forces. The power that can expel elements is at least high-level god level. Only the law can do that. Feel eyes on yourself. In the center of the assessment platform, a huge dragon with a whole body glowing was looking at him. It was observing Lin Moyu with curiosity in its eyes. Lin Moyu is also observing it, and it is somewhat different from the dragons he has seen before. Its body shape is larger than the giant dragons seen before, especially its body length is amazing, even a little exaggerated. Compare it with the Lelin you just met. Its body was at least twice as long as Lelin's, and there was a thick and long tail behind it. Its appearance is obviously different from that of a giant dragon, but it is still a giant dragon without a doubt. It's special. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. The giant dragon in front of him gave Lin Moyu a very special feeling, different from other giant dragons. Little guy of the human race, you are very good. The dragon said. He didn't show any hostility towards Lin Moyu, there seemed to be a little bit of friendliness. Lin Moyu will not let down his vigilance because of this, and maintain proper politeness in his words, neither humble nor overbearing. Thank you for the compliment, what's your address? The giant dragon spit out a ball of light, which spread out in the air and turned into smoke. Then it sucked again, sucking in a large amount of light clusters. Too many light elements were sucked in, and they gathered into mist, which was then spit out by it. Watching the whole process, a word popped up in Lin Moyu's mind, swallowing clouds. This scene is inexplicably familiar. The dragon said slowly, my name is Xingguang, the sacred dragon. What about you? It is very polite. Lin Moyu also introduced himself, Lin Moyu of the human race. The occupation is the undead holy king. Xingguang swallowed again. You can absorb all the power of the soul just now, and even raised it to a level. It seems that your soul is at a very high level. Level 71, then it will be a little easier for you to pass my assessment. Lin Moyu analyzed that upgrading in the dungeon does not affect the difficulty of the assessment. In other words, the difficulty of the assessment was determined before he entered the instance. Lin Moyu said, "Excuse me, Your Excellency Xingguang, what is the third test?" Xingguang swallowed again, and it seemed to say the third level. It's actually very simple. See this palace behind? The palace is very huge, how could it not be seen, and it is not blind. Xingguang continued, as long as you can enter the palace, you will pass the examination. Enter the palace? Lin Moyu looked over. The palace was huge, at least 1,000 meters high, and I don't know how deep it was. The front door of the palace is open, and the inside of the palace can be seen vaguely. He is now about 5 kilometers away from the palace, and if he flies there at his fastest speed, it will take about 6 seconds. But Lin Moyu has a faster method. 2 seconds is enough. It's just that the holy light will definitely stop him. The key issue is not the past, but how to break through the holy light. Lin Moyu asked, no matter what method is used? Xingguang nodded, yes, no matter what method you use. Lin Moyu said, how much force will you use? Xingguang glanced at Lin Moyu. According to the rules, it will not exceed level 85. But I am a holy dragon, and my strongest ability is defense. Lin Moyu said, is there a time limit? Of course, because you are a human race, I make an exception and give you 24 hours, is that enough? Xingguang obviously has great confidence in itself, and it feels that it is impossible for Lin Moyu to break through its defense. Lin Moyu also knows that if you really can't break through, let alone 24 hours, even if you give 240 hours, 2400 is the same. In that case, let me try. Xingguang swallowed again, you can start any time. It looked casual, as if full of confidence in itself, and it also put pressure on Lin Moyu invisibly. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, knowing that Xingguang, the holy dragon, must be at least level 96 or higher. If it stops it with all its strength, it is impossible for itself to have a chance. The only chance is that it can only exert power no higher than level 85. At the same time, Xingguang also made it clear that his most powerful defense is defense. It means that it may use its own body to block it. And its body. Even if you stand still and let Lin Moyu hit it, Lin Moyu probably won't be able to break through its defense. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds, and then he had an idea in his mind. Currently, the opportunity is the greatest. There is no airban effect here, and Lin Moyu can fly. All the restrictions have been lifted. What he has to do now is to try his best to enter the palace and pass the assessment. With a thought, a large number of headless horsemen appeared in the air. As soon as the headless horseman appeared, he launched a dashing skill towards the holy light. At the same time, a headless horseman appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu sat on the horse of the headless horseman instantly. The headless horseman took Lin Moyu and launched a dashing skill in the direction of the palace. Rushing towards the palace at a speed of 3,000 meters per second, it only takes 2 seconds to rush into the palace. Lin Moyu was like a ray of light, crossing the holy light, but the holy light didn't seem to respond at all. The palace instantly magnifies in front of the eyes, and after 1.5 seconds, the palace is close at hand. Suddenly, the light in front of his eyes brightened, and a protective shield similar to an enchantment appeared in front of him. Bump! It's so close, it's impossible to give up halfway. With a heartbeat, the rush skills kept hitting him. Targeting the barrier, the headless horseman unleashes the strongest attack. There was a loud bang, and the result was that it remained motionless. The headless horseman seemed to have been severely injured, and a huge rebounding force swept it back, along with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu flew upside down for nearly 1,000 meters before he stabilized in the air. The force bounced back by the barrier is about twice that of the headless horseman's impact. This reminded Lin Moyu of the green grassland with rebounding properties. This enchantment also has the same attribute. Looking around, at this moment the entire examination platform was shrouded in an enchantment. The enchantment is a big bowl turned upside down on the examination table. The holy dragon Xingguang didn't move at all, just stood there with a playful smile in his eyes. Lin Moyu originally planned to let the headless horseman restrain it, and then took the opportunity to rush into the palace by himself. But the holy dragon only used a defensive skill to trap itself, and didn't get entangled with the headless horseman at all. It itself did not move. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he didn't waste time on it. As long as it doesn't move, Lin Moyu doesn't intend to move it. The headless horsemen turned their targets one after another and flew towards 1.1 in all directions. Lin Moyu came to the edge of the barrier, pressed his hand on the barrier, and felt the energy flow in the barrier. This is an enchantment generated by skills, which is different from the enchantment of the abyss. What flows inside is light elements, and there is a strange breath. After careful induction, Lin Moyu realized that this is the breath of law. Xingguang used the law and combined light elements to create this enchantment. But it is controlled very cleverly, and the power level is very high, but the upper limit of power does not exceed level 85. Lin Moyu can't say anything about it. Xingguang only said that it would not exceed level 85, but did not say that it would not use the law. With the addition of laws, the enchantment in front of me looks like level 85. Even if a god-level powerhouse comes, it may not be able to break it. It's no wonder that Xingguang looked confident, not afraid of Lin Moyu rushing over suddenly. The breath of law. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. Xingguang looked at Lin Moyu. That's right, it was discovered. There is confidence in the words, as if to say, although you can see it, so what, it can't be broken. Xingguang's tone was very flat, but it was a bit harsh in Lin Moyu's ears. It already lay down lazily and closed its eyes. Lin Moyu looked at him without saying a word, but he had an idea in his heart. The headless horseman tried a lot. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would eventually be bounced back with twice the force. Xingguang said that its strongest is defense. It is estimated that this silk law has the characteristic of rebound. There are many kinds of rules and various magical abilities. It is not surprising to have the characteristics of rebound. Putting away the headless horseman, Lin Moyu came to the place closest to the gate of the palace. At this time, he was only 2 steps away from the entrance of the palace, and there was a layer of pure white barrier between him, making it difficult to pass. Lin Moyu put his hand on the barrier, and said softly, "It is said that only the law is against the law. Then let the laws break the laws." The target has locked onto the enchantment in front of him, and a drop of green blood essence appeared in his hand. The blood essence of the poisonous god also contained a breath of law. Although the poison god is not a high-level god, he has already touched the realm of a high-level god, so there is a trace of law in his blood. If there were no accidents, if the god of poison was given a period of time, it would definitely become a high-level god. The 02 law contained in a drop of blood essence is very weak, but the law in the barrier is also not strong. In order to control the power, the holy dragon Xingguang injected extremely limited laws into the enchantment. But the corpse burst skill can amplify the power of blood essence by 16 times, and the laws inside will also be amplified. The detonation of a drop of blood essence is equivalent to a blow from the poisonous god. When Lin Moyu took out the blood of the poisonous god, the sacred dragon opened its eyes at the same time, and it sensed the breath of law. A look of shock appeared in the huge dragon's eyes. Then it saw a flash of green light, and a gap appeared in the barrier it had set up. The gap is filled with green air, full of poison. Lin Moyu walked through the gap, ignoring the poison as nothing, and stepped into the gate of the palace in 2 steps. Lin Moyu stood inside the gate of the palace, nodded towards the holy light. I passed. In a blink of an eye, the holy light had already appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that Lin Moyu didn't even see how he moved. This made Lin Moyu feel vigilant again. After all, the opponent is a sacred dragon, an extremely powerful existence. He secretly held the dragon scale of Antares in his hand, and immediately dodged if there was something wrong. Xingguang lowered his head and stared at Lin Moyu. The dragon's eyes showed shock and confusion. How did you do it? Before Lin Moyu could answer, Xingguang continued, "Forget it, you don't need to answer, it's impolite to inquire about other people's skills. Although you used foreign objects just now, I also said that you can use any means. So this level counts as you have passed. Now I give you two choices, one is to continue, and the other is to leave with the reward. I can tell you what this reward is. I can give you 10 soul crystals, each of which contains pure soul power. It can help you improve your soul level, and at the same time give you a lot of the calendar of the soul. According to your level, each soul spar can make you upgrade by about 1 level. Through the soul spar to increase the soul level, it will be many times easier for you to become a god level in the future." Xingguang's words are full of temptation. According to it, the soul spar is indeed a good thing. Not only can the level be improved, but the soul level can also be enhanced. Once the soul level has reached a certain level, it will be much easier to become a god level. For normal professionals, it is already a very big temptation. But for Lin Moyu, soul spar is not very useful. His soul has already reached the god level, plus the 2 skill star cores have been moved into the soul, and the road to becoming a god has long been smoothed out. As long as he reaches the level, becoming a god is a matter of course. As for improving soul energy, it is also not difficult for Lin Moyu. As long as he has time, he will brush up more dungeons, and it will take less than a year and a half to reach the god level. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry about this. What he wants more is to lay a solid foundation. The stronger the foundation, the brighter the prospect of future development. It is not advisable to backfire. Lin Moyu's requirements for himself are not only to become a god. Lin Moyu said, "I choose to continue." Xingguang asked in a deep voice, "You don't think about it anymore?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I've made up my mind." Xingguang didn't say any more. It raised its head and let out a dragon chant. Just like before, the dragon chant was transmitted layer by layer like waves, resounding through the dungeon. With the sound of the dragon chant, the mist in the palace gradually dissipated, and a passage paved with jade appeared. Xingguang said, "Go forward along the dragon jade, don't touch the fog on both sides, otherwise you will die." Lin Moyu nodded and walked towards the palace. After entering the palace, the gate of the palace is closed. At this moment, clouds and mist billowed in the sky, and Ellie, Lylin, and other giant dragons descended. "Brother Xingguang, did he pass?" Ellie looked at the closed palace gate and already knew the answer, so she just asked casually. Several other giant dragons were surprised. They heard the sound of dragon chant. The gate of the palace is open all year round. Once it is closed, it means that someone has entered. They usually don't go in, so who else would go in? Only Lin Moyu. Xingguang took 2 steps back, exposing the entire gate of the palace, and at the same time revealing the poisonous aura in front of the gate. A group of green aura that is only 2 people tall is rolling freely, and a large number of light elements surround it, preventing it from spreading. Xingguang said, "Gvas, take a look." Jeeves could tell at a glance that the green air contained strong poison, and at the same time, there was a trace of law. It took a deep breath towards the poison, and the poison was immediately sucked into its body. A few seconds later, Jeeves said, "It's the poison of the poison god, and there is a trace of law in it, probably close to level 96. It's no wonder that it can break through Brother Xingguang's sacred barrier. After all, to control power, Brother can only inject a little law. It's just strange, how did he display the power of the poisonous gods?" Xingguang said, "He used the blood essence of the gods, and he seems to have a skill that can increase the power of the blood essence, which is equivalent to a full blow from the gods just now. This human race is not easy." Thunder Dragon Lylin echoed, "It's really not simple, he is 100% immune to electric elements." Dua said, "From this point of view, he may also be immune to poisonous elements." Xingguang said, "He is also 100% immune to light elements." Ellie was slightly surprised. How could such a terrifying Tianwan be born in such a small world? Could it be that he is the son of the world? Xingguang was noncommittal. Who knows? Well, let's just complete the task. Jiva's breath suddenly changed. Someone has entered the Dragon King Palace again, and one of my clones has been activated. Aile nodded. I also sensed it. It's not from this world, and it's not from the human race that came in. Xinguang waved his wings. Go, do things. Don't be lazy, otherwise the dragon god and heavenly man will punish you. Don't worry, when have we ever been lazy? The dragons flew into the clouds again and disappeared. Xinguang looked at the palace that had already closed the gate. It's been a long time since no one has passed the last test. I don't know what will happen to you. Then it laughed at itself again. It's none of my business whether it passes or not. It began to swallow clouds and mist again, and the mist kept changing its appearance. First it looked like an ordinary dragon, then its body began to grow bigger and longer, and finally it completely changed its appearance. If Lin Moyu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it at a glance, and the appearance that finally appeared was that of a Huxia dragon. And the current appearance of Xinguang is the appearance of one of the stages in the process of change. Perhaps after continuous evolution, Xinguang will eventually become a Huxia dragon. Xinguang's eyes were filled with hope and longing. The aisle under the feet is completely paved with white jade. This kind of jade exudes a strange aura, which seems to contain the power of law, and Lin Moyu can feel huge energy from it. According to what Xinguang said, this kind of jade is called Longyu, so it must be very precious. Being able to use dragon jade to pave the way, this palace is obviously also very important. Originally, Lin Moyu thought that there would be another test, so he took the first step very carefully. After he took the first step carefully, Longyu didn't respond at all. Even after walking a few steps, Lin Moyu felt a little relieved. But he was still cautious and released a skeleton berserker to open the way ahead. The palace was extremely deep, and after walking tens of thousands of meters, I finally saw the second building in the palace. The road paved by Longyu has come to an end. The mist dissipated, and it suddenly became clear. In the palace, the second building came into view. This is a huge round platform with a diameter of about 100 meters and a height of about 5 meters. The whole body is also paved with dragon jade. Moreover, the dragon jade on the round platform is obviously of higher quality. Each piece is about 1 meter long and wide, and the law power contained in it is even more astonishing. Lin Moyu had been shocked by Longyu before. He tried to use the detection technique, but he didn't get any answer. The detection technique also failed to recognize the origin of the dragon jade. But the energy in it is real. Lin Moyu will not admit it wrong. According to Lin Moyu's understanding of dragon jade, items that can contain the power of laws are all mythical items. Any piece of dragon jade is priceless. But here it is only used to pave the way. Compared with the huge palace, although the round platform is noble, it is not too big. Lin Moyu was about to go up, when a powerful breath fell. His eyes blurred slightly, and a dragon had already appeared on the round platform. Not a dragon. It was the dragon in Lin Moyu's memory, Xia Shenlong. It is more than 200 meters long, perched on the round platform, with its head raised slightly, staring at Lin Moyu. Being stared at by it, Lin Moyu had a creepy feeling, as if he was being stared at by some kind of horrible existence. He clearly realized that if the other party wanted to kill him, all he needed was a thought, and he didn't need to do anything at all. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. It was difficult for Lin Moyu to tell which dragon was stronger than Antares. Is he a super god? Lin Moyu can be sure that it is stronger than half-step super gods like Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor. The two sides are not comparable at all. Shenlong stared at Lin Moyu without saying a word, and Lin Moyu didn't speak either, keeping silent. Lin Moyu was not timid, and also looked at Shenlong. 10 seconds later, Shenlong's voice sounded slowly, "Your soul has the taste of my family." Lin Moyu was terrified, and instinctively thought that Shenlong was talking about the breath left after he killed the dragon clan. But after thinking about it, I realized that it was wrong. It was not like this. Huaxia Shenlong, the descendant of the dragon. There was lightning and thunder in Lin Moyu's head, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Before he could speak, Shenlong's voice came again. "Your ancestors should have some connection with our dragon clan, and the soul blood of your ancestors has been contaminated with our clan's aura." But it's been too long, and the aura in your soul is already very strong. Weak, very weak, almost unfeeling. Lin Moyu is now 100% sure that what Shenlong said must be related to his identity before time travel. What passed through was his own soul, and the breath it spoke of was also in the soul. Lin Moyu thought about a lot of things in an instant. The opponent was very strong, but he had no killing intent towards him. The fear I felt was entirely caused by the great difference in strength. Lin Moyu finally spoke, "What's your name, da?" Shenlong didn't answer Lin Moyu's words, but continued, "In addition to your soul, you also have the aura of my tribe on your body. It seems that you have met my tribe." It didn't see any movement, and the scales of Antares in the pocket flew out automatically. Lin Moyu didn't know how it did it. It was his life-saving talisman. But now watch it fly away. It's not that Lin Moyu didn't dare to move, but he couldn't move. An invisible force restrained him, making him unable to move. This is the gap caused by strength. Lin Moyu realized for the first time that the gap in strength can be so large. Thinking back to 2 years ago, when I had just completed my job change and met by a Yuan, I had never felt this way. The dragon in front of him is too terrifying. Lin Moyu felt that this dragon should be the dragon god that the dragon said. Antares' scales flew in front of it, and then began to shine. Shenlong activated the scales, and Antares' voice came from the scales, "Boy, are you done?" Lin Moyu smiled wryly, "No." "So it's you," Shenlong said as if remembering Antares. "I'm going." There was a strange cry from the scales, "Why are you awake?" Shenlong chuckled, "Just woke up." Its eyes suddenly shot 2 golden lights and fell on the scales, and the scales became extremely bright in an instant. The dragon scale was shining brightly, and a phantom appeared on it. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this was Antares. Get Antares' big head. But the next scene shocked him again. Antares appeared in the phantom. It was the whole picture, not just a head. Before Lin Moyu saw Antares' head, its body was always hidden. Now I finally see it. Antares also looks like a Huxia dragon. No, it cannot be said to be exactly the same. Compared with the dragon in front of him, Antares has a pair of dragon wings, which are similar to those of a giant dragon. It is this pair of dragon wings that makes the essential difference between the two. Shenlong looks majestic, powerful, and full of beauty. Antares also has a similar aura, but a pair of dragon wings destroy part of the beauty and are not harmonious. Shenlong said, "Long time no see, little Antares." Little Antares. Lin Moyu instantly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Antares, who has lived for an unknown number of years, is actually called Little Antares. Obviously, the Shenlong in front of him is even older. Antares did not refute, but said respectfully, "Long time no see, Lord Dragon God." The opponent is indeed the Dragon God. Lin Moyu felt awe-inspiring. And from Antares' words, it can be heard that Antares doesn't want to meet the other party. But by coincidence, the Dragon God woke up, and he could only say that he came at an untimely time. Lin Moyu seemed to be able to feel that Antares' mood at the moment must be extremely aggrieved. Dragon God said, "Little Antares, after so many years, are you still blaming me?" Antares shook his head, "Don't dare." Hee. Dragon God laughed, "It's not that I don't blame, but I dare not." Antares shook his head again, "Then don't blame me." That means it is simply saying, "You are the Dragon God, you are more powerful, so you can do whatever you say." Dragon God didn't continue to dwell on this issue, and instead said, "You let this little human guy enter Dragon King Hall to get back your 2 dragon balls, right?" Antares admitted generously, "That's right." Dragon God asked, 16 dragon balls, how many did you find?" 10, counting the 2 in your hand, there are 12. Antares didn't hide it, telling the truth. Dragon God asked, "Do you know where the remaining 4 are?" Antares shook his head, grave accent, "There are guesses, but not sure yet." The Dragon God sighed, "At the beginning I didn't have to." At this time, the big ears of Antares and the Phantom suddenly closed. Obviously, it didn't want to hear the explanation of Dragon God. Dragon God didn't continue talking, but just let out a long sigh. Your Dragon Ball, I will let this little human guy bring it back. Maybe we won't meet again in the future, you take care of yourself. Antares' ears moved, apparently hearing it, but he didn't say anything. Lin Moyu heard the unusualness in the words. Obviously there is an unusual relationship between the two. The light of the scales gradually dissipated and flew back into Lin Moyu's pocket again. Then Lin Moyu lightened all over, and the restraint disappeared. At this moment Lin Moyu heard a long sigh. It's like the sigh of an old man, with a little reluctance. Lin Moyu was lightened all over, the bondage disappeared, and he regained his freedom. 2 beads appeared in front of the Dragon God, which belonged to Antares, and the dragon beads still had the breath of Antares. The 2 dragon balls flew into Lin Moyu's hands, and Lin Moyu quickly took out the box to pack them, and then put them into his storage space. You can't hesitate at this time, in case the Dragon God repents, and you can't beat him. What else can you do except stare? Whatever the reason, getting the Dragon Balls is one of the best outcomes. Be well, thank you, Dragon God. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked. Dragon God said in a deep voice, this is originally Antares' stuff, you take it back and return it to Antares. Lin Moyu promised very seriously, I will hand it over to Antares. Dragon God said, I can see that you have a good relationship with Antares, you should be its friend. Lin Moyu generously admitted, yes, I am its friend. Dragon God let out a chuckle, little Antares actually has friends, it seems that you are very special. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, he knew that the relationship between Dragon God and Antares must be unusual. It's just that Dragon God didn't say anything, Antares didn't say anything, and Lin Moyu was very sensible and didn't ask. Some things can be asked, and some things cannot be asked. If you ask, you may lose your life. Many secrets are that the less you know, the longer you live. Although Lin Moyu has a strong curiosity, he is not a fool, and he will not do something like curiosity that killed the cat. Lin Moyu changed the subject. Master Dragon God, what is my next assessment? Dragon God shook his head and said, no need, your assessment has passed. Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment. He was already ready for a big battle, and he passed the test no matter what. There must be something tricky in it, and it is estimated to be related to Antares. Dragon King Palace Dungeon, the real master is the Dragon God. Lin Moyu guessed that 9 out of 10 rules are set by it. It says that the assessment has passed, and that means it has passed. Lin Moyu would not be stupid to say, I must be assessed. Dragon God sighed again, like an old man, with a touch of kindness, little guy, I hope you and Antares can get along well, it may only have you as a friend. Lin Moyu said, it also raised a bird. Dragon God chuckled, is it called Luenio? Lin Moyu nodded, that's right. The Dragon God smiled helplessly, it's still blaming me. Lin Moyu didn't speak, but tightly controlled his mouth. No matter how curious you are about these things, you can't ask them, because you will gossip. The body of the Dragon God shone slightly, and even the jade platform under his seat also shone. Then a fist-sized crystal appeared in front of Dragon God. The crystal is carved into the shape of a dragon, and there seems to be liquid flowing inside, emitting colorful rays of light, like a rainbow, very beautiful. This is your final reward for passing, Dragon King Hall. In history, there are very few people who can pass all the assessments of Dragon King Palace, and you are very good. Perhaps in the future you will have the opportunity to break the eggshell and see a wider world. The dragon-shaped crystal flew to Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu took it with both hands. Thank you, Dragon God. Dragon God shook his head. You deserve it. I hope you can do one thing for me. Lin Moyu responded immediately. Please order, Lord Dragon God. Give this to Antares for me. Another Dragon Ball emerged. Lin Mo's 860 language narrowed his eyes. It wasn't Antares' Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball has the breath of the Dragon God, and this is the Dragon Ball belonging to the Dragon God. Lin Moyu doesn't know what the Dragon Balls are for, but he knows that the Dragon Balls are very important to the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, Antares wouldn't let people keep looking for Dragon Balls. And the Dragon Ball in front of him belongs to the Dragon God, which is a circle larger than the Dragon Ball of Antares, and it seems to be of a higher level. Lin Moyu found a box to put the Dragon Balls in. Master Dragon God, do you have anything to say to Antares? Dragon God pondered for a few seconds. Say sorry for me. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. At this moment, the old feeling of Dragon God is more obvious. And Lin Moyu felt that the Dragon God seemed to be saying goodbye, and it seemed to be leaving. Dragon God lowered his head while sighing, and slowly closed his eyes. The moment it closed its eyes, Lin Moyu saw a tear. Tears fell on the Longyu platform, making a crisp sound. A feeling called sadness is creeping up. The Dragon God is too strong, and its mood changes also affected the entire space. Even the elements and laws of space create emotions. Lin Moyu was also affected. He felt that Dragon God seemed to have a lot of bitterness and helplessness in his heart. There was so much in that drop of tear. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and the sadness touched Lin Moyu's many memories. He came through time travel and lost everything in his previous life. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had no relatives, Ache, but he still had a few friends. We used to talk about drinking together, and all kinds of bragging scenes emerged. The memory that was thought to be forgotten is now so clear. Memories are always there, even if you don't think about them deliberately. One day they will break the embankment. The picture in my mind has changed from the past life to the present life. Today I have a grandma, a sister, and a close relative. In the past few years, I have really enjoyed a life with relatives. Then there was my own helplessness and sadness when my grandma died of illness. And parents who have never met. He sometimes hates his parents. I thought about looking for it, but in the end I gave up and didn't want to look for it again. That kind of emotion is very complicated, and Lin Moyu usually presses it firmly in the deepest part of his heart, never thinking about it or touching it. But now, the emotions that I don't want to touch are all drawn out by the emotions of Dragon God. Lin Moyu's mood suddenly fell to the bottom and became very bad, even a little irritable. This is something that has never happened before. The fog began to thicken, covering Longyu and Lin Moyu. There was thick fog in front of my eyes, a vast expanse of whiteness, and I couldn't see anything. The sound disappeared, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. Just like the vicissitudes of life, the space is constantly changing, and the dense and abrupt disappearance. There was a roar in my ears. It was the explosion of meteorites falling to the ground. When Lin Moyu came back to his senses, he had left the dungeon and stood on the meteorite continent again. Standing still, letting the shock wave of the explosion sweep over his body, he didn't respond. He didn't want to go. He hadn't been able to get out of his sad mood, and he was in a terrible mood now. Lin Moyu tried hard to adjust his emotions. This kind of uncontrollable feeling was very bad. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to control. It can only be said that the power of the Dragon God is too strong, so powerful that Lin Moyu can't control his emotions. Sad, irritable, and eventually turned into cranky. The breath of space fluctuations came from afar. Lin Moyu looked up and saw the open spacetime channel. More than 10 time-space channels appeared at the same time, and the sky seemed to be punched with black holes. Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan with powerful auras are coming out of the passage of time and space. As soon as they appeared, they stared at Lin Moyu, with excitement and killing intent in their eyes. The huge aura of the Dragon King swept across the world, and the air became thick. The Dragon King knew that he could not last long here, and could only survive for a few minutes under full-strength fighting. Kill. They didn't waste an iota of time, heading straight towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also had his sleeves flying at this time, his murderous aura rising. Since you can't control your emotions, then stop controlling them and simply vent your emotions. It happened that these Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan came to the door. I'm in a bad mood. Lin Moyu muttered in his heart, and the army of undead appeared. The original runes on the backs of both hands gleamed at the same time, and the two skills of strengthening soldiers and combination were activated at the same time. Skill: Summon Skeleton King. Skill: Undead Gaze. Skill: Curse of Aging. Skill: Toxic Starburst. Skills are used one by one like a cannonball, regardless of whether it is useful or not. Use them all once. At this moment Lin Moyu didn't control himself, didn't calculate which skill is useful and which skill is effective. The sky suddenly darkened, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The dark clouds are thick, the wind is howling, and the phantom of the undead world descends. This change made the Dragon Kings terrified. What kind of skill is this, and why is there such a huge momentum? A gate burning with raging flames appeared in the air, and the eyes of the dead emerged. The flames of the eyes of the dead are unprecedentedly fierce, and the power of the skills is also unprecedentedly powerful. The eyes of the dead looked down on the audience, and more than a dozen Dragon Kings felt severe pain in their souls at the same time, and screamed out. Compared with the Dragon King, those top professionals of the Dragon Clan didn't even have the chance to scream, and fell down silently. Undead Gaze is not a single target skill, it has a very strong group attack ability. After Lin Moyu activated the Strength Soldier skill, the damage caused by Undead Gaze increased by a full 500%, and all existences below the god level were instantly killed. The Dragon King was terrified, and their souls were wounded in an instant, and a large number of dragon warriors died. A skeleton throne appeared in the air, and the Skeleton King slowly got up. The Skeleton King, composed of 90,000 skeletons, with the blessing of the Strength Soldier skill, not only broke through the god level limit, but also reached the peak of level 92, which is very close to level 93. Skill: Slay God. Skill: Elemental Riot. Slash out with a sword, targeting all Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings were all frightened, they felt the threat of death. One by one roared to activate the blood vessels, bursting out with the most powerful power. At this moment, they no longer wanted to kill Lin Moyu, they just wanted to save his life. They never imagined that Lin Moyu would be so strong, completely beyond their imagination. Sword lights lit up on them, and elements exploded violently at the same time. The Dragon Kings were blown away amidst the screams, and their bodies were covered in blood. The Undead Gaze wounds their souls. The Skeleton King's two skills directly severely injured their bodies. The defensive power that the Dragon Clan is proud of didn't play any role at all. Before they could escape, the Headless Horsemen had already rushed to them. The army of 30,000 Headless Horsemen surrounded them from all directions, and did not give them any chance to escape. The Headless Horsemen are using their charge skills, and with the strengthening of the Strong Soldier skill, the charge skills can also cause a little damage to the Dragon Kings. The huge impact made the Dragon Kings unable to stand still. The Dragon Kings roared again and again, exerting the power of their bloodlines to the limit. The phantom of the giant dragon emerged, stimulating its potential, and recklessly fought back. With a sneer, Lin Moyu gathered the blood of the poisonous god. Soul Lock all Dragon Kings. Skill: Corpse Explosion. Groups of green air are like beautiful flowers blooming in the air. Lin Moyu's soul locked them, and the Corpse Explosion skill traveled through space and exploded directly on them, making it unavoidable. Shouts of terror resounded through the sky. The Dragon Kings were corroded by the poisonous green gas, their bodies festered, and turned into thick water in a blink of an eye. They can't stop the poisonous attack of the poisonous god at all. Under the attack of the poisonous god, there is a trace of the power of law, which is the power of law that can only be possessed by contacting a high-level god. The Dragon Kings were poisoned in panic. There was only one Dragon King, with an angry dragon chant, and came towards Lin Moyu through the poisonous gas. Medium Dragon King. Lin Moyu judged at a glance that this is a middle-level Dragon King, at least level 93. Only the middle Dragon King can survive the severe poison dash. It is also the strongest existence among the Dragon Kings this time. It bumped away the Headless Horseman who was blocking the way, and charged towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Skeleton King appeared in front of it instantly, and swung his sword. Holding the long spear in his hand, the Dragon King roared and thrust out, colliding with the giant sword of the Skeleton King. Amidst the loud noise, the space was distorted, causing waves of ripples. The Skeleton King flew upside down, and its strength was not as strong as that of the medium Dragon King. The middle Dragon King came to Lin Moyu in an instant after shaking off the Skeleton King. Before it could make a move, there was another severe pain in the soul. The eyes of the undead in the air are staring at it, and all attacks are concentrated on it. At the same time, the soul flame danced on Lin Moyu's palm, strengthening the soul attack. The soul attack interrupted its movement, and then the sword light flashed in front of it. It retreated in horror, blood flew, and a huge gash was drawn on its body. Lin Moyu was holding a sharp long sword in his hand. Seeing it dodging, he couldn't help saying, "What a pity." The soul attack was interrupted. Lin Moyu made a move, and it was very likely that one sword would be cut in two. I didn't expect it to react so quickly, and it was dodged. It was just beheading, not beheading to death. The skill, cohesion, pushed Lin Moyu's attribute to the limit. Although Lin Moyu's attribute is not yet at the god level, the extra damage brought by the skill, strength, is enough to cause fatal damage to the Dragon King. When it flew back, Lin Moyu put away his long sword and aimed his finger at it. Skill, bone spear. Spears flew out with powerful tearing force. Also because of the strong soldier skill, the power of the bone spear is huge. Shengru's speed is too fast, it can reach 20,000 meters per second. The Dragon King is close at hand. At this distance, the Dragon King has no chance to dodge. Bang 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 nonstop, the bone spear kept hitting the Dragon King. The spear is so powerful that every blow can make it tremble all over, as if it is about to be torn apart. In any case, it can't imagine how a human professional who is only level 71 can have such a powerful combat power. They came here with dozens of top dragon professionals and more than 10 Dragon Kings, and now they are the only ones who are still alive. At the same time, it also realizes that with Lin Moyu's strength, if Lin Moyu becomes a god, only the Dragon King can fight against him. A sense of fear arises spontaneously. Lin Moyu's strength has completely exceeded its cognition. I want to escape back. I can't let my tribe come to die. At least a high-ranking Dragon King can possibly kill him. It knew that unless the high-ranking Dragon King or the Dragon King personally took action, otherwise they would die if they came too many. Lin Moyu's skills are group attack skills. There is no difference between killing one and killing 100. It used all its strength to stimulate the blood in the whole body, and the giant dragon phantom merged with it. Then, turn around and jump. Just after flying less than 100 meters, the soul suddenly felt a sharp pain. Countless sharp arrows appeared densely on the soul body. The Skeleton King turned back into an army of undead, and 30,000 skeleton marksmen cast their skills at the same time. Skill, Soul Shot. Level 70 Skeleton Marksman Shotgun has been replaced with a shotgun, and the soul-locking passive skill has been upgraded to Soul Shot. Inherited the characteristics of the Soul Lock, but also has the ability to attack the soul. The soul attack ability is definitely a terrifying ability, and it is impossible to guard against. Humans, dragons, and demons don't have a good way to deal with it. The severe pain came from the soul body continuously, which made the Dragon Kings unable to concentrate. The undead gaze is activated again, and the soul is ignited and burned blazingly. The soul flame also launched at the same time. The screams resounded through the world again, and the Dragon King could no longer think, and his thinking became extremely chaotic. The soul really hurts. Under the continuous soul attack, its consciousness became weaker, and finally completely lost. It fell in the air, fell heavily on the ground, and stayed on the meteorite continent forever. The skeleton berserker came over with an axe, split his head, and took out the dragon crystal. By the way, the rest of the Dragon King dragon crystals were collected. Those low-level Dragon Kings who died under the severe poison left nothing but the dragon crystal. There are 13 dragon crystals in total, 12 of which are low-level dragon crystals and 1 medium-level dragon crystal. The medium dragon crystal is obviously a circle larger than the low-level dragon crystal, changing from a prismatic shape to a hexagonal shape. The energy contained in it is also a lot more. After Lin Muyu vented, he felt much better. Understand that some emotions are useless to suppress, they will explode one day. It's good to let it out this time. However, he still doesn't like the feeling of being uncontrolled. You guys are unlucky, Lin Muyu said lightly. He took out the scepter of creation and absorbed all the dragon crystals, erasing the last traces of the dragon kings in the world. The life core light on the scepter of creation is getting brighter and brighter. There seemed to be a whirlwind blowing on the meteor continent. The whirlwind brings a lot of elements. Lin Muyu clearly felt this element, and could even see it with enough soul power. It has the same sacred breath as the light element, and it has more breath of life. It feels like Zhu Qinglu is performing a god-level healing technique. Lin Muyu called this element the inanimate element. With the continuous recovery of the life core, it absorbs the life elements at the same time, and the life elements are the foundation of its power. 0 seeking flowers 00. Lin Muyu could feel that the core of life was recovering. The scepter of creation shone brightly, corresponding to the sergeant's badge. After killing more than a dozen dragon kings, the purple brilliance on the sergeant's badge was unprecedentedly strong. The fourth general star appeared directly, and after waiting for a few seconds, the fifth general star also appeared. Even the phantom of the sixth general appeared for a few seconds before disappearing. Lin Muyu only needs to kill 2 god-level enemies to become a 4-star general. If you want to become a 5-star general, you have to kill 8 god-level enemies on the basis of a 4-star general. To become a 6-star general, you need to kill 16. Now killed 13 in one breath. Not only became a 5-star general in one fell swoop, but also had 3 more. Now as long as you kill 13 more dragon kings or demons, you can become a 6-star general. At present, apart from the missing Di Huang and the soon-to-be resurrected god of righteousness in the human world, no one has become a 6-star general. It can be said that Lin Muyu has already stood at the top of the Terran world. 0. The light of the scepter of creation became more and more intense, and the light of the sergeant's badge also shone on one side, and the light of upgrading rose from Lin Muyu at the same time. After slaughtering 13 dragon kings, he not only has generals, but also has a lot of experience. Lin Muyu directly stepped from level 71 to level 72. Lin Muyu had to sigh, what a dragon! After all the 13 dragon crystals have been absorbed, the life core has recovered to about 60%. The shell has already taken shape. Lin Muyu felt the breath of law. There is a breath of law entwined on the core of life, which is the law of life. One of the symbols of mythical weapons possesses the power of law. This is the case with the creation scepter, which contains the power of law. Obtaining it, it is possible to comprehend the law of life and become the god of life. In order to become the god of life, how crazy it would be to destroy a small world. Compared with relying on external forces, Lin Muyu believes in his own strength. Taking out the dragon scale of Antares, a slight movement of mental power activated the dragon scale. The space warps and fluctuates, and Long Lin takes Lin Muyu away from the meteorite continent. Changes are worse than plans. When I first came to the meteorite continent, I planned to advance to the Dragon King Palace, copy, help Antares get the Dragon Ball back, and then go to the original Secret Realm work. Lin Muyu went to Original Secret Realm in the hope that he could own the 2 skills of strengthening soldiers and gathering strength. But it's not 100% sure. So I went to the Dragon King Palace dungeon first. In case I need to use these 2 skills in the Dragon King Palace dungeon, I won't be so passive. It's just that the changes are too fast, and what happened in Dragon King Palace exceeded Lin Muyu's expectations. Not only got back the 2 Dragon Balls of Antares, but also got a Dragon Ball belonging to the Dragon God. Lin Muyu promised Dragon God to bring the Dragon Ball back to Antares. To avoid accidents, Lin Muyu decided to go back first. As for original secret realm, there is no rush for this. After the teleportation ended, Lin Moyu saw the giant Longan of Antares. Antares' eyes were a bit complicated, and he couldn't tell what kind of emotion it was. Lin Moyu asked, "What are you thinking?" Antares asked back, "Why are you back?" "I got what you asked for, so as not to cause trouble. Come back first." Lin Moyu said and took out 2 boxes containing Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball lay quietly in the box. Antares did not take it away in a hurry, but said, "You killed a lot of dragons again." It can be heard that Antares is feeling a little depressed at this time. Lin Moyu can probably guess the reason. "When I left the dungeon, many dragons came to kill me, and I killed them back." "Is there a Dragon King?" Fataris asked. Lin Moyu nodded. 13 low-level Dragon Kings, 1 middle-level Dragon King, and a group of more than 80 level Dragon Warriors. Antares glanced at Lin Moyu, but didn't say anything. He opened his mouth and sucked in 2 Dragon Balls. In the dense fog that enveloped Antares' body all year round, there was a roaring sound, lightning and thunder, and some kind of change occurred inside. Lin Moyu took out another box of 880. "Dragon God asked me to give this to you, and let me give you a sentence by the way." Antares put on a look of indifference. What words can come out of its mouth? Lin Moyu handed over the box. "You can see for yourself." Antares seemed a little hesitant, and didn't take the box. Lin Moyu teased a little. "You're not scared, are you?" Antares snorted. "I have nothing to be afraid of, it can't kill me." At this time, it changed its name to Lousy, and it used to be a deity. Just such a change, Lin Moyu can feel that. In fact, Antares' heart is very restless. It's just that Lin Moyu didn't point it out, but gave him a step up with the aggressive method. "Since you're not afraid, let's take a look." Antares also walked down the steps, as if he had been hit by Lin Moyu's aggressive method. "Look and see, whoever is afraid of whom." The box was opened, and Antares shuddered suddenly when he saw the contents of the box. Then its huge head began to shake uncontrollably, its eyes full of disbelief. This is... I was very emotional, but I couldn't say a complete sentence. Antares' emotions were a little out of control. Lin Moyu looked at it quietly, without saying a word. After waiting for a while, Antares calmed down a little. "It has something to tell you." Lin Moyu said. Dragon God said, "I'm sorry." "Sorry." The 3 words fell on Antares' head like a bolt from the blue, and Antares was completely fried. Antares suddenly raised his head and let out a terrifying dragon cry. Terrifying energy is spreading, causing cracks in the ground. The entire ancient battlefield was shaking, and all the monsters inside, including the world boss, were trembling. The terror of Antares is clearly revealed at this moment. Lin Moyu still didn't speak, and didn't interrupt Antares, let him scream enough. It knew that Antares was venting, just like it had done before. It's better to let it out than to hold it in your heart. A few minutes later, Antares finally calmed down, and Lin Moyu clearly saw a tear appearing in the corner of Antares' eyes. The tears didn't drop, they were instantly wiped away with powerful force. Lin Moyu didn't point it out, just watched it quietly. After waiting for a while, Antares seemed to have regained his former calm, and opened his mouth to swallow the Dragon God's Dragon Ball into his belly. It looked at Lin Moyu. "Don't ask about me and it, I won't tell you if you ask." Lin Moyu naturally understands that this is Antares' private matter, and he is not so gossip. Lin Moyu said, "Then can I ask something else?" "Okay. For the sake of you bringing the Dragon Ball back to me, I will say it to anyone who can." Antares' mood has obviously not fully recovered, and he is still the same as Lao Tzu. Lin Moyu said, "I saw a few giant dragons in the copy of Dragon King Palace. They claim to be elemental dragons, and they control some elements. At the same time, they call our dragons here low. Can you tell me the reason?" Antares looked at Lin Moyu, pondered for a moment. "If it were someone else, I would definitely not say it." Lin Moyu laughed. "If it were someone else, I would definitely not ask who made you my friend." Lin Moyu's words seemed to hit Antares' heart. The word friend is particularly important in Antares' mind at this moment. Antares trembled slightly. The dragon clan you call is actually nothing in front of our real dragon clan. The ranks of the dragon clan are strict, and the highest person is called the dragon god, who is the master of all the dragon clan. The so-called Dragon King Palace copy refers to the dragon god. It's just that the dragon god generally doesn't sit in the dungeon. It has too many things to do. Most of the time, the one in the dungeon is just a puppet of it. I don't know what happened this time, it's such a coincidence. Lin Moyu said in a low voice. Dragon god said, it is a whim this time, and it has a feeling in its heart. Antares snorted, the old guy's realm is very high, there is indeed such a possibility. I continued, listen carefully, I will only say it once. Dragon god is the king of the dragon clan. It has the blood of the ancestor dragon, and has revived the blood of the ancestor dragon to a very high level. Its strength is invincible. Below it, there are pure-blood dragons and mixed-blood dragons. The goal of all mixed-blood dragons throughout their lives is to evolve towards pure-blood dragons. And the goal of the pure-blooded dragon is to evolve in the direction of the ancestor dragon. Those elemental dragons you saw in the dungeons are hybrid dragons. Lin Moyu understands a little bit. The elemental dragons are mixed-blood dragons, and their evolution direction is pure-blood dragons, purifying their own bloodlines and activating the power of bloodlines. The sacred dragon that I saw later already possessed some of the characteristics of a pure-blooded dragon, and its body was evolving from a thick and short dragon to a slender one. Needless to say, Antares must not only be a pure-blooded dragon, but should also have the blood of an ancestral dragon. From its words, Lin Moyu faintly heard its disdain for pure-blooded dragons. Even when it comes to the blood of the dragon god's ancestor dragon, it has an equal attitude. Lin Moyu kept Antares' words in his heart, and at the same time paid close attention to Antares' expression. A lot of information can be analyzed from its expression. Lin Moyu saw that the disdain in Antares' eyes was getting stronger and stronger. The tone changed accordingly. As for the dragons in this world, they are hybrids, the lowest kind, not even subdragons. Why? The tone was full of deep contempt. Lin Moyu asked, but there are also members of the dragon clan with atavistic bloodlines, and it is said that their dragon emperor also has atavistic bloodlines. Antares sneered again and again, F***K back to the bloodline of the ancestors, let me tell you a story. There was once a pure-blooded idiot who died while awakening the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Then it exploded, and part of the flesh and blood exploded into a certain world, and was accidentally eaten by a primitive monster in a certain world. Then those monsters mutated, and they inherited a trace of the blood of a pure-blooded dragon, calling themselves the Dragon Clan. The so-called Dragon Emperor is just a little purer bloodline. It is impossible to reach the super god level in a lifetime. Half a step of super god is the limit, and the bloodline limit is there. Now you know the origin of the Dragon Clan. How can Lin Moyu still not understand? It turns out that this is how the dragons in this world come from. No wonder it looks weird, it's different from the dragons Lin Moyu has seen. When he first awakened his profession, he had seen the giant dragon, which was indeed very different from the Dragon Clan. The question that has been bothering me for a long time has finally got the correct answer, and I feel like I have opened up the world. But a new problem was born again. The elemental dragons I saw in the dungeon don't seem to be of high level. Why? Antares said, those are all puppet clones made by them. Do you think their bodies are copied? Let me tell you one more thing. In our dragon clan, even the worst mixed-blood dragon is a god-level one when he is born, and a high-level god-level one when he grows up. This refers to those 1.4 idiots who don't practice at all, and can achieve achievements just by sleeping. If you can practice a little bit, it is not difficult to reach the super god level. Lin Moyu was shocked. If you don't practice and just rely on sleep, you can sleep to a high god level. That is the level that can drive the law. It is not difficult to become a super god level with a little practice. And this is the worst hybrid dragon. What if the stronger hybrid is me? Or a pure blood dragon? Even the bloodline of the awakened ancestral dragon. The strength of the Dragon Clan has far exceeded my imagination. In this way, the so-called Dragon Emperor here is really nothing. No wonder Antares is so disdainful. In this way, his own human race seems to be nothing. Suddenly Lin Moyu shuddered slightly, realizing that he was wrong. It's not like this. Leland once said that the human race is a big race, and there are many talents born. The human race in our world is not good, but it does not mean that all races are not good. And the human race in our world is not completely incapable. At least there were super gods in the last era. Although they can't compare with the real dragons, they at least have a chance. And in this era, there is me. Lin Moyu is full of confidence in herself. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean you can't do it yourself. After Antares spoke, his mood calmed down a lot, and he returned to his previous lazy appearance again. Lin Moyu asked, "What about the demons of the abyss? What are their origins?" Antares shook his head. "Don't say it." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Don't you know?" Antares smiled contemptuously. "Don't use aggressive methods on me, it's useless. Just now I was saving face, don't take yourself too seriously." Lin Moyu didn't care about Antares' words. "I still think you don't know." Antares snorted and stopped talking. Lin Moyu said, "If you don't know, just say you don't know. Anyway, I won't force you to say it. I can't beat you, and I can't scold you, right?" Antares turned his head and closed his eyes, ignoring this guy. But after Lin Moyu said this, the last trace of depression was also cleared away. Antares is completely messed up, as if you can say what you want, anyway, it just doesn't answer. Lin Moyu teased a few words and stopped asking. Antares' mood has recovered and his goal has been achieved, so there is no need to continue asking. Lin Moyu said, "Help me see what my reward is, I can't figure it out." Lin Moyu's words aroused Antares' interest. Antares was also a little curious about the rewards for the dungeon of Dragon King Palace. After all, it has never presided over Dragon King Hall, and the rewards are not fixed, it depends on each person's level and occupation. 02 There are too many good things in Dragon Clan, too numerous to count. And for some beings, there are many things that can be made by themselves. When they established the Dragon King Hall dungeon for some reason, they prepared the great emperor's treasure. This time Lin Moyu met the dragon god, who is the king of the dragon clan and possesses the highest power. Antares couldn't guess what reward Lin Moyu would give Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took out the dragon-shaped crystal. Antares' eyes widened and he growled, "Dragon Soul Crystal, the old guy actually gave it to you. What's the use of the Dragon Soul Crystal?" Lin Moyu looked at the dragon-shaped crystal and the colorful liquid flowing slowly in the crystal. The colorful liquid does not look like much, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, it is like a vast ocean, endless. Dragon God didn't mention its name. Lin Moyu knew it was called Dragon Soul Crystal through Antares' mouth. As for what to use and how to use it, I still don't know at all. But through Antares' reaction, Lin Moyu knew that this thing was definitely not an ordinary item. Think about it too, for the existence of the level of Dragon God, if it is an ordinary item, how can it be possible to get it? Antares said, "Dragon Soul Crystal is very difficult to create, and there are not many among our dragon clan. Did you see the liquid in the Dragon Soul Crystal? This is called Dragon Soul Liquid, which is made up of the soul power of our dragon clan. With the Dragon Soul Crystal, you can strengthen your soul level. And it will increase without any sequelae. The crystal containing the Dragon Soul Liquid is called the Dragon Crystal, and it contains a lot of laws. Long-term contact with Dragon Crystal can make it easier for you to comprehend the law. The Dragon Soul Liquid strengthens the soul, and the Dragon Crystal accelerates the comprehension of laws, both of which are rare treasures. No matter how strong the external objects are, no matter how good the equipment is, they are not as powerful as themselves. Dragon Soul Crystal is indeed a very good thing, which is very suitable for Lin Moyu's appetite." When Antares was speaking, the Dragon Soul Crystal had already flown from Lin Moyu's hand and came to Antares. Antares stared at the Dragon Soul Liquid in the Dragon Soul Crystal. "Well, it's the colorful Dragon Soul Liquid. The old guy really thinks highly of you." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the point?" Antares snorted softly. Dragon soul crystals are also good or bad, and the quality varies greatly. The worst dragon soul crystal, the liquid inside, is 3-color, which means that the soul power inside comes from mixed blood dragons, mixed and impure, and the effect is the worst. The best thing is wutsai, the power of the soul is gathered by pure blood dragons. What the old guy gave you is a colorful dragon soul crystal, which already possesses a hint of the ancestral dragon's aura, and it can be regarded as a top-level dragon soul crystal. The 7-colored dragon soul crystal is also the best dragon soul crystal that our dragon clan will give away. As for the top 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it will not be given away. Lin Moyu asked, "Why?" Antares chuckled, "I think, with your ingenuity, you can definitely imagine it." Lin Moyu just asked instinctively, and the reason has already been guessed. Just ask who will give away their most precious treasures, and they must keep them for their own use. Since Dragon Soul Crystal can strengthen the soul and comprehend the law, and it is extremely difficult to manufacture, the quantity is not much. Then the best one must be reserved for your descendants. How could it be given away? Antares suddenly laughed. "I know what you're thinking, but you must be wrong." Lin Moyu gave Antares a helpless look. This guy seemed to have learned badly and started to tease himself. Antares still stared at Dragon Soul Crystal. "I can't say the specific reason, but it's definitely not what you think. It's not that simple. The old man is unwilling to take out the best 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, so I want to give it to you." Antares spit out a mouthful of dragon breath, and the dragon breath was controlled into a thin thread, surrounding the Dragon Soul Crystal cluster. The Dragon Soul Crystal began to sparkle, bursting out with brilliant light. A brilliant rainbow rose in the sky, and there seemed to be countless dragons flying and swimming in the rainbow, sending out bursts of dragon chant. Lin Moyu could feel the huge soul energy boiling. The energy of the soul is too huge, from invisible to tangible, and finally into liquid. This is the Dragon Soul Liquid. Every drop of Dragon Soul Liquid is as heavy as 1,000 June, and the power of the soul contained in it is extremely astonishing. This is transformed by the pure Dragon Soul, and the production of Dragon Soul Liquid requires a huge amount of soul energy. Therefore, what Antares said is not easy to manufacture is absolutely false. Antares continuously sprays out dragon breath, which contains its soul power, and it injects its own soul power into the Dragon Soul Crystal. A moment later, a magical scene happened. On top of the rainbow of 7 fats, suddenly there was another black streak. The rainbow of 7 colors becomes 8 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue, purple, black. 8-color Dragon Soul Crystal. Lin Moyu was secretly shocked that Antares actually enhanced the quality of Dragon Soul Crystal. It uses its own soul power to forcibly improve the quality of Dragon Soul Crystal. Lin Moyu realized that his previous guess should be correct. Antares is by no means as simple as a pure blood dragon. It must have the blood of the ancestral dragon, otherwise it would be impossible to improve the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal. Since the 7 colors are already top-notch, the 9 colors will not be delivered, which shows that it is extremely difficult to manufacture the 9 colors of Dragon Soul Crystals. Antares just did it, and the only way to improve the quality of the colorful Dragon Soul Crystal is by himself. After the 8th color appeared, Antares also became cautious, and the output of soul energy became extremely soft. It used to be like a galloping river, but now it has turned into a trickle, pouring into the Dragon Soul Crystal bit by bit. After maintaining it for a full day, the Dragon Soul Crystal still remained unchanged. Antares continues to inject soul power, and at the same time transforms the Dragon Soul Crystal with the laws controlled by it 740. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, and waits with peace of mind. He works slowly and meticulously, so there is no rush. He was not idle either, and began to summon skeletons and headless horsemen. It has been upgraded to level 72, so it is natural to replenish the undead army. At level 72, one more Lich General can be summoned, bringing the number of Lich Generals to 52. The summoning space also increased by 200, reaching 2,800. The total number of undead army reached 145600. Headless Horseman, Skeleton Berserker, Skeleton Archmage, Skeleton Marksman. The number of each unit is great 36,400, evenly distributed. Compared with level 71, the undead army has increased by 13,000. Lin Moyu's non-stop summoning also takes 4 hours to replenish. Antares improves the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal, and Lin Moyu supplements the undead army. Both are busy, although they are silent, they seem to form a unique tacit understanding, very harmonious. After 3 full days like this, the appearance of Dragon Soul Crystal has changed compared to before. It seems to have become more agile. The Dragon Soul liquid in it is shining brightly, and the 9th color has already appeared. Lin Moyu stared at Dragon Soul liquid without blinking. After careful identification, the 9th color was white. Antares is going to succeed. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, realizing that Antares was about to succeed. Now we are only 1 step away from success. A few hours later, a rainbow ring rose above the rainbow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. A white rainbow ring. 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, the top Dragon Soul Crystal in the Dragon Clan. The energy that had been boiling for several days was completely extinguished, and Antares seemed to have done a trivial thing. Jiutsai, it's barely enough. This guy is pretending. Lin Moyu saw through it, took the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, and said with a smile, Antares is really powerful. Antares snorted arrogantly, it's average, I haven't been a Dragon Soul Crystal for too many years, it's a bit rusty. Pretend, you continue to pretend. Lin Moyu doesn't want to break it, anyway, he can get the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. The 9 colors of Dragon Soul liquid are intertwined with each other, seemingly entangled but distinct, dazzling, and charming. People will be intoxicated unconsciously. Lin Moyu murmured, 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal is not given away, it seems that I am the only one who got it. No, you are the second. Antares denied Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Didn't you say that the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal is not for delivery? Antares said, a long time ago, I sent one. It's too long ago, and it doesn't make sense to say this. Lin Moyu asked, how does this thing work? The usage is very simple. You use your soul to leave your own brand on it, and then take it into your soul, talk to it whenever you have time, and communicate more. Lin Moyu is skeptical. Antares has learned badly now, and his words are also true and false. Often half of the jokes are mixed with 10 truths. According to Antares' method, Lin Moyu used his soul power to make contact with the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. There was a sudden stabbing pain in the soul, as if being stabbed in the soul with a small knife. It hurts. Lin Moyu couldn't help trembling and grinning. Ha 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 ha. Antares' laughter came from next to his ears. Lin Moyu knew that he had been fooled, and this guy was really teasing himself. I really often walk by the river, how can I not get my shoes wet? I often use my soul to attack others, and now it is my turn to be stabbed in my soul. This is no ordinary pain. Seeing Lin Moyu being fooled, Antares smiled happily. It's so fun, you kids sometimes gets fooled. Lin Moyu tried to heal the pain in his soul. Dragon, you've learned badly. Antares smiled and said, those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while, and stopped the topic. To be honest, how to do it? Antares took it for granted. Just do it like this, I didn't lie to you. As for the pain of the soul, this is also a small test. A test again? Why do you dragons like tests so much? The east is the test, and the west is also the test. It's not my problem. This problem can be traced back to Zulong, which is a tradition passed down from it. If you have a chance to meet it in the future, you can ask about it. Zulong? Is it still alive? Nonsense, of course the Zulong is still alive. It's just that I don't know where it will live. Anyway, it has disappeared for countless years. When mentioning Zulong, Antares still had a trace of respect. After all, Zulong is the ancestor of all dragon races, and this kind of respect also comes from the depths of the blood, the instinct of the soul. Lin Moyu once again tried to touch the dragon soul crystal with his soul. At the moment of contact, severe pain came from the soul again. Lin Moyu held back this time, just let out a muffled snort, and continued to let the soul touch it. Fortunately, with the experience of the charm blue fire, Lin Moyu's tolerance to the soul has improved a lot. Enduring the severe pain, the soul began to formally contact the dragon soul crystal. Dragon soul crystal didn't respond. Lin Moyu's first reaction was that Antares was fooling himself again. But thinking about it, it shouldn't be so. Antares still has a sense of proportion and won't mess around. Could it be that my method is wrong? Lin Moyu grinned in pain, gasping for air, and looked at Antares. Although Antares pretended not to respond, his eyes betrayed him. This guy is just watching his own show. Lin Moyu felt ruthless. I'll show you enough. Since contact with a small area is not enough, then wrap you all up. Originally, Lin Moyu only sent out a trace of soul for contact, but now it has doubled hundreds of times. The huge soul force is like a giant hand, completely enveloping the dragon soul crystal. Intense pain came, and Lin Moyu felt dozens of hundreds of knives pierced his body. The pain doubled, but it still endured it. Under the full cover of soul power, Lin Moyu clearly sensed why his soul was stabbed by the knife. That's because there are densely packed dragon scales on the dragon soul crystal. Dragon scales are as sharp as knives. It is so thin and dense that it cannot be touched by hand. But the sensitivity of the soul far surpasses that of the body, and it was immediately pierced. The key is that these fine dragon scales have no distinction between positive and negative. No matter from which angle they pass, they will be pierced. Antares' voice sounded in his ear. You can feel it. In fact, dragon scales are one of the weapons of our dragon clan. I won't mention mixed blood dragons. As long as they are pure blood dragons, every piece of their dragon scales is better than the so-called dragon scales. Mythical weapons. Lin Moyu kept what Antares said firmly, and it might be useful in the future, but he snorted coldly. Speaking of these, what should I do? Taris laughed out loud. Please, I will tell you mercifully. Please. Lin Moyu snorted, asking himself to beg for it. The power of the soul is like countless pairs of eyes, which can see the dragon soul crystal carefully. I saw countless sharp and fine dragon scales, but I just couldn't find the right way. Lin Moyu was able to analyze that what Antares said was correct. He wanted to use his own soul to contact the dragon soul crystal, but he didn't find a formal way. The dragon soul crystal was magnified infinitely under the induction of the soul, and Lin Moyu searched it inch by inch extremely carefully. Suddenly, it saw an unusual place. This is Lonko. It saw that the dragon's mouth was slightly open, but not completely closed. There seems to be a gap between the dragon's mouth. The gaps are so small that you can't see them with the naked eye. Only by looking at it with the soul can we see it after magnifying it countless times. The moment he saw Lonko, Lin Moyu guessed, it should be here. The power of the soul immediately drilled through the gap and spread towards the inside of the dragon soul crystal. Suddenly there was a click, followed by unprecedented pain. Even Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out a miserable snort this time. Antares' laughter sounded again, as if it had expected this. Lin Moyu felt that his soul was bitten hard by someone, and a piece was bitten off abruptly. In fact, this is also the case. The dragon's mouth on the dragon soul crystal has been completely closed, and the soul that entered it has indeed been bitten off. After eating a piece of Lin Moyu's soul, the dragon soul crystal began to sparkle. Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between himself and dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal disappeared into Lin Moyu's body as a stream of light, and appeared in the spiritual world in the next second. The dragon soul crystal turned into a dragon, swimming and circling around Lin Moyu's soul. Spit dragon breath towards Lin Moyu from time to time. There is a huge and pure soul power in the dragon's breath, which quickly replenishes Lin Moyu's lost soul just now. Lin Moyu's whole body was glowing, shrouded in a 9-color halo. He closed his eyes, feeling the power of dragon soul crystal. The soul has recovered in a blink of an eye, even stronger than before. The dragon transformed from the dragon soul crystal will breathe out dragon breath every once in a while, enhancing Lin Moyu's soul level. And when Lin Moyu actively touches the dragon soul spar with his soul, he no longer feels pain, but can feel the mysterious power from it, which is the king of power belonging to the law. Currently, with Lin Moyu's ability, he still can't understand this power. Need to accumulate, need comprehension, need level. Lin Moyu is not greedy, just take your time. And Terry's laughter stopped long ago. Zhao de Zhao, it feels good. Lin Moyu felt the feeling of the soul slowly becoming stronger, very good. And Terry said proudly, that's the 9-color dragon soul crystal, the top treasure of our dragon clan. Even among the dragon clan, not many are eligible to get it. You boy, you are really lucky. The level of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal itself is too high, far surpassing any mythical weapons. Happy face WBB+. Being able to obtain such a treasure can no longer be described as good luck. Lin Moyu thanked Antares, thank you. Antares shook his head, no need. Once your soul is strong enough, you can start to comprehend the law. Don't be in a hurry to feel the power of the law now, it will be counterproductive to comprehend it forcefully. Lin Moyu wrote down the warning, Antares, why have you stayed in this world? Antares snorted, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Lin Moyu said, suddenly I feel a little curious, with your ability, the world is too small. Antares chuckled, I am here to hatch eggs, do you believe it? Lin Moyu asked in surprise, are you a mother? Antares blew his beard and stared, get out. I'm here for a reason. Why are you asking so many questions? Do I still have to report to you when I go to the bathroom? Lin Moyu laughed dryly, if you don't say it, don't say it. Why are you angry? Antares snorted, don't meddle in your own business, just do your own thing well. When you become a super god, you will know something naturally. Lin Moyu shrugged, okay. Please, Lord Antares, send me to the meteorite continent again. No, you go there by yourself. I'm tired and going to bed. Antares said that his head sank suddenly, he lay on the ground, and then snored. That look is up to you, I'm on strike, whatever I want. Okay, I'll go myself. I'll see you later. Lin Moyu said and flew out. After flying 10,000 meters, the breath soared. A few minutes later, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of him, sucking Lin Moyu in. Lin Moyu has reached level 72 now, and the upper space cannot accommodate him. After he left the range controlled by Antares, he exploded with his own strength, and was soon sent to the lower space by the rules of the ancient battlefield. The strong wind blows over, bringing a familiar smell into the nostrils. Wind flower. Smelling this smell, Lin Moyu knew that he had come to Fonlei continent. The fragrance of flowers hit the body with the wind, and the skeleton armor was activated and sparkled. Open your eyes and look around, there are dense windflowers all around. There are so many that you can't see the end at a glance. This is true up and down and left and right. Unexpectedly, he not only returned to Fonlei continent, but also fell into the group of Fenghua. Seriously, it's not that enemies don't get together. Before encountering a large group of windflowers, and the world boss in the group of windflowers, he had to use a random teleportation scroll to escape. 380 There was a small enmity between the two. And this time, Lin Moyu wants revenge and revenge. Out to mix, sooner or later have to repay. Saying softly in the mouth, the soul fluctuated slightly. Lin Moyu's will is the mission of the undead army. A large number of undead army appeared, and Fenghua quickly started to hunt and kill them. This time, the results have been completely reversed. The last time Lin Moyu came, he hadn't been able to complete the third round. Only when the combat power is fully activated can it be on par with world bosses above level 85. If you want to kill the world boss, you need to use all the tricks, and the command needs to be accurate to 0.1 second. But now, the strength is not what it used to be, and the group of wind and flowers in front of it is no longer in its eyes. Lin Moyu doesn't even need to summon the Skeleton King, just relying on the undead army is enough to crush the wind and flowers. A whole army of 140,000 undead was slaughtered like locusts. After Lin Moyu summoned the undead army, he only did one thing. With a little finger, the sky is filled with red light. The sky and the earth turned red, and there were cursed swords everywhere. Lin Moyu found that he had been deeply involved in the group of Fenghua. The group of Fenghua was extremely large, with a number of more than 100,000. You can't see the end at a glance, and they are densely packed in all directions. Such a large group of windflowers should be rare on the Fonlei continent. World bosses must exist, but I don't know how many there are. Fenghua has a characteristic: the larger the scale, the higher the level of the world boss and the greater the number. Generally, if there are more than 1,000 windflower groups, a boss will inevitably be born. The boss born by Fenghua group is different from other monsters. This boss is the aggregation of the power of Fenghua group. When the number of windflowers exceeds 10,000, the power of the boss will increase significantly, thus becoming a world-class boss. As the number of windflower groups increases, the level of the boss will increase accordingly. And when the number of windflowers exceeds 100,000, there will be more than one world boss in the group. Specifically, how many world bosses there are, and how high the level is depends on the number and size of the windflower group. According to the records in the ancient city of Xinxia, the largest group of windflowers is currently known, with a number of more than 600,000. There should be more than 8 world bosses inside, and each level is over 85. Such a force is almost invincible on Fonlei continent. Unless a god-level powerhouse does it himself, even an 88-level powerhouse, or even a half-step god-level powerhouse, can only flee. In the history of the human race, there was once an 89-level half-step god who was brutally surrounded and killed by Fenghua. Even Lin Moyu had to flee when facing Fenghua. We must know that even though Lin Moyu was not of a high level at that time, he had killed the poisonous python after all, and his combat power was not weak. Lin Moyu didn't know if his group of windflowers was the group with the largest number in the records. But it doesn't matter, the undead army has already started. Under the double blow of the curse and the undead army, Fenghua died in a large number in an instant. Lin Moyu could sense a trace of soul power flying towards him from the dead windflower. Soul power turned into experience, and various prompts jumped out. In the core area, after Lin Moyu left, Antares opened his eyes again. It opened its mouth and spit out a dragon ball. This is a dragon ball belonging to the dragon god, and it is a circle larger than the dragon ball of Antares. There are complex patterns on the dragon ball, which in Lin Moyu's eyes are chaotic and irregular. But in the eyes of Antares, it is the most beautiful pattern in the bottomless. These patterns have a name: dragon patterns. The dragon pattern is only useful to the dragon clan, and it contains the inheritance of the dragon clan. Especially the dragon ball of the dragon god, which has the inheritance of the dragon god. For any dragon, this dragon ball is the supreme treasure, even for Antares. But after getting the dragon ball of the dragon god, Antares didn't feel the slightest excitement, but bursts of sadness. At that time, Antares' dragon chanted continuously, shaking the world. Now it has calmed down, but its eyes are still full of complex emotions. It mutters to itself, "Old man, why did you leave the inheritance to me? Don't you have a better candidate? Why not give it? What made you change your mind? Old man, won't you give me an explanation? Throw me here for tens of thousands of years, you are so ruthless. It is your son, am I not your son? You give me the inheritance dragon ball now, do you think I will forgive you?" Antares' voice gradually became harsher. The mist covering the whole body began to roll and rise, and the real body emerged from the mist. It didn't look like it appeared in front of the dragon god. The pair of wings on its body had disappeared, and its appearance was not much different from that of the dragon god. Antares' aura kept rising, not much worse than dragon god. Antares said coldly, "I won't forgive you, even if you pass the inheritance to me, I won't forgive you either. You are not a good father, and I am not a good son. When I go out, I will kill the ancestral land. If you refuse to give it to me, I will take it back with my own hands. I'm going to kill him, turn the world upside down, bloodstain the galaxy. Even if the ancestral land is flooded with dragon blood, I will not hesitate. Antares' murderous aura shot up to the sky, shaking the world. The entire ancient battlefield is buzzing nonstop. Lin Moyu in Fonlei continent frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. There are constant thunder explosions in the sky, and the sound of thunder is very common in Fonlei continent. Lin Moyu felt something unusual from the thunder. It's Antares. Lin Moyu felt Antares' murderous intent. Antares, what's wrong with you? Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale, activated it with soul power, and shouted at Antares. Antares didn't respond. Lin Moyu asked again, even with a hint of anxiety in his tone. He is a friend of Antares, and Antares is also his friend. Lin Moyu also doesn't have many friends, and Antares is a very important one. When he felt the strangeness of Antares, Lin Moyu was also anxious. Even after asking 3 times, Antares didn't respond. Lin Moyu is about to activate the teleportation function in the dragon scale and return to Antares. Just when Lin Moyu was about to move, Antares' voice came from the dragon scales, "I'm fine." Antares' voice was still a little strange, especially the deep killing intent. Lin Moyu asked, "Antares, do you want to kill someone?" Antares didn't answer, and remained silent. Lin Moyu said, "Who do you want to kill?" "I'll help you." "You are too weak." Antares said lightly. Lin Moyu said, "I am weak now, but it doesn't mean I will be weak in the future." "Ha! Do you know who I'm going to kill?" Antares laughed dryly. "If you knew, I'm afraid you wouldn't agree." Lin Moyu said, "You are my friend. Even if you want to kill Dragon God, I will help you." There was silence on the other side of the dragon scale, and Lin Moyu seemed to guess it. "When I am strong enough, I will accompany you to kill the Dragon God." There was another silence, and after a while, Antares' voice came, "Let's talk about the future." "I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me." The dragon scales have dimmed, and Antares has disconnected. Lin Moyu sighed softly. It seems that Antares also has many stories in his heart. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that he was indeed too weak. So weak that even friends can't help. Become stronger. Whether it's for yourself, or for your friends, relatives, lovers, you must become stronger. Looking at Fenghua, who was being massacred by the undead army, Lin Moyu murmured, "Weakness is the original sin." Although Lin Moyu didn't know why Antares came to this world and didn't leave for so long. Lin Moyu knew that Antares didn't come willingly, it had unavoidable difficulties. No matter what the reason is, it has helplessness, so it breeds such big resentment. And the reason is that it is not strong enough. If it is strong enough to overwhelm the world, how can anyone dare to make themselves do what they don't want to do? If you are dissatisfied, just hit back with your fist to teach you the truth. A big fist is the last word. Lin Moyu wants to be strong like this, and I am the reason. What you think in your heart keeps in your hands. The number of undead legions is increasing rapidly. At this time, a large area around him has been cleared, a large number of Fenghua have been killed, and Lin Moyu has also gained a lot of experience. Although it is not as good as obtaining soul energy directly, it does not overthrow the seedlings, and it is more conducive to stabilizing the foundation. In the soul, the 9-colored dragon hovers around, spouting dragon breath from time to nourish the soul, and slowly improve the level of the soul. Dragon Soul Crystal has a great nourishing effect on the soul. Not only does the soul level increase, Lin Moyu also feels that the soul has become more solid. A sense of strength fills the whole body, and the foundation becomes more and more solid. In the future, he will be on a high ground. No matter how high he goes, he doesn't have to worry about the lack of foundation. A huge breath came from the depths of the wind flowers. Not just one, but several breaths intertwined together. It's finally here. Lin Moyu looked at the past, and several huge wind flowers were raining in the wind thousands of meters away. Balls of pollen spilled out, carrying a strange fragrance. The pollen fell on the skeleton and exploded one after another, and a fireworks show was staged in the sky, which was extremely dazzling. It's not very powerful, but it's pretty good looking. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Headless Horseman had already rushed towards Fenghua boss. When the charge skill is activated, the Headless Horseman instantly kills and immediately surrounds Fenghua boss. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 Fenghua bosses in total, and they are huge in size, hundreds of meters high. Bitter wind surrounds them, spinning and whistling constantly. Each petal is more than 10 meters long, and there are many layers of layers. The petals slapped the Headless Horseman like a giant palm, and the huge force sent the Headless Horseman flying. There were so many petals, it was as if countless hands were beating for a moment, sending the Headless Horseman flying out of the hospital. Some Headless Horsemen were swept up by the whirlwind around Fenghua's body and blown into the distance. The whirlwind not only blows away the Headless Horseman, but also contains a large number of knife-like wind blades inside, hitting the Headless Horseman's armor, making a fierce impact sound. The power is very strong, and the power attribute should exceed 1.5 million. This whirlwind should be the characteristic of Fenghua, and all world bosses have some characteristics. Lin Moyu could feel the extent of the Headless Horseman's injury, and he made a judgment in his heart. With the physique attribute of the Headless Horseman, it is impossible to fly them so easily with a strength attribute of more than 1.5 million. With a flick of the finger, the detection technique flew out. Giant Windflower, world-class boss. Level 86. 2100000. Agility 1000000. 1 million. Physique 250000. Skills: Pollen Explosion, Petal Burst, Windflower, and Blood Moon. Characteristics: Whirlwind Armor, Wind Attribute Damage reduced by 90%, Physical Damage reduced by 50%, Vitality Enhancement, and Attack Power Enhancement. The power attribute far exceeds 1.5 million, reaching 2.1 million. The total attribute is 6.6 million, which is in line with its status as a level 86 world boss. The level and attributes are so strong that the Dullahan can't even touch it. 6 giant windflowers came together, and the whirlwind combined with each other, creating a strong wind for a while. When they entered the battlefield, the petals shook continuously, and it was difficult for the undead army to resist their attacks. Pollen spread continuously on the battlefield, and then exploded. The violent explosion also shook the undead army to scattered in all directions. Although they can't kill skeletons, skeletons can't get close to them either. Even the elemental riots of the skeleton archmage were blocked by their whirlwind armor. Only the sole attack of the skeleton sharpshooter can cause a little damage to them, and that's all. On the battlefield, there are not only undead legions and giant windflowers, but also a large number of ordinary windflowers constantly surrounding them, making it impossible for the skeletons to effectively siege the windflower boss. 6 Fenghua bosses that reached level 86 were rampaging on the battlefield, greatly reducing the efficiency of the undead army. Lin Moyu saw it and knew that the undead army was still a little bit close. After all, the level gap is here, and the gap is hard to ignore. If the undead army was also level 86 today, the situation of this battle would definitely be completely different. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while and saw the result. The undead army can't help Fenghua boss. Although Fenghua boss can repel the undead army, it can't kill them. Even if the two sides fight for a few days and nights, it is estimated that it will be a tie. You are the boss, and I have them too. With a slight movement in Lin Moyu's heart, 50,000 skeletons disappeared immediately. The sky was black and cloudy, and the temperature plummeted. Amidst the black clouds, the skeleton throne appeared, and the skeleton king slowly got up from the throne and swung his long sword. Lin Moyu didn't use all the skeletons to summon Skeletron. Only half of it was used, only 50,000. Because of his own level limitation, even if all 100,000 skeletons are used to summon the Skeleton King, the Skeleton King can only be infinitely close to the god-level attributes and cannot break through the tens of millions. This is a threshold set by the law. As long as Lin Moyu, the master, does not step through this threshold for a day, his summons will be restricted. Lin Moyu tried summoning Skeletron with 80,000 skeletons and 100,000 skeletons. The difference between the total attributes of the two is only a few 100,000. For the Skeleton King, who is approaching tens of millions of attributes, hundreds of thousands of attributes are nothing at all. Later, after testing, Lin Moyu found that 50,000 attributes are actually the most cost-effective. The combat power is slightly weaker, but not much worse. Even Lin Moyu can use the remaining skeletons to summon a second Skeletron. But Lin Moyu didn't do that, and the remaining 50,000 skeletons could not be better used to deal with ordinary Fenghua. The Skeleton King appeared and quickly locked on the boss of Mizong Fenghua. Skill, Slay God. The long sword cut through the void, and the terrifying sword light flickered in the air. A skill capable of injuring a god-level powerhouse can be used against level 86 world bosses without any disadvantage. This sword locked on 6 Fenghua bosses at the same time, and the sword light streaked across them. There seemed to be a piercing sound in the air. Boss Fenghua let out a faint scream. A large number of petals were cut off, and the appearance of Fenghua boss suddenly became weird and incomplete. These chopped petals fluttered in the air one after another, and each petal was several meters in size. With a gust of wind blowing, Zai suddenly changed shape. They are like the strongest weapons, piercing the space at an astonishing speed and coming to the Skeleton King. Then the petals burst open. The Skeleton King was blown back, and the bones on his body showed cracks visible to the naked eye. Even the front and rear bone cloaks were damaged. Even with its defensive power, it was also injured, and the injury was not light. It can be seen how powerful the petal explosion is. As expected of a world boss, there are always some powerful skills. Lin Moyu felt awe-inspiring. If it was in the past, he would face the Fenghua boss by himself. Just this skill is enough for his undead army to drink a pot. With a skill that even the Skeleton King can seriously injure, killing the undead army in seconds is not a problem. After the Skeleton King was blown back, he rushed back quickly, his body shining with the light of healing. General Lich continued to cast healing spells, and in less than 2 seconds, the injuries on Skeleton King were healed. Halfway through, the Skeleton King released his skills again. The elements instantly became confused and roared loudly. Boss Fenghua also exploded continuously, and Wusu exploded with a bang. This time their whirlwind armor couldn't stop them, the whirlwind was blown out, and a large number of petals were blown away again. Not to be outdone, Flower Wind Boss rushed towards the Skeleton King in an instant and exploded again. The Skeleton King's body was shining, with absolute defense blessings, and he abruptly carried the petal explosion to the front of Fenghua Boss. The bone sword in his hand flew across quickly, and the sword energy was flying horizontally and petals flew wildly. Fenghua Boss surrounded the Skeleton King and besieged it. The Skeleton King is 1 against 6, wearing absolute defense, without any disadvantage. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he pointed in the air. The phantom of the undead world descends, and the gate of the undead opens. Skill, Undead Stare 0. The door opened, and the eyes of the undead emerged, sweeping across the world in an instant. A large number of windflowers died silently. The 6 bosses trembled at the same time, and a large number of petals fell off. Soul damage made them feel painful, and even their offensive was weakened. Skeleton King took the opportunity to swing his long sword repeatedly and launched a fierce attack. The Headless Horseman came from the outside. At this time, the whirlwind armor on Fenghua Boss's body was blown out, and most of the petals were also blown out. The Headless Horseman could no longer be completely blocked out. The Headless Horseman rushed to Fenghua's body, the knight's sword in his hand slashed out like lightning, and landed on Fenghua's boss. If 1 sword is not enough, then 2 swords. Although the Headless Horseman's attack can only cause a small amount of damage to Fenghua Boss, it can't hold back the large number of them. Thousands of sharp swords fell on the petals almost every second. The white bone horseshoe under his body also stepped on Fenghua, and the silver-white flames burned blazingly, which also caused damage to Fenghua's boss. The Fenghua bosses struggled frantically, but after their protective whirlwind was blown out, they were unable to stop the Headless Horseman coming from all directions. For a moment, the huge body was covered with Headless Horsemen. The scene of many ants killing the 710 elephant appeared again. Lin Moyu seems to have returned to how he got the world bosses half a year ago. The weak beat the strong? No, the more the stronger, the stronger. Even if each sword is scraping, but thousands of swords, tens of thousands of swords, basically tens of millions of swords, can kill the boss. Fenghua boss kept struggling, the petals were cut off continuously, the number became less and less, revealing the thick and long flower stems. Lin Moyu watched them become bald, but unfortunately they did not become stronger. At this time, the undead army also cleaned up the ordinary Fenghua almost, and the undead gaze cooperated with the undead army, and every time they glanced, a big Emperor Fenghua would die silently. Another piercing sword light lit up. The cooldown of the Skeleton King's skills is over, and he swung the sword again. In the light of the sword, 2 Fenghua bosses that had lost their petals were chopped off in half. Lin Moyu heard the screams in the air again. Bosses of the plant type rarely make sounds. Fenghua's voice is like the sound of the soul, coming from the wind, and it sounds extremely sad. The vitality of the plant type boss is extremely strong. Even if it is cut off in the middle, the Fenghua boss is not dead, and still has a huge fighting power. A large number of roots grow out from under the body, dancing wildly, like braids whipping the Skeleton King and the Headless Horseman. The last skill, it's time to activate it. Lin Moyu was a little curious in his eyes, wondering what Fenghua's third skill would do. Fenghua boss has 3 skills, Pollen Explosion, Petal Burst, and Wind Flower Blood Moon. Among them, Pollen Explosion and Petal Bursting have already been seen. The power of Pollen Explosion is average, and the power of Petal Bursting is not small, but the number of petals is limited. Now there is only one last skill left, Fenghua Shui Yue. Literally, Lin Moyu can't analyze what kind of skill it is. Blood Moon. What means? Fenghua boss kept screaming with the voice of the soul. The voice of the soul scattered with the wind and spread throughout the entire group of wind flowers. At this time, only half of the super large-scale Fenghua group had been killed. The remaining number of Fenghua is less than 200,000. The 6 Fenghua bosses have also been beaten half to death at this moment. The sound of their souls pierced the heavens and the earth, and even ordinary wind flowers made similar sounds. The frequency of the sound quickly reached the same level, and the sound of the soul immediately became several times stronger. There was a thunder in the sky, and then the clouds cleared and the fog cleared, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. There was no moon in Fonlei Continent originally, let alone Fonlei Continent. Even the ancient battlefield at least could have a moon. But now, a big, round moon is shining brightly in the sky. Then Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and he heard the sound of souls coming from afar. The bright moon in the sky seemed to be an amplifier, expanding Fenghua's soul and spreading it to the entire Fonlei Continent. At the same time, it is also a receiver, bringing together the power of the various wind flowers in the Fonlei Continent. A large number of wind flowers flew towards the bright moon. The same is true for the 6 Fenghua bosses. Layers of moonlight fell, like an invisible giant hand pushing away all the Headless Horsemen on Fenghua boss, and even the Skeleton King was pushed nearly 1,000 kai away. Lin Moyu watched the big and small wind flowers flying towards the bright moon in the sky, and did not stop them. The eyes are full of curiosity, lamenting that the world is full of wonders. A strange skill, it looks very beautiful, but I don't know how powerful it is. This skill is the most gorgeous and beautiful skill among all the skills it has seen. Beauty often means danger, and he has already become vigilant. The moonlight became more and more intense, and in just a few seconds, all the wind and flowers had been fully integrated into the moonlight. Even those Fenghua who were killed just now, and the corpses that fell on the ground, disappeared under the moonlight at this time. Not only that, but there are more wind and flowers in the distance. Although they didn't come over, their power resonated with Mingyue through the soul. This continued for about 30 seconds, and the bright moon began to change. It was stained with a layer of blood. Romance. Lin Moyu suddenly understood the meaning of this skill. Although Fonlei Continent is the domain of demons and dragons, there are still many human professionals working here. They all saw the blood moon. The blood moon illuminates the entire Fonlay continent, causing wind and flowers to resonate. At this moment, countless wind flowers on the Fonlay continent are facing the blood moon, blooming one after another, as if they are on a pilgrimage. Fenghua Xue Yue, this is the ultimate skill of Fenghua in the legend. At least it requires the joint efforts of the world boss and the supergroup of wind and flowers to display skills, but who has the ability to challenge the supergroup of wind and flowers? It's not just a challenge, at least you have to beat them to death. This is the ultimate skill. I don't know where the team came from, it's too strong. Could it be a god-level existence that came back from deep space? Not only human professionals are talking about it, demons and dragons have also seen the blood moon. Everyone showed shock. In the Fonlay continent, the most terrifying thing is the Duochuan and Fenghuacan. The group of thunder trees won't move, it's just there for a glance. As long as you don't provoke them, everything will be fine. But the wind and flowers go with the wind, and God knows when they will collide. Relatively speaking, Fenghuacan is even more terrifying. Especially its ultimate skill, Wind Flower and Blood Moon. The number of times it has appeared in history is also very few. No one ever knew its true power, for those who saw it died. Lin Moyu found that the space was locked, and all teleportation items were invalid. The imprint left by the ancient city of Xinxia is dim, and all teleportation items are invalid, even the teleportation stone to the abyss is useless. The light of the blood moon carried the power of law, suppressing the power of teleportation. Only the dragon scales of Antares are still as usual. Antares' power is too strong, and ordinary laws can't suppress its power. Lin Moyu had a word in his mind at this moment: never die. Switching to any professional, there will be no retreat at this moment. Either life or death, there can only be one result between himself and Fenghua. Otherwise, with as long as 2 minutes of preparation time, anyone could escape. The space was cut to form an independent space. Unless Fenghua was killed, it would be difficult to leave. In the blood moon, a huge wind flower appeared. The wind flower is hundreds of meters high, with dense flowers and leaves all over the body, and there are countless petals layered on top of each other. The petals trembled for a while, shaking off countless pollen. The strong wind blows the pollen away, and the pollen covers the entire space almost in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the pollen exploded, covering every corner of the space, giving no room to dodge at all. The entire undead army was submerged by the explosion. The power has increased a lot. Lin Moyu's complexion changed slightly, the undead army was collectively injured, and Fenghua boss became stronger. The explosion officially opened the prelude to the decisive battle, and the undead army began to counterattack during the explosion. The Skeleton King raised his hand to kill God with a sword. The sword light cut through the space, and exploded on Fenghua boss, dropping 1.1 petals. But in the next second, the fallen petals turned back and grew back again, as if they hadn't been injured. The Headless Horseman activated the charge skill, and the blood moon suddenly shook, emitting thick moonlight. In the moonlight, the space became like a paste, and the Headless Horseman's charging skills were greatly hindered, and he couldn't even use 1/10 of his usual speed. At this time, Fenghua sprinkled a large amount of pollen again and exploded in the air, forcefully blasting the Headless Horseman back. Fenghua boss has become much stronger, exceeding Lin Moyu's expectations. A detection technique flew out and landed on Fenghua boss. Wind Flower Blood Moon. Level 90. 2500000. 2000000. 2000000. Physique 35000000. Skills: Unlimited Pollen Bombing, Petal Devouring. Characteristics: Gust Armor, Immunity to Wind Elements, Rapid Recovery, Greatly Enhanced Vitality, and Greatly Enhanced Attack Power. It turns out that Fenghua Xue Yue is not a skill. Windflower Blood Moon is neither a skill nor a skill. If you want to subdivide it, Blood Moon is a skill, but Windflower is not. The Blood Moon stood in the sky, gathering almost all the power of Fenghua on the Fonlay continent. The wind and flowers merged into one, and eventually a level 90 wind and flower boss appeared. A god-level world boss with attributes that have just reached tens of millions. The god-level aura spread across the Fonlei continent, making people shiver. Perhaps because Fenghua was originally a native creature on Fonlei continent, or because of other reasons, it was not expelled by the rules of the ancient battlefield. In the lower space, you can unscrupulously display the power of the god-level. No wonder, even if there are god-level powerhouses coming from the deep space, they can't fight for a long time. So Fenghua boss can be said to be invincible in Fonlei continent, only Lei Shu group can compare with it. Such a pity. Lin Moyu sighed softly. This pity contained multiple meanings. One of them is that it is a pity that Fenghua met her. Lin Moyu has killed many gods, so naturally he didn't pay attention to the Fenghua boss in front of him. Even if it becomes a god level, so what? It should be killed. God level bosses should drop legendary level materials, but I don't know if there will be other good things. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He didn't need the legendary material, but Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan both needed it. The human race is short of legendary equipment, and many god-level powerhouses still use quasi-legendary equipment. Lin 02 silently stared at the blood moon, with a little puzzlement in his eyes. The blood moon seems to contain the power of law. It's really strange. How can a boss who is only level 90 have the power of law? The Skeleton King turned on absolute defense, ignored all kinds of damage, and led the undead army to kill him. After several fruitless charges, the Headless Horseman resolutely activated the group defense, protected the entire undead army, and charged forward as well. The pollen kept exploding, but blocked the attack of the undead army, and was killed in front of him in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the petals fell off one by one, and quickly formed a large net of petals in the air, covering the Skeleton King and the undead army. Fenghua Boss launched its second skill, Petal Devour. Blood Moon gathers the power of all Fenghua in Fonlei continent. The Fenghua Boss has reached the god level. The power of the pollen explosion has been greatly increased, and the light of the blood moon has made the air sticky like paste. If the defense skills are not activated, the undead army cannot approach. Now its second skill is activated, the petals are flying down. Obviously this skill is stronger. The blood moon sprinkled layers of light, and the air viscosity increased significantly again. Even Lin Moyu was having a hard time breathing. Under the moonlight, the petals changed into 10 into hundreds, and in an instant, they were densely packed and occupied a large amount of space, completely surrounding the undead army. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. This skill seems to be very strong. He clearly felt that a trace of the power of law spilled from the blood moon into the petals. Huge and terrifying devouring power grows from the petals. Lin Moyu can clearly feel that the power of the undead army, all life is swallowed. The undead army collapsed at an astonishing speed. In less than 2 seconds, the undead army collapsed. In the face of the law, the group defense of the Headless Horseman and the absolute defense of the Skeleton King are all invalid. Because of Lin Moyu's talent, all damage is shared by all members of the undead army. Even the skeletons outside the encirclement are not spared. The power of the law is really strong. However, Fenghua, who is only level 90, can possibly drive the power of law. Lin Moyu is a little puzzled. The power of law can only be touched at the peak of level 95 at least. Fenghua Boss is obviously only level 90, so it is impossible to touch the law. So there is only one possibility, that is, there is something wrong with the blood moon behind it. Lin Yu cast his eyes on Xue Yue, but couldn't see anything. With the power of law, after destroying the undead army, the petals flew towards Lin Moyu with the strong wind. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army appeared again in unison. After the undead army died for the first time, they were collectively reborn in the summoning space. If you want to kill the undead army, you need to kill 5 times in a row within 1 minute. Otherwise, the undead army is immortal. The wind was billowing, and the skeleton throne appeared in midair. The Skeleton King appeared again. This time Lin Moyu used 100,000 skeletons to push the Skeleton King's attributes to the limit. The current situation is different from before, and the use of the undead army is of little significance. It's better to concentrate all the strength. In addition to the Skeleton King, the Headless Horsemen also appeared one after another. However, they didn't go forward, but dispersed, and together with General Lich, they existed as wound-bearing units. The Elemental Lich, which has never been used, also appeared this time, bringing blessings to Skeleton King. The main thing is the aura of immortality, which can make the undead army die one more time. The light on the back of the left hand is shining, and the Strong Soldier skill is activated. The Skeleton King broke through to the god level in an instant. With the blessing of the Strength Soldier skill, Skeleton King has a combat power of around level 92, and the explosive power when using the skill has reached level 93, stepping into the level of a medium god. The Scarlet Cloak was hunting behind him, the soul fire in the skull of the Skeleton King was blazing, and the giant white bone sword slashed out fiercely. Skill, Slay God. This blow can be said to be Lin Moyu's strongest blow without relying on external objects. The 1,000-meter-long sword light rubbed against the space, making an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Countless roots suddenly grew from the bottom of Fenghua Boss. Each root was covered by strong wind, forming armor to block the sword. Wherever Jingguang passed, the petals burst one after another. The roots were cut off neatly, and the sword light passed through Fenghua Boss's body and chopped on the blood moon. With a bang, the blood moon trembled violently, making a deafening crash. Fenghua Boss kept screaming, and the voice of the soul resounded through the world again. Amidst the screams, its body was broken in two, and its upper body was falling. But in the next second, the upper body began to turn backwards again, as if time was going backwards. Extremely fast recovery feature. Just like the petals that were cut off just now, they will automatically return to their original place and recover again. Lin Moyu stared at the blood moon, and when this feature was activated, the light of the blood moon became more intense. This characteristic is related to and the law of devouring is also related to the blood moon. This blood moon is unusual. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Skeleton King activated his skills again. Skill, Elemental Riot. At the same time, the Gate of the Dead looked towards Fenghua. The elements exploded in chaos, and mushroom clouds soared into the air. Under the blessing of Strong Soldier skill, Undead Gaze's damage will increase by an additional 500%. During the explosion, the Skeleton King charged up like lightning, slashing with his sword. Physical, elemental, and soul triple blows ensued. Not only that, a piece of Vulcan solidified blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Skill, Corpse Burst. The flames rose, as if Vulcan was reborn and delivered a fatal blow. The blood 330-month buzzed, and sprinkled the power of the law again. This is the law with devouring power, not only devouring life, but also devouring attack damage. A large number of attacks were swallowed, blocking the fatal blow for Fenghua. Lin Moyu didn't stop there, and once again took out the blood of the poisonous god. Cast Corpse Explosion again. Only the law can deal with the law, and the blood of the poisonous god also has a trace of the power of the law. Before the mushroom cloud dissipated, green poisonous gas suddenly appeared on Fenghua's body. The body quickly decayed in the poisonous gas. The range of the poisonous gas is not large, it only covers a part of Fenghua. But the poisonous gas seeped into Fenghua's body and spread rapidly. Fenghua continued to struggle in the poisonous gas, and the voice of the soul continued to resound. Lin Moyu could hear its anxiety, terror, and fear. The blood moon sprinkled the power of the law again, trying to devour the heavy weight. But this time the law failed, and the poison also had a trace of the power of the law. The two confronted each other, and the devouring effect was greatly reduced. After a few seconds, Fenghua's voice completely disappeared. There is only flesh and blood left in the air, and there are no more wind and flowers. Kill Fenghua, experience plus ***. Obtain the Heart of Windflower. Obtain the Essence of Windflower. Obtain Windflower Seeds. Heart of Windflower, legendary material, which can be used to make legendary weapons. Windflower essence, legendary material, which can be used to upgrade quasi-legendary jewelry and upgrade it to legendary boss jewelry. Windflower seed, it can be planted and cultivated by a god-level planter, and the windflower planted will have magical effects. Lin Moyu didn't even check the information, he rushed to the Blood Moon immediately. Compared with Feng Hua, he is more interested in Blood Moon. Feng Hua is dead, but the Blood Moon is still there. Lin Moyu rides above the Blood Moon. Seen from the ground, the Blood Moon is extremely huge, just like a real bright moon. No matter where you are in Fonlei continent, you can clearly see the Blood Moon. But when Lin Moyu got closer, he realized that the Blood Moon was actually just a disk the size of a palm. A large amount of soul power was absorbed in the disk, and it bloomed with a bloody appearance. When it has no power to infuse, it is a transparent jade plate. Now Feng Hua boss is dead, and the Blood Moon is gradually dissipating. The light on the disk is rapidly receding, returning to its original appearance. Lin Moyu held it in his hand and felt the power of the law in it. The detection technique flew out and landed on it. Blood God Plate, mythical weapon, the weapon of the blood-devouring god. Lin Moyu was surprised, he didn't expect it to be a mythical weapon, and it was also the weapon of the blood-devouring god. The blood-devouring god is not well known, not as famous as several elemental gods. But that doesn't mean it's weak. Its existence is somewhat unfamiliar to ordinary people, but it is not a secret to the royal family. Lin Moyu once saw information about the blood-devouring god in the secret vault. This is a high-level deity, an existence of the same level as the god of life. It is said that it is born from a piece of blood, and finally becomes a god. The data also said that the blood-devouring god has the ability to devour everything and is immortal. Indeed, its weapons also exhibit the power of devouring. Whether it is an attack or life, it can be devoured. But can it really be immortal? He even lost his weapon. Needless to say, the blood-devouring god must have died. As for why it was hung, Lin Moyu is not clear. It may be traced back to the last era, or even longer. Anyway, so many gods have already died, so it's not bad for one of them. As for the reason, Lin Moyu once wanted to know very much, but now he has given up. What's the use if you know it? As Anteri said, when one's strength is reached, one will know what one should know. Lin Moyu is more concerned about how to use this mythical weapon. I definitely can't use it anymore, but I can give it to Meng Anwen and the others. Mr. Bai and Mr. Yan's fighting methods are too fierce, and it seems that they are not suitable for this weapon. Teacher Meng is more suitable, and I will give it when I get back. The three teachers have a deep affection for Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu will naturally think of them when he has good things. After Lin Moyu put away the blood god disc, the blood moon in the sky disappeared completely. Feng Hua, who will be born again in the future, will no longer have this skill. Lin Moyu has already determined at this time that the group of windflowers he eliminated is the largest group in the mainland. The reason why this group of windflowers are so powerful is because of the blood god disc. Feng Hua is so powerful because of the blood god disc. What about the Thunder Tree group? Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he turned his gaze to the center of Fonlei continent. There is the largest group of thunder trees in Fonlei continent. The mountains that spread for thousands of miles are full of thunder trees, innumerable. The meddlers once counted that there are at least 1 million thunder trees living in it. The thunder tree group is larger than the windflower group. Million. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something, and quickly checked his own experience. 98%. The experience has reached 98% of level 72, and there is only 2% left to upgrade to level 73. After killing the windflower group, it almost rose from level 72 to level 73. If someone said now, the speed of fighting monsters and leveling in the wild is definitely not as good as brushing dungeons, Lin Moyu will definitely slap him to wake him up. If you want to level up quickly, you can come and brush the windflower group. Level 1 is not a dream for a long time, of course, the premise is that you can beat it. Before killing Feng Huaqian, Lin Moyu only dispatched the undead army, and he hadn't done it himself. Otherwise, the efficiency can be greatly improved. As long as there are enough monsters, my upgrade speed will increase infinitely. Lin Moyu knew he had found a shortcut to level up quickly. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I first checked the income this time. Killing ordinary windflowers, large and small materials are difficult to count. Fortunately, the storage space increases with the character level. If it is changed to level 40, it will be full already. Fenghua Boss dropped 2 legendary materials, Fenghua Heart and Fenghua Essence, which can be used to make or upgrade legendary equipment. For him, these 2 things did not have much effect. The windflower seeds need a god-level breeder to come in and cultivate them. As far as he knows, there is no god-level breeder in the human race. Useful or not, Lin Moyu puts things away. Maybe it will come in handy sometime in the future. After checking the properties, Lin Moyu flew towards the center of Fonlei continent. The full moon disappeared, and the whole Fonlei seemed to be immersed in sadness at this time. Countless windflowers on the mainland are screaming, their master has been killed. The breath of sadness is transmitted through the voice of the soul. Many people can't hear the voice of the soul, but they can feel the sadness in it. Lin Moyu heard this voice and knew that it was Fenghua who was crying. Weakness is the original sin. When the human race was slaughtered wantonly by demons, it was useless to cry any longer. So we must become stronger and keep getting stronger. Lin Moyu clenched his fists and said to himself again, "This is how everything in the world works, the weak prey on the strong." As strong as Antares, he was also thrown here, and it can even be said that he lost his freedom. Antares has hatred in his heart, hatred, and murderous intent. It can be seen that when it sees the dragon god, what can it do? It just wants to call out to the dragon god to hide its hatred. Lin Moyu didn't want this. It is enough for others to experience this kind of pain, so don't experience it yourself. After Lin Moyu left, many people came to the place where he was originally. There are demons, dragons, and humans. The 3 forces gathered together and kept vigilance against each other. There were quite a few people who came, and the 3 pillars stood to check and balance each other, surprisingly maintaining a considerable peace, and no one made a move. Everyone can feel the breath left by the previous war. This is a god-level battle. 1. I saw Fenghua Shueyue just now. It turned out to be god-level. It's too scary. It seems that a god-level powerhouse came here on purpose to kill Fenghuaken. What is the origin of this god-level powerhouse? Is it from our human race? A group of people speculated that Lin Moyu left after the fight and did not stay. No matter how hard they think about it, they can't figure it out. The 3 parties confronted each other for a long time and finally retreated. Racial enemies who would fight to death when meeting each other now have maintained due restraint due to the emergence of a third-party race. No one wants the snipe and the clam to fight each other, and the fishermen will benefit in the end. Lin Moyu didn't know what happened, and it rushed towards the Thunder Mountain of Fonlei continent at the fastest speed. After flying for about half an hour, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. A group of dragon warriors blocked his way. There are more than 100 dragon warriors, the highest level is 85, and the lowest level is no less than 75. There is also a warship accompanying them. Lin Moyu is not surprised that the dragon clan will find him. I carry a strong dragon aura on my body, and I just slaughtered the 13 dragon kings of the dragon clan not long ago, and this aura is even more astonishing. Even if they are separated by hundreds of miles, they can be sensed by the dragon clan. When they saw Lin Moyu, the dragon generals had both ferocity and hesitation on their faces. Lin Moyu's aura is too strong. In their eyes, Lin Moyu's aura is like billowing thick smoke rushing into the sky. They have never seen this before, and they can't imagine how many dragon people have been killed under Lin Moyu's hands. Zhao Xing's Zhao. They felt that they were too rash to come here, and maybe they would become the dead dragon under Lin Moyu's subordinates. Lin Moyu quickly gave them the answer. Lin Moyu didn't stop at all. The headless horseman rushed out. The charge skill was launched, and the headless horseman rushed over like lightning, crushing the dragon team in an instant. The warship was smashed to pieces by the headless horseman, leaving it empty. The dragon warrior was beheaded on the spot by the headless horseman in panic, and only the level 85 dragon warrior counterattacked twice symbolically. As for the other dragon warriors, they couldn't even do the most basic counterattack. Lin Moyu flew over without stopping. I forgot, this is the territory of the Dragon Clan. I don't know what happened to the secret realm of the Dragon Clan. I don't know if the poisonous gas has dissipated. When the group of wind and thunder trees is destroyed, go back and have a look. Lin Moyu still remembers the derived blood pool in the secret realm last time. Although it can only copy dragon warriors of level 70, no matter how many there is no threat to themselves. But for other professionals, it is very dangerous. If a war is launched, it may cause a lot of casualties. Lin Moyu intends to go back and take a look, if possible, then destroy the derived blood pool. Along the way, they encountered several groups of dragons. They searched for their breath, and when they saw Lin Moyu, they were frightened again. Lin Moyu didn't give them a chance to escape, and they all became the souls of the Headless Horseman's sword. Lin Moyu had an idea in his heart. Maybe he could sweep the Fonlay continent, slaughter all the dragons and abyssal demons in the Fonlay continent, and drive them out. But this idea was extinguished as soon as it came out. Although in this way, the safety of the human race in the lower space will be greatly improved. But for the human race, it is not a good thing. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Human race needs to become stronger in battle so as not to lose their fighting spirit. The thunder became louder and louder, the sky was even more thunderous and lightning, and the sky was thunderbolt. The thunder snake was swimming in the air, chopping down from time to time. The thunder and lightning fell on the thunder tree and was absorbed by the thunder tree. Lei Shu keeps growing stronger by absorbing lightning. Lin Moyu has come to the area where Lei Shu is located, and he can see the endless Lei Shu mountains as far as he can see. Thunder Mountain, the mountain with the largest number of thunder trees and the largest scale on the Fonlay continent. Millions of thunder trees live here. No one knows how many bosses there are and how strong the bosses are. Moreover, there are many other monsters in the Thunder Tree group. They coexist with Thunder Tree and do not interfere with each other. There are few people here, and no one wants to come here. It is true that Thunder Tree will not take the initiative to attack, but these monsters will. It will be very troublesome if you are entangled by monsters. If he accidentally uses a range attack and provokes Lei Shu, it will be a fatal matter. Lei Shu attacked in groups, not many professionals could withstand it. However, Fenghua is relatively safe. As long as you are lucky enough and don't go too deep, you can escape from Xingtian. If you have already gone deep into the Thunder Mountain range, 113 No can only ask for blessings. Lin Moyu flew into the Thunder Mountain range for about 100 miles and stopped moving, but stayed at high altitude, looking at the group of thunder trees below. There are tall and short thunder trees, the shorter the tree, the thinner the trunk, and the taller the thicker the trunk. Thickness and height are different, which also means that the level of Lei Shu is different. Generally speaking, the taller and thicker the person, the higher the grade. This is the record in the data, and it is also information that everyone knows. Lin Moyu observed carefully and found something different. Thousands of thunder trees are used as a unit, and every 10,000 thunder trees will form a small area. The division of this area is not obvious, but you can still see it if you look closely. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He saw that the group of thunder trees had also been divided into their own areas. Each area was separated by tens of meters. And some monsters can be seen living in these intervals. If the entire Thunder Mountain range is regarded as a country, then this area is the city in the country. Every city is distinct. There are exactly 10,000 thunder trees in an area, and one of the 10,000 thunder trees grows extremely thick, which is the leader and a world-class boss. From the aura it exudes, Lin Moyu probably judged that it should be around level 80. His gaze continued to look deep, and Lin Moyu also flew towards the depths of the Thunder Mountain range. This place has completely disappeared, and it has become a world of lightning and thunder trees. Even Fenghua cannot survive here. Lin Moyu observed along the way, and saw a lot of different information. Lei Shu lives in groups of 10,000. After exceeding 100,000, a thicker thunder tree will appear among them, becoming the leader of the 100,000 thunder trees. The area composed of 100,000 thunder trees is like a province in a country. If you look at it, there should be a real king in the thunder tree, who controls all the thunder trees. And this king should be in the center of the Thunder Mountain Range. Lin Moyu looked towards the center of the Thunder Mountain Range, and the power of the soul spread accordingly. It just so happened that a thunderbolt appeared in the distant sky. The entire Thunder Mountain was lit up, and Lin Moyu saw dense electric snakes extending from a distance like spider webs. The space is distorted, as if it is about to be torn apart. Lin Moyu saw it in his eyes. It's amazing, Lei Guang, it's very close to the god level. After the thunder light spread hundreds of miles in the air, a bolt of lightning connected the sky and earth, and crashed down. In the lightning, Lin Moyu saw a huge lightning tree. The thunder tree is located at the top of the mountain range, connecting the sky and the earth, allowing it to be bombarded by lightning without fear. This is the king of Thunder Tree. Lin Moyu confirmed the existence of the opponent at a glance. Although he didn't have detection skills, he had roughly guessed the opponent's level. At least at level 88, maybe even level 89, but not at the god level. It doesn't have a god level aura. And the closer the place is to the king of Thunder Tree, the stronger the Thunder Tree will be. With the help of Lei Guang, Lin Moyu also saw a batch of boss-level thunder trees. Not a few trees, but a batch. These thunder tree bosses are like guards, guarding the king of Thunder Tree. The thunder light continued to fall on it, and then spread towards the ground. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The thunder light disappeared after entering the ground. Is there anything weird underground? Lin Moyu felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Ever since he saw the structure of the Thunder Tree group, Lin Moyu had an inexplicable feeling that the Thunder Tree was not like a plant, but more like an animal. Ordinary plants do not form such a pattern, it is too orderly. Judging from the information obtained so far, Lei Shu has a certain intelligence instinct, and even has some simple ruling rules. Regional division by country, province, and city, this is not like what plants can do. Just as he was thinking, a sharp cry came from his ear. A thunder eagle flew out of the group of thunder trees with sparks and lightning, and charged straight at it. A fire flashed in Lin Moyu's hand. Skill, Soul Flame. Lei Ying screamed and fell down in the air. This Thunderhawk's level is not high, only around level 75, and it's not a boss, so it was almost instantly killed by the Soul Flame. It fell back to the ground, and then the screams continued to ring out. The group of thunder trees seemed to be rioting, and a large number of thunder eagles lifted off and rushed towards Lin Moyu. It really hit one and caused a group of people. Lin Moyu originally came to Thunder Mountain to fight Thunder Tree, so he would naturally fight with the monsters in the mountains. The undead army appeared in the air, and before the Headless Horseman could launch his charge skills, the Skeleton Master and Skeleton Marksman had already taken the lead. Elements explode, souls shoot. Elemental attack and soul attack are launched at the same time. The Thunder Eagle that flew up immediately fell down like raindrops. They fell into the group of thunder trees. Their bodies still carried the aura of elemental riots, and the flames after the explosion were not completely extinguished. These flames also spread to the thunder tree group. The branches and leaves of the thunder tree shook, emitting thunder light. Click! The thunder light exploded in the air, making a loud noise. Like a signal, the group of thunder trees moved their whole body with one hair, and the whole mountain range of thunder suddenly moved. Lin Moyu stood high in the sky and saw an amazing scene. He finally understood why this mountain range was called Thunder Mountain. The mountains are thousands of kilometers deep and hundreds of kilometers wide, instantly turning into a sea of thunder and lightning. All the thunder trees moved in unison, emitting thunder light all over the sky. Lin Moyu and the undead army were instantly overwhelmed by the thunder. The characteristic of immunity to electric elements allows Lin Moyu to ignore lightning attacks. But the undead army can't, they are constantly injured in the thunder. The undead army is boosted by Lin Moyu's passive skill, Elemental Resistance, and all elemental damage received will be reduced by as much as 8 times. Even though the damage of each Thunder Light is not great, but there are too many, the principle of ants killing elephants is also applicable to the undead army. In the Thunder Mountain range, there are over 1 million thunder trees, and at least 1/3 of the thunder trees are attacking him now. The density of thunder light is extremely astonishing. It has become a sea of thunder. Lin Moyu couldn't see anything except thunder. After Fenghua, Lin Moyu once again enjoyed the pleasure of being crushed by numbers. The undead army passed through the sea of thunder and headed downward. The skeleton throne appears. This time Lin Moyu changed his strategy and summoned 3 skeleton kings in a group of 30,000 skeletons. The Skeleton King skills have a cooling time. Summoning 3 can activate 3 rounds of skills in a row, and the attack surface is larger. To deal with ordinary Xiaoshu, the Skeleton King composed of 30,000 skeletons is enough. The 3 Skeleton Kings spread out, and they traveled through the Sea of Thunder. With their strong attributes, they were enough to survive the thunder and lightning for a period of time. The 2 skills of Zhanshan and Elemental Riot can carry out range attacks. They are locked at the maximum range, and each Skeleton King's skills can cover a distance of 3 kilometers. When the skill is activated, all enemies within a radius of 3,000 meters will be attacked indiscriminately. The white bone sword cuts out, cutting off the thunder. A stream of sword energy pierced the ground and swept across the thunder trees. Countless thunder trees within the strike range were directly chopped off in the middle. Plant monsters have strong vitality, but they are not enough to kill them. Elemental riots followed, and in the bang, a large number of thunder trees were blown up by their roots. White light suddenly rose from Lin Moyu's body. Gain a lot of experience with 1 hit, reaching level 73. Level 73, just less than half a day, from level 72 to level 73. This level of upgrade speed, Lin Moyu thinks, even his own sister Lin Mohan can't have it. Although I don't have the kind of talent that my sister upgraded, but as long as I kill fast, I can be comparable to talent. His eyes swept across the group of thunder trees, and he slowly spit out the 8 characters, the land of his death, my heaven. Lei Shuchuan is a deadly place for others, but for Lin Moyu, it is a real holy place for leveling. In terms of high efficiency, there is no dungeon that can compare with it. The only downside is that it can only be played once. The gap is too long. In terms of persistence, it is not as good as a copy. However, the Thunder Mountain range is not the only one on the Fonlei continent. There are also some smaller thunder tree groups, and there are 100,000 windflower groups in the air, all of which can be your own leveling targets. Lin Moyu predicts that if he can clean up all the windflower thunder trees, he can at least reach level 76, 7-7. You can also harvest a lot of materials. These materials are useless by themselves, but they are still useful to the human race. 3 Skeleton Kings with 2 skills directly cleared out 3 areas. In these 3 areas, all ordinary thunder trees are dead, and only a few boss-level thunder trees are still alive. The Skeleton King swung his bone sword and rushed forward, beheading him quickly. Then the Skeleton King braved the lightning again and rushed to the other thunder tree groups, waiting for the skills to cool down. The Headless Horseman has also been killed, and started a fierce battle with the thunder tree group. Large tracts of thunder trees were chopped off by their swords and killed by their roots. Lin Moyu looked at the sky and saw it clearly. Although there are only 3 Skeleton Kings, the Skeleton King's attack power is powerful, and each sword can bring out a sword energy of 100 meters. With a sweep of the sword, hundreds of thunder trees were cut off, and once again, they were killed by the roots. In contrast, although there are many Headless Horsemen, their efficiency is far inferior to that of the Skeleton King. Moreover, the Skeleton King can cast a skill every minute, causing huge damage, and the efficiency is even higher than that of the Headless Knights. The Leishu group is too large, and there are a lot of bosses in it. In addition, the Thunder Sea continues to accumulate damage, and even Lich General can't keep up with his healing skills. Relying on the undead army alone to clean up the Thunder Tree group is not enough. Lin Moyu took this situation into consideration from the very beginning, so he himself was not idle. Point your finger towards the sky, and the sky dims instantly, and the phantom of the undead world appears in midair. The gate of the undead opened, and the eyes of the undead emerged. In the raging flames, the eyes of the undead swept across and stared at the group of thunder trees. In an instant, a large group of thunder trees died at the same time. Even though the appearance still looks the same, without any scars, the inner soul has been obliterated, and it can't die anymore. Then the finger went down a little, and the curse of aging was activated. When facing a world-class boss or a god-level powerhouse, the effect of the curse of aging is not obvious. But when dealing with mobs, the curse of aging is still a sharp weapon. The group of thunder trees with a radius of 10,000 meters was covered by the curse, and a touch of red was added to the white fire of the thunder. Under the phantom shadow of the pitch-black undead world, this smear of red looks extremely coquettish. Lin Moyu locked onto the corpse of a thunder tree whose soul had been obliterated. Then the soul power radiated out, locking on a larger area, tens of thousands of thunder trees. When the lock number reached tens of thousands, Lin Moyu felt a sense of weakness from the soul, a feeling of powerlessness. It turns out that tens of thousands is the limit. Lin Moyu realized that with his current soul power, he could only lock in 10,000, and no amount of soul power would be enough. But 10,000 is enough. Gently press the palm, skill, corpse burst. There was little movement. The thunder tree corpse chosen by Lin Moyu exploded. Immediately afterwards, all the electric trees locked by the soul force exploded. There was no flame in the explosion, but it was extremely dazzling. Tens of thousands of thunder trees were blown into pieces, and a powerful shock wave swept out, blowing other thunder trees tottering. A few seconds after the explosion, the sound of the explosion came. Explosions continued one after another, sounding like firecrackers. None of the lace shoes locked by Lin Moyu survived and died collectively. In the thunder tree group with a unit of 10,000, except for the leader boss, the other thunder trees were instantly wiped out. But the explosion was not a wave. The thunder trees who were killed by the explosion became Lin Moyu's best weapon. Crisp explosions sounded continuously, one after another. After more than a dozen explosions, the leader of the 10,000 trees finally failed to hold on. Another advantage of the thunder tree group is that they don't move, they are simply the best targets. Lin Moyu's actions caught the attention of a large group of thunder trees. A large amount of lightning fell on it instantly. But Lin Moyu is completely immune to the electric element, allowing the thunder and lightning bombardment to be peaceful. Lin Moyu even wished that all thunder trees would attack him, so that the undead army would not have any pressure. The cooldown of Skeletron's skills ends. The two skills were used in turn, clearing away a large area of thunder trees again. The undead army, the undead stare, and the corpse burst. Under the triple attack, in just a few minutes, more than 100,000 thunder trees have been wiped out. The Leishu group probably had never experienced such a huge casualty. At this time, the Leishu in the entire Thunder Mountain range was alarmed. Even the thunder tree behind the hillside started to move. They couldn't move, and shot thunder light into the air one by one. Thunder light gathered above the sky and finally formed a thunder cluster. Afterwards, the bosses in each thunder tree group exerted their strength at the same time, joined them, and the thunder group turned into a thunderstorm. When the thunderstorm fell, all thunders moved together, covering Lin Moyu and the undead army. I don't know how much thunder tree's power was gathered in this attack. The strength of the thunder light directly hit the undead army severely. Skeleton King casts absolute defense, immune to 99% damage. The Headless Horseman teamed up to launch a group defense, raising the defense force to the limit and resisting thunderstorms. Even the gate that the undead stared at was shattered by the thunderstorm. Only Lin Moyu survived the thunderstorm. Lin Moyu's men kept going, the corpse exploded, and the matinee continued one after another. Zero asked for flowers. After he moved the star core of the corpse burst skill into the soul, he no longer needs to be close to the enemy to cast the skill. As long as the enemy is locked by its soul, the explosive attack will pass through the space barrier and arrive directly. The scope becomes larger, the number increases, and the power is relatively reduced. Skills become more flexible and more controllable. After using Lin Moyu several times, it is already handy. It ignores thunder and lightning attacks and freely shuttles in thunderstorms. Wherever he went, explosions continued, and thunder trees died in pieces. Lin Moyu destroyed the thunder tree alone, more than the sum of the Undead Legion and the Undead Gaze. The hatred kept accumulating, and Lin Moyu seemed to be Lei Shuchuan's most hated person. But Lei Shuchuan had nothing to do with him. No matter how strong the lightning hit him, it would have no effect at all. Lin Moyu's immunity to lightning is fully demonstrated. At this time, Lin Moyu has turned into a thunder tree killer, pushing and killing all the way. No tree can stop him. Lei Shu also seemed to realize that the thunderstorm was ineffective against Lin Moyu, so he stopped attacking Lin Moyu and instead aimed at the undead army. At the same time, dozens of thunder tree bosses rose from the ground, and they actually left from the ground. The earth shook, pulling out countless thick roots. The roots whipped towards Lin Moyu like a whip. Lin Moyu had expected a long time ago that the dignified group of thunder trees could only attack with lightning. Roots like a whip is also a common method used by plant monsters. Even Fenghua, who has no roots and no plants, can do this trick, let alone the thunder tree that is rooted in the ground. Lin Moyu backed away quickly. He didn't want to be drawn by the thunder tree bosses. The roots are not as simple as whipping. What is even more terrifying is the entanglement. Once you are entangled, it is not easy to get out. While retreating, the soul is still locked on them. Corpse Burst continues to activate. Thunder Tree Boss exploded continuously, causing them to fly with broken branches. But they were still rushing towards Lin Moyu at a very fast speed. There are too many Thunder Tree Bosses, more than 20 in a blink of an eye, surrounding Lin Moyu from all directions. They are tall, with a body height of tens of meters, plus roots, covering a range of more than a kilometer, leaving no room for Lin Moyu to dodge. The flame in Lin Moyu's hand flashed, and a drop of solidified Vulcan's blood exploded. All the Lei Shu bosses surrounding him let out screams, and their bodies suddenly burst into flames. They are all more than 80 level boss. How can they withstand the blow of Vulcan? Almost instantly killed. A series of prompts sounded, and Lin Moyu's experience took off like a rocket. Just completed the upgrade, and now the experience has reached 25%. Lin Moyu realized that Lei Shuchuan's experience was far more than he expected. They have too many bosses. If they are all cleaned up, not only can they reach level 74, but it is very likely to reach level 75, or even higher. The thunderstorm fell again, and the undead army finally collapsed in the thunderstorm. The Skeleton King was scattered, and the Headless Horseman was swallowed by Lei Hai. The undead army collapsed in the Sea of Thunder. Affected by talent, the undead army collapsed together. Life is life together, death is death together. There are only a few special cases where accidents occur, and that is when an individual suffers an extremely powerful attack. Instantly kill it, making the talent invalid. However, as the level of the undead is getting higher and higher, this situation is gradually decreasing. Less than half a second after the undead army collapsed, a brand new undead army reappeared. 3 skeleton thrones appeared in the sky again, and the 3 skeleton kings and the headless horseman charged towards the Thunder Tree group again. To kill Lin Moyu, you need to destroy the undead army first. And to completely wipe out the undead army, you need to kill them 5 times in 1 minute. Otherwise, the talent will be reset every minute, the undead army will be reborn, all skill cooldowns will disappear, and the undead army will have 4 resurrection opportunities again. Although the thunderstorm is strong, it will take a few minutes to destroy the undead army. Lin Moyu didn't need to worry about the danger of the undead army. Moreover, as the battle progresses at any time, the Lei Shu group will be killed less and less, and the undead army will become stronger as they fight. The Skeleton King swung the Great White Bone Sword and swung his skills, and a large number of Thunder Tree 360s died. Lin Moyu rushed into the depths of the mountains, his body exploded and swept all the way, with no trees to stop him. In the sky, the eyes of the undead reappeared, a large number of undead flames were burning, and the eyes of the undead stared at the mountains. As far as the eye can see, Lei Shu died one after another, and their souls were obliterated. Less than half an hour after the battle started, Lei Shu had over 300,000 casualties. Lin Moyu's experience has soared all the way to more than 50%, and if he continues to kill, he will be able to upgrade again soon. As the Lei Shu under the two overlords of the Fonlei continent, he never imagined that he would still be slaughtered like this. Just like Feng Hua, who has the blood god disc, she never thinks that she will be killed by others. After all, in Fonlei continent, who can exert god-level combat power and use a little power of law, who can be an enemy? Unfortunately, they all met Lin Moyu. Worse than Feng Hua is that Lin Moyu is immune to lightning, and Lei Shu's strongest attack method is ineffective against him. Lin Moyu entered the depths alone, as if entering no one's land. No matter how Thunder Tree attacks, it has no effect on Lin Moyu. The flames of war spread all the way, more and more Thunder Trees died, and the mountains were turned into wasteland. The King of Thunder Tree let out a roar from the soul. It was finally alarmed and woke up. Thunder shook the sky, and countless electric snakes were drawn in the air. The sound resounded between the souls, and all the Thunder Trees simultaneously emitted the sound of souls, resonating with their fields. Lin Moyu's eye shrank suddenly, and a thunderbolt shot towards him like a sharp arrow. No ordinary ray. This thunder is invisible to the naked eye, only the soul can sense it. Soul attack. As soon as the idea came up, the thunder had already appeared in the soul world, piercing towards the soul like a sharp knot. It was the first time that Lin Moyu encountered a soul attack from someone else, and he couldn't think of any way to defend it for a while. He has always used soul attacks to beat others, but now he finally wet his shoes and was retaliated. The current plan is to carry it hard. The dragon soul crystal entrenched on the soul suddenly let out a dragon cry, faced the incoming soul attack, and swallowed the soul attack in one gulp. Then he continued to come back as if nothing happened, still entrenched in Qian Lin Moyu's soul. The soul attack just now was like a dream bubble, as if it had never appeared before. Dragon Soul Crystal actually has the function of protecting the soul. Lin Moyu was extremely surprised, followed by intense joy. With the Dragon Soul Crystal around and his soul intact, he can let go of his hands and feet even more. The King of Thunder Tree seems to realize that his attack has no effect, and the soul is more dense. Lin Moyu could hear its anger from between the souls. Accompanied by its sound, a large number of monsters flew up in the mountains and rushed towards Lin Moyu. As the King of the Thunder Tree, he can not only command the Thunder Tree, but also affect the monsters in the mountains. Lin Moyu quickly locked onto these monsters and used corpse explosion continuously. The eyes of the dead also swept over these monsters. Before the monsters that had just taken off could get close to Lin Moyu, they fell again and died unexpectedly. Several black shadows shot from the ground at an astonishingly fast speed. Lin Moyu flew back quickly and barely avoided it. The black shadow swept across in front of Lin Moyu, turned around in the air and drew towards him again. Only then did Lin Moyu see clearly that the few black shadows were the roots of the Thunder Tree. It's just that this time it's the root of the Thunder Tree King. Where Lin Moyu is located, there are at least several hundred kilometers away from the Thunder Tree King. In his eyes, the Thunder Tree King was just an insignificant black spot. But even so, the rhizome of the Thunder Tree King can still lock him. The rhizome of the Thunder Tree King is so long. Attacking himself hundreds of kilometers away, Lin Moyu was really shocked. Lin Moyu flew in the air, and the black shadow flashed again. Then more shadows broke through the ground. The King of Thunder Tree has existed for an unknown number of years. It is over 1,000 meters tall, and its luxuriant roots are even more unimaginable. At this moment, a large number of rhizomes came out from the ground, pulling towards Lin Moyu from all directions like a dragon or a snake. Each root diameter is more than 10 meters, Lin Moyu in front of them, like a little dot. Lin Moyu dodges quickly. Although there are many routes, Lin Moyu is also very fast, and the range of activities expands and expands. Like a cannon hitting a fly, the rhizome of the Thunder Tree King couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu for a while. But in this way, Lin Moyu couldn't spare to attack Lei Shu. Suddenly, all the rhizomes retracted. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback, realizing something was wrong. In the next second, the rhizome broke through the ground again, and the target turned to the undead army. Lin Moyu witnessed the rhizome entangled the Skeleton King with his own eyes. The Skeleton King's body was shining, and the absolute defense skill was activated. The Bone Giant's sword cut off the root, but the root of the Thunder Tree King was horribly hard. It takes several swords to cut through. One rhizome has not been cut off, but several more are entangled. In the end, Skeleton King was completely entangled and unable to move. The Headless Horseman was not much better, and was also sent flying around by the rhizome. Lin Moyu could feel the message sent by Skeleton King, and was entangled in the roots so that they could not move. When the absolute defense skill time passes, they will surely die. Must get rid of these rhizomes. Lin Moyu leaped high into the sky and rushed towards the King of Thunder Tree. The eyes of the undead took the first step, staring at the Thunder Tree King from a distance. Boom! Lin Moyu seemed to hear a loud noise, and a scream sounded from the arm of the soul. Undead gaze does a lot of damage to the Thunder Tree King. But Lin Moyu also felt the power of the Thunder Tree King's soul. The soul of the Thunder Tree King has been integrated with all the Thunder Trees in the Thunder Mountain range, definitely not weaker than any low-level god level, and even comparable to a middle-level god level. The undead stare can cause some damage to it, but it is far from enough to kill it. Lin Moyu didn't expect the undead gaze to kill it, it was enough to make it feel pain. It can be regarded as tit for tat. Lin Moyu flew over hundreds of kilometers at the fastest speed, and crossed the Thunder Sea diameter Thunder Tree King. Only when you get really close can you know how huge and terrifying the King of Thunder Tree is. It is located on the main peak of the Thunder Mountain range. From a distance, it looks like a mountain peak. Only when you get close can you realize that the main peak is actually the King of Thunder Trees. It is not that it is rooted on the main peak, it is the main strategy. It was completely underestimated before. It is connected with the mountains, more than 1,000 meters high. The huge, thick and long rhizomes are intertwined and connected into one piece, spreading towards the distance. All Thunder Trees are its descendants. In front of it, there are 18 world boss level Thunder Trees, each of which is hundreds of meters high. They didn't move, and they didn't attack Lin Moyu who came. Their auras and the Thunder Tree King are one piece, their souls are one piece, and they unfold the Thunder Barrier to firmly protect themselves and the Thunder Tree King. Lin Moyu felt the rich vitality from the earth and mountains. The vitality of the plant monsters was amazing, especially the vitality of the King of Thunder Tree. In the mountains, millions of Thunder Trees provide vitality for the King of Thunder Trees, and the source is endless. No wonder it grows so huge. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the laws of Fonlei continent, I'm afraid he would have become a god long ago. If you want to kill it, you have to kill its life and soul with extreme power. Either destroy all the Thunder Trees, and kill it at the end. Lin Moyu realized that it would be very difficult to kill the Thunder Tree King. But having hit here, give it a try anyway. The summoning space suddenly vibrated slightly, and the undead army was reborn in the summoning space. Under the attack of Thunder Tree King Rhizome, the undead army died for the second time. However, 3 minutes have passed since the last death, so it doesn't matter. The undead army appeared again, and the skeleton throne appeared in the sky. This time, there is only one skeleton throne. The Skeleton King, composed of 100,000 skeletons, stood up from the throne with a huge aura. Glittering on the back of the hand, the Strong Soldier skill is activated. The Skeleton King breaks through to the god level in an instant. Kill. With the thought of Lin Moyu, the Skeleton King rushed down with a strong killing intent. Strengthening Soldier skill is still one of Lin Moyu's most important killing moves at present. Its existence can break the limits and break the rules. Obviously, the Skeleton King is limited by his own level and cannot reach the God level. Whether it is the Skeleton King summoned by 80,000 or 100,000 skeletons, the difference in attributes is only a few 100,000. And the more skeletons, the smaller the increase. It is infinitely close to the God level, but it is impossible to reach the threshold of the God level. Inexplicable laws firmly restrict Skeletron. But the Strength Soldier's skill ignored the law, allowing Skeleton King to reach the God level. And not just level 90, at least level 92. The Skeleton King at level 92 rushed forward, accompanied by the Headless Horseman, who was also blessed by the Strength Soldier skill and was extremely imposing. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, his thoughts raced. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King summoned by 100,000 skeletons is still restricted. If you don't have the Strength Soldier skill to break the limit, you still can't reach the God level. My rank has become a shackle. Lin Moyu once again had the idea of becoming stronger. Killing intent filled his eyes, and he looked at the Thunder Tree King below him. After the Thunder Tree King strangled the undead army, countless roots shrank back, and the mountains shook violently. Then the mud and stone rushed to the sky like a fountain, and the rhizomes also rushed up. The number of rhizomes is outrageous and inexhaustible. The Skeleton King locks the Root 02 stem, skill, Slay God. The sword light exploded, and countless roots were chopped off. Then came the second skill, Elemental Riot. All the large expanses of air exploded, and the roar continued. In the range, Lei Shu suffered countless casualties, and the Skeleton King, who had reached the God level, had extremely astonishing combat power. It reached the Thunder Barrier, cut out with a sword, pulled out a huge opening in front of the barrier, and rushed in. The Headless Horseman charged towards the Thunder Tree group on the periphery. They don't have the combat power of Skeleton King, and they can't deal with boss. But dealing with ordinary Thunder Trees is no problem. Especially with the Strength Soldier skill blessing, the efficiency of killing ordinary Thunder Trees is also amazing. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the 18 world bosses outside the Thunder Tree King. To kill the King of Thunder Trees, not only the group of Thunder Trees must be destroyed first, but also the 18 world bosses must be eliminated. Each of them is around level 85. In the past, Lin Moyu would only dare to provoke one at most. If you provoke two at the same time, you should get out of the way. But now, Lin Moyu doesn't pay attention to them. There are many ways to kill them. It really is this moment and that moment. Following Lin Moyu's will, after the Skeleton King broke through the barrier, he did not seek trouble with the Thunder Tree King, but instead killed the 18 world-class bosses who guarded the Thunder Tree King. With the Skeleton King's combat strength at this time, it is not difficult to kill them. Before the Skeleton King approached, the Thunder Tree King made a sharp soul sound. A large amount of mud and rocks were blown away, and the thick roots were drawn straight, colliding with the Skeleton King's giant bone sword. The power of the rhizome is surprisingly great, and it even knocked the Skeleton King, who has God-level combat power, flying upside down, and smashed heavily on the Thunder Barrier. Countless roots broke through the ground, blocking the Skeleton King's way. The King of the Thunder Tree continued to make the sound of Thunder Soul. The sound became more and more serious, and the whole body was shrouded in thunder. The rhizomes were also quickly covered by lightning, and all the rhizomes became lightning whips. The Skeleton King culled the past again and fought with it. Lin Moyu saw it and found that the closer to the Thunder Tree King, the stronger the rhizome. Although the King of Thunder Tree is not yet at the God level, it somehow managed to allow itself to possess God level power. Lin Moyu kept analyzing, feeling that something was wrong. It was very difficult to break the rules and restrictions, and Xiao Chang's methods were simply not enough. If it weren't for Original Rune, even he couldn't make Skeleton King break through to the God level. But the King of Thunder Tree, even though he didn't break through to the God level, let his attack power and defense power all reach the God level. And it's not just a simple God level, it's already comparable to the 92-level Skeleton King. Thinking of the Blood God disc owned by the leader of Fenghua, Lin Moyu wondered if King Lei Shu also had something similar. In other words, it has accumulated countless years of power, which led to this result. In other words, the power of the Thunder Tree and the entire mountain range gathered together to make its power break through to the god level. In short, there is definitely something weird about the King of Thunder Tree. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the eyes of the dead in the air flew towards the distance, massacring the ordinary Thunder Tree. The more Thunder Trees are killed, the power of the King of Thunder Trees will be weakened accordingly. And Lin Moyu can also gain a lot of experience. Lin Moyu didn't forget his original intention, so he came here to fight monsters and upgrade himself. Taking out a drop of solidified Vulcan's blood, the soul locked on the 18 Thunder Tree bosses through the Thunder Barrier. The skills will be activated accordingly. The Thunder Tree King seemed to feel the danger and screamed. At the same time, the 18 Thunder Tree bosses formed a defense with the thunder light flourishing on their bodies. But it's useless. No matter how strong the world boss is, it can still block the attack equivalent to Vulcan. Even if they can't kill them in one hit, Lin Moyu can still make a second, third hit. When the skill is activated, Vulcan's blood splits, and Lin Moyu flies back at the same time. Several thick rhizomes were drawn in the air, but Lin Moyu avoided them. Lin Moyu's soul power covers this world, and he knows all the movements around him like the back of his hand. The fighting situation seemed fierce, but it was actually under his control. The flames soared into the sky, and within the Thunder Barrier, 18 world bosses were simultaneously shrouded in flames. Lin Moyu heard their cries of pain. This sound is like calling for help, begging their king to save them. The Thunder Tree King pulled out a large number of rhizomes and rolled them up, and the huge force rushed over, and the flames were instantly extinguished. 18 world bosses have been burned half to death, and their vitality is extremely weak. The King of Thunder Tree rolled them to his side, and fused with life force crazily, causing them to recover quickly. At the same time, it continues to control the rhizome to fight with the Skeleton King, and at the same time, it also attacks Lin Moyu, so that Lin Moyu has nothing to do. The King of Thunder Tree is powerful in battle, and he has to save trees and kill people at the same time, so he is too busy. But it also has limits. It has no ability to control the Headless Horseman. Lin Moyu shuttled quickly in the air, and when he saw the King of Thunder Tree rescuing his subordinates, he gathered all his subordinates together. It's good to gather. A drop of green blood essence appeared in his hand, the blood essence of the poisonous god. Detonate. This is already Lin Moyu's third killing move. Except that this move is ineffective when dealing with the Demon Emperor and Dragon Emperor, it is ineffective at any other time. Even if the King of Thunder Tree already possesses god-level combat power, it hasn't really broken through to the god level after all. Lin Moyu thinks it can't stop it. The King of Thunder Tree sensed the danger again, his whole body was trembling, and the voice of his soul was incomparably sharp. The blood essence of the poisonous god was detonated. A cloud of green poisonous gas exploded from the King of Thunder Tree 067. The range of the green poisonous gas is only a few tens of meters, which is nothing compared to the huge size of the Thunder Tree King. But the Thunder Tree King let out an extremely tragic cry, and his whole body was shaking nonstop. The poison will spread into its body, flow all over the body, and make it fester. The trunk of the tree where the poisonous outbreak occurred has rapidly festered. Lightning surged from the Thunder Tree King's body, and a large amount of life breath rushed from all directions and entered its body. It tried to use the vitality of all the thunder trees in the entire mountain range to fight against the poison. It's useless. Lin Moyu couldn't be more clear that there is a trace of law in the blood of the poisonous god. Only the law can fight against the law, otherwise, no matter how much vitality comes over, it can only be delayed for a moment. The poison was spreading, and the King of Leyland's screams became more and more miserable. It can only delay, not stop. Strength is weakening, and life is truly threatened. Suddenly, its soul voice changed. From screaming to calling for help. Lin Moyu felt its emotion and felt weird. Is he asking for help? The King of the Thunder Tree is already the well-deserved King of the Thunder Mountain Range. Who else can he ask for help? Could it be that there are stronger existences in the Thunder Mountain Range? Lin Moyu's soul power enveloped the world, and he didn't sense any powerful existence. And in the lower space, the strongest is only level 89. Unless there is such a strength as Antares. But in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. A huge aura rises from below the Thunder Mountain range. An extremely terrifying existence has awakened. Danger! 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 The soul keeps sending vigilance. The terrifying breath was rising, and it took less than half a second to reach the god level from just waking up. Half a second later, Baishi broke through to the god level. But this is not the end. Level 91. 92 levels. Still rising. Lin Moyu was extremely shocked that such a powerful existence was really hidden. The breath is powerful and ancient, as if it has been precipitated for countless years. The mountain range shook, and a blue light shot out from the ground, exploded in the air, and turned into lightning and landed on the Thunder Tree King. The poison was quickly dispelled, and a trace of law inside also melted. The King of Thunder Tree expressed joy through the voice of the soul, and it was rescued. Lin Moyu's complexion changed, and he was able to dissolve the law, indicating that the other party also came into contact with the existence of the law. And judging from the opponent's aura, even if he didn't reach level 96, he was at the peak of level 95, touching the law. How can there be such an existence in the lower space? Too unreasonable. Thunder and lightning flashed in the air, and a sea of thunder was instantly formed, sweeping across the entire mountain range. Lightning fell densely, the earth was roaring, and the Thunder Mountain range was constantly shaking. A flash of light happened to hit the Headless Horseman, and the Headless Horseman turned into ashes without a sound, and returned to the summoning space in an instant. The other Headless Horsemen were not affected. This shows that the lightning's attack power has far exceeded the upper limit recognized by the Headless Horseman, and has enough power to kill it instantly. Lin Moyu was beating drums in his heart and wanted to leave, but at the same time he was curious, wanting to see what kind of existence it was. Relying on his immunity to lightning, Lin Moyu decided to take another look after thinking about it. He has activated the imprint of the ancient city of Xinxia, and he can return to the ancient city of Xinxia at any time. At the same time, the dragon scales of Antares have also been prepared, and if it fails, they can return to the territory of Antares. The space here is not blocked, and Lin Moyu feels that his own safety should not be a problem. And since this boss has been sleeping here for such a long time, there must be restrictions, and it is impossible to be unscrupulous. The mountain range moved, not a vibration, but the entire mountain range moved. The 1,000-mile-long mountain range suddenly rose to a higher level. It was as if there was a giant below, lifting up the entire mountain range. Then Lin Moyu saw a giant claw. The shock in Lin Moyu's eyes is hard to express in words. It was even more shocking than when he saw Antares. This paw has 6 fingers, and the size of the palm alone is tens of kilometers, and counting the 6 fingers is more than 100 kilometers. Lin Moyu watched it bring down a mountain. There was a flash of lightning on the paw, and then a thunderbolt fell in the air, hitting Lin Moyu with incomparable accuracy. Lin Moyu's body went numb, and huge power rushed into his body. The undead army collectively collapsed. Lin Moyu was shocked that he was injured by the electric element. If he hadn't been hurt, the undead army couldn't have collapsed. But I am obviously immune to electric elements. Why is this so? Could it be the law? Lin Moyu was startled and thought of the only possibility. The electric element is still the electric element, but there is a trace of law in it. Another bolt of lightning fell, too fast for Lin Moyu to avoid it. His whole body went numb again, and the undead army in the summoning space collapsed again. At this moment Lin Moyu saw that huge paw moved and patted towards himself. Before the claws arrived, the violent wind had already blown him back. A pitch-black crack appeared in the space where the claws passed. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu directly activated the imprint of the ancient city of Xinxia, and disappeared in place in an instant. The paw slapped the air, and thunder bursts in the air. A pair of eyes appeared under the mountains. It's just this pair of eyes, and there is a thunder in the eyes. After a while, the eyes closed again, the mountains sank again, and the claws retracted into the ground. The sea of thunder in the sky sinks into the ground because of the bursts of thunder on the ground. Large areas of thunder trees withered and flourished alternately, and the thunder trees that had been killed all withered and disappeared without a single piece left. Then there are new seedlings grow up, full of vitality. There is both destructive power and vitality in the thunder light. The Thunder Tree King continued to sway, and the wounds on his body had already healed. Thick and long rhizomes spread across the entire mountain range, constantly loosening the mud and moving the king. In this way, it won't take long for the Thunder Mountain Range to return to its former state. In Xinxia Ancient City, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared in the square. His appearance was silent and did not disturb anyone. There were voices of conversation and footsteps. Sensing the familiar human breath, Lin Moyu heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, there is such an existence in the lower space. Even the space has been broken, and its strength is very close to level 96. Such a strong control over thunder and lightning, I'm afraid it is not weaker than the god of thunder and lightning back then. What is its identity? It seems that Lei Shu is just its servant, or its subordinate. I'm really curious. Lin Moyu was talking to himself, and at the same time, he was even more curious about why the opponent's lightning ignored his own immunity. Is it really because of the law? Lin Moyu found that the higher his level, the more weird things seemed to happen to him. Things keep happening beyond my imagination. Lin Moyu didn't bother with this question, just wait for the opportunity to ask Antares. If he wants to think about it, he is probably just guessing, and there will be no definite answer. The ancient city of Xinxia is still bustling with people coming and going. It has to be said that only the human race can have an ancient city in the lower space. Legend has it that the super gods changed the laws of this land in order to build cities on it. Lin Moyu knew that was not the case. The ancient city of Xinxia fell from the sky, and it was because of its existence that the laws of this area were changed. There is no super god at all. The origin of the ancient city of Xinxia is a mystery, but Lin Moyu knows that the origin of the ancient city of Xinxia must be extraordinary. At least not a product of their era, and the human race has a great relationship. When the ancient city of Xinxia first arrived, demons and dragons all came. As a result, they failed to settle unsuccessfully. Until a person from Xinxia succeeded, so it was also named the ancient city of Xinxia. As for where the ancient city of Xinxia really came from, he didn't know. Maybe one day in the future he would figure it out. Lin Moyu didn't spend much time in the ancient city. It left the ancient city and went to the cliff outside the ancient city, where there are some teleportation arrays that can go to the wild continent. One of the teleportation arrays belongs to the Jialan Guild. Lin Moyu is registered in the teleportation array and is eligible to use it. He wanted to go to the wild continent first, and then head northwest all the way to the meteorite continent. The upgrade plan failed, and Lin Moyu was also helpless. Now the experience is stuck at level 73 and 80% is still a little short of level 74. If you can find a suitable group of monsters on the way, you may be able to complete the upgrade before arriving on the meteorite continent. Lin Moyu activated the teleportation array, and after tens of seconds of teleportation, he crossed the Qinglong Sea and arrived at the wild continent. Lin Moyu also wanted to go to the Qinglong Sea to take a look and see what was under the ice of the Qingqing grassland. But think about it or give up. After all, he has no experience in going into the sea, and he is surrounded by him now. Maybe there will be a chance in the future, and you can explore it. After arriving in the wild continent, Lin Moyu saw the residents of the Jialan Guild. Lin Moyu didn't sense Jialan Liayang's breath, knowing that Jialan Liayang was not here, so Lin Moyu didn't go to say hello. At that time, Jialan Liayang said that he might return to the human race world, and perhaps he had already returned. Lin Moyu unfolded the lightning undead wings and galloped towards the northwest. The first thing to enter is the Qingqing grassland. The sword grass on the Qingqing grassland is still fresh in his memory. Now that he came back to the old place, he found the difference here. He felt a faint law on the green grassland. The law is very weak, but it really exists. Qian Zhao's, this thread of law is like a big net, covering every corner of the green grassland. It is because of this law that the sword grass on the green grassland has the ability to rebound damage. The law again. Many puzzles are related to the law. Lin Moyu finds it strange that there seems to be a law for everything he is puzzled by. There is a rule, which shows that there are at least 95 level peak powerhouses, and even 96 level and above powerhouses. Only they are eligible to touch the driving law. He is currently not qualified to explore. If we say that there is a huge hurdle between ordinary professionals and God-level professionals, then whether the law can be driven is the second threshold. Every threshold has a world of difference. Once crossed, it will be another vast world. Lin Moyu thought to himself during the flight, strictly speaking, I haven't even crossed the first threshold. Don't be fooled by your own combat power, the focus lies on yourself. 11. Only when you become stronger, you are truly strong, and everything else is an illusion. It's not fake. It's hard, but you have to work hard. Lin Moyu shook his fist and firmly believed. For anything, only when the fist becomes bigger and harder can it be qualified. In the Qingqing grassland, those monsters that are integrated with the earth are extremely difficult to see with the naked eye. Can use the power of the soul instead, one by one is very clear. Lin Moyu can clearly sense the breath, position, and shape of these monsters. In many cases, it is much easier to use than the naked eye. This is the relationship between the power of his soul, and the soul is enough to be released. The release of the power of the soul is also a sign that the soul has reached the God level. Lin Moyu didn't get used to it at first, but now he has gradually gotten used to it, often replacing his eyes. No wonder everyone says it's useless to hide in front of God-level powerhouses. The breath of life is too obvious. Unless it's an assassin class, and at least at the half-step level, you can completely restrain your life breath. Lin Moyu's heart is like a mirror, and his analysis is very clear. He has always been good at analysis, but now his soul is strong, his energy is abundant, and his analytical ability is also good. A little thing, a little detail can analyze many situations. Lin Moyu swept across the green grassland at the fastest speed. Entered the territory of the poisonous dragon. After a long time, Lin Moyu didn't know if the new poisonous dragon had reappeared. Under the rules of the ancient battlefield, after a world-class boss is killed, it will be reborn in about 3 months to a year. The time is uncertain, somewhat random, and difficult to judge. Lin Moyu saw the shadows of many poisonous snakes on the ground. He killed so many poisonous snakes back then, and now they reappeared. It's just that the 313 poisonous snakes here are too scattered. In the past, there was a poisonous spring of the dead body of the poisonous god as an attraction, allowing the poisonous snakes to gather together. If they are scattered now, it will be inefficient to kill them. Lin Moyu didn't stop, and didn't encounter the poisonous dragon. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, there should be no encounters. After all, this territory is not small, with hundreds of kilometers in length and breadth, so it is normal to have no encounters. Lin Moyu's current route is exactly the same as when he first came to the wild continent. After crossing the territory of the poisonous flood dragon, it is the territory of the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moyu still remembers that he was chased and killed by giant leaf mother tree, and then he counterattacked and killed him. Although he didn't kill him, he still frightened giant leaf mother tree. Now that the old place is back, Lin Moyu's eyes are full of murderous intent. The dwarf trees with giant leaves are densely packed everywhere, and there are countless at a glance. Under the induction of the soul, there are clusters of life breaths. Although the level is only in the early 70s, the experience remains the same. Plus the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moyu felt that if he could clear this place, at least 10% of the experience would be gained. Revenge from the day before, report today. Lin Moyu was about to make a move when his soul suddenly sensed a surge of energy. There is a battle breath coming from a distance. The familiar breath is giant leaf mother tree, as well as human professionals. Lin Moyu flew over immediately and saw the scene of the battlefield. A group of professionals are besieging giant leaf mother tree. This group of professionals are all higher than level 80, and the number is about 30. They are well equipped and very powerful in combat. Lin Moyu took a few glances and nodded his head slightly. The fighting power of this group of people is indeed good, but it is still a bit worse than Giant Leaf Mother Tree. If this group of people go to fight other 86-level world bosses, they still have a chance. Fighting Giant Leaf Mother Tree, difficult. A word of difficulty has already doomed their ending. In the final analysis, it is because Giant Leaf Mother Tree is a plant boss. Lin Moyu knows too well about plant bosses. Their vitality is much stronger than other types of bosses at the same level. Especially the recovery ability is even more amazing. Existences like Giant Leaf Mother Tree can escape once they cannot be defeated. And in this territory, all the dwarf trees with giant leaves can provide it with vitality. The recovery speed of Giant Leaf Mother Tree will be astonishing. Normally, it is either directly crushed with a strong force, and don't give it a chance. Either clean up a lot of giant leaf dwarf trees first, or have special skills that can limit it. But these three conditions, the team in front of me does not have. They cannot win this battle. Lin Moyu just watched and didn't make a move. It is impolite to take someone else's blame. Lin Moyu won't do anything until someone asks for help. This team is all from Xinxia, especially Lin Moyu. It would be hard to say if it was a professional from another country. Lin Moyu will not be pedantic to talk about human race principles. In his eyes, the human race is limited to the Xinxia people. There is a saying in the previous life, even in this life, Lin Moyu still hasn't forgotten, people who are not of my race must have a different heart. The same race refers to the Xinxia race, and does not include those blonde, blue-eyed, and different-looking human races. Lin Moyu never felt narrow-minded, nor did he consider himself a saint. Just do what you think is right, that's what he thinks. After watching for a while, the battle finally came to an end. This group of people became more and more tired after fighting, knowing that there was nothing to do. One of them yelled at Lin Moyu, "Little brother, hurry up, we are going to withdraw, this boss can't be defeated." Aced, before leaving, recruit Lin Moyu first, which is more moral. Lin Moyu said, "You guys go first, I want to kill it." The group of people froze for a moment, and looked at Lin Moyu in shock, with a clear expression in their eyes. "Are you crazy? Little brother, stop joking, this is a world-class boss, not an ordinary monster, you can't kill it alone." "That's right, we can't kill so many people, how can you, a little guy at level 73, be able to kill you?" Lin Moyu laughed, "Stand back, I'll show you." Overcast and windy, the sky suddenly darkened. The skeleton throne appeared in the sky, and the skeleton king was sitting on the throne. Lin Moyu was not stingy, and 100,000 skeletons directly transformed into Skeletron, infinitely close to the god-level skeleton king. Along the way, Lin Moyu summoned the army of the undead while he was on his way, and he had already filled up the army of the undead. Now the total number of skeletons has reached 119,250, and the number of headless horsemen has reached 39,750. The number is close to 40,000. The total number of undead legions is as high as 159,000. Once the undead army is dispatched collectively, it will definitely be a very amazing and terrifying army. Don't talk about dealing with troops of the same level, even against an army of level 80, you can win it in battle. What's more, the undead army still has immortal skills, and both combat effectiveness and survivability have reached the top level. One man is against one country, Lin Moyu can do it. It is not difficult for him to destroy some small forces and small countries. What Bai Yuan could do in the past, Lin Moyu can do now with ease. The moment they saw the Skeleton King, all the professionals present were stunned. Is this a summon? How could there be such a terrifying summoner? The Skeleton King slowed down and swung his sword. Giant Leaf Mother Tree, with a scream, half of his body was cut off directly. Huge trees scattered one after another, and then the Skeleton King clenched his fist. Amidst the roar, the Bay Alma Mater was detonated. It was not only it that detonated together, but also a large number of giant leafy dwarf trees nearby. The two skills completely paralyzed Giant Leaf Mother Tree, and the Giant Leaf Mother Tree was bombed beyond recognition. It turned around and fled just like when it saw Lin Moyu for the first time. As soon as it falls together, it will go away quickly. There is no escape. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the eyes of the dead appeared in the sky. The undead world was burning with raging flames, and the eyes of the undead looked towards the Giant Leaf Mother Tree. Giant Leaf Mother Tree trembled all over and fell down with a scream. The soul is battered. Lin Moyu's soul locked it and detonated the Venetian bush at the same time. Amid the crisp explosion sound, Giant Leaf Mother Tree was hit hard again. Explosions followed one after another, and the Skeleton King also rushed forward, slashing down with his sword. In less than 5 seconds, the seemingly powerful Giant Leaf Mother Tree was killed on the spot. Kill the Giant Leaf Mother Tree, Experience Plus. Obtain the Giant Leaf Knight's Sword. Obtain the Giant Leaf Long-Handled Hammer. Obtain the Heart of the Giant Leaf. Giant Leaf Knight's Sword, Quasi-Legendary Weapon. Giant Leaf Long-Handled Hammer, Quasi-Legendary Weapon. Heart of Giant Leaf, Quasi-Legendary Material, which can be used to create legendary equipment. Lin Moyu didn't say much. The Skeleton King dispersed, and the undead army appeared collectively, massacring the giant leafy shrubs all over the ground. A group of people were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and looked at Lin Moyu, not knowing what to say or what to say. Senior, how did you do it? Senior, are you a god-level powerhouse who came back from deep space? Senior. In a word, Lin Moyu waved his hand. Have you not returned to the human world for a long time? Everyone nodded, indicating that they hadn't gone back for many years. Lin Moyu laughed. I'll know when I go back when I have time. The territory of the Giant Leaf Mother Tree was wiped out. The experience has increased by about 12%, as Lin Moyu thought. For others, this 12% experience may require 2 or 3 months of continuous brushing and killing monsters. But for him, it was only less than half an hour. The dwarf trees with giant leaves have been cleared up, and the ground is full of broken branches and leaves. They will decay, and will soon be swallowed up by the ancient earth, which will become barren. But it won't be long before new dwarf trees with giant leaves will appear. For countless years, the ancient battlefield has long been divided into territories. Even if there are no giant leaf bushes here, monsters such as poisonous snakes nearby will not come to invade. In a few months, there will be dwarf trees with giant leaves growing here again, and the mother giant leaf tree will appear again, and the world boss will be born again. Not only the ancient battlefield, but also many places in the whole world, operating according to the rules day after day. After passing through the territory of the Giant Leaf Mother Tree, Lin Moyu almost crossed the entire Wild Continent, reaching the edge of the Wild Continent, facing the Meteor Continent across the shore. The Wild Continent is very vast. The overall shape is oval, and it took Lin Moyu nearly 2 days to cross the road all the way, and encountered several battles. In addition to Giant Leaf Mother Tree, several world bosses were beheaded by Lin Moyu, and their territories were also wiped out. There were 2 times when Lin Moyu took a fancy to it and found that the monsters were dense and suitable for gaining experience. There were 2 times when the world bosses took the initiative to provoke Lin Moyu, but they were counter-killed. When you come to the edge of the continent, you can already see the sea. There are a lot of light spots in the sea. These light spots are like the reflection of stars, making the sea surface bright. This sea is also called Starlight Sea. The closer to the meteorite continent, the denser the light spots. The light from the sea of stars hits the sky, and then reflects back, looking dazzlingly beautiful. It complements the white light on Lin Moyu's body, creating a wonderful harmony. Lin Moyu chose a flat place, and sat down slowly facing the sea of stars. A group of skeletons appeared beside him, forming a protective net. The waves beat against the reef, making a loud noise. Lin Moyu's mind has all sunk into his soul. When I reached level 74, my soul throbbed. Lin Moyu is blessed to the soul, knowing that the soul has been completed, and can accommodate a skill star core. Lin Moyu has already tasted the sweetness of how powerful the skill star core is pulled into the soul. Even if the degree of integration is very low, it can also cause qualitative changes in skills. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu directly started the business of moving bricks. The power of the soul rolled, and he found the skill space familiarly and saw the gleaming skill star core. Skill star cores are like stars, big and bright, bright and dark. Each skill star core represents a skill. Before the official move, even Lin Moyu didn't know what skill a certain skill star core represented. Only when the power of the soul is completely enveloped and penetrated can one know what one's choice is. But at that time, it was too late to change again, and I felt like I was lucky. But for Lin Moyu, it doesn't matter. Anyway, his goal is to move all the skills there, not letting go of one. His path is different from others, it is very difficult. But once it goes through, it is also very strong. Lin Moyu chose the brightest looking skill star core, and the power of the soul enveloped it like a giant hand. There have been 2 experiences, and this time Lin Moyu has done it very skillfully. The power of the soul completely wrapped the skill star core, and then began to penetrate. The power of the soul is like a thin needle, penetrating through every hole, completely entering the skill star core, and then began a long journey of moving bricks. A piece of information came into his mind, and Lin Moyu knew what the skill he had chosen was. Summon Skeleton King. It turned out to be the skill. After mastering summoning Skeletron, Lin Moyu has made it his main skill. It seems that the existence of the skeletons in the undead army serves to summon the Skeleton King. Even the former undead army is not suitable. The main reason is that Skeleton King is too strong and easy to use. This time I happen to choose this skill. Lin Moyu is also full of expectations. I don't know what kind of changes will happen to this skill. The soul is like a giant hand that has firmly grasped the skill star core and began to drag it out of the skill space and transport it to its own soul world. At the same time, the power of the soul is constantly merging with the skill star core. Lin Moyu feels that the handling seems to be a little more laborious than before, and the binding force of the skill space on the skill star core is stronger than the previous 2 times. After thinking about it for a while, I understood. If the total binding force of the skill space is constant, and you have 10 skill star cores, each skill star core will be affected by 10% of the binding force of the skill space. And when 2 skill star cores are removed by him, the binding force is still 10, leaving only 8 skill star cores. Then the remaining 8 skill star cores, on average, each have to be bound by 12.5% of the skill space. When the last skill star core is reached, it will be bound by 100%. The restraining force needs to be resisted with soul power, and the further you go, the harder it is. Lin Moyu finally understood why most god-level powerhouses only carry 2 or 3 skill star cores. It's really getting harder as you go to the back. Fortunately, my soul power is strong enough to reach the god level, and with the help of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the blue charm fire, it has been slowly increasing. Otherwise, Lin Moyu is not sure that he can move all the skill cores. What's more, there are 3 flames in the talent world, and Lin Moyu covets them even more. However, it is conceivable that they have higher requirements for the soul. At least for now, Lin Moyu can't move them at all too far away. The waves kept beating, one sound after another. It went on for an unknown number of years, and it never stopped. From time to time, creatures jumped out of the sea, and their bodies were also covered with light spots. I don't know whether it is the sea of stars that makes them like this, or they make the sea of stars dazzling and beautiful. 0 for flowers 00. The sea of stars can be said to be the most beautiful place in the lower space, but the beauty beneath the surface represents danger. Souls poured out continuously, although the space binding force increased a lot, but Lin Moyu's soul power increased even more. After 2 full days, the skill star core was finally moved out of the skill space. Without the influence of binding force, the speed of transportation suddenly accelerated. After another half day, the star core representing the skill, summoning the Skeleton King, finally entered the soul. More soul power poured into the skill star core, the skill star core glistened, and the two began to fuse. Lin Moyu is looking forward to it, and he doesn't know how much integration will be. Naturally, the higher the fusion degree, the better, but it also depends on the nature of the skill star core and the strength of one's own soul, which is hard to say. In Lin Moyu's anticipation, the Summon Skeleton King skill star core finally absorbed the soul. In an incomparably brilliant explosion, it regurgitated its soul power and officially took root in the soul world. After being filtered and refined by the star core of the skill, the soul power vomited out is more pure. Lin Moyu seems to have raised the level of his soul again. The two complement each other and are mutually beneficial. Lin Moyu checked the skill star core at first glance. About 1/3 of the star core is rendered golden. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, it exceeded his expectations. What he was thinking of was 20% integration, which has now been surpassed. See skill changes instantly. Summoning Skeleton King. 30% fusion rate. Fusion of the power of skeletons to summon Skeleton King requires a minimum fusion of 10,000 skeletons and a maximum of 100,000 skeletons. Summoning the Skeleton King will not make the skeleton disappear, nor will it weaken the skeleton's power. After reading the skill description, Lin Moyu trembled slightly with excitement again. He muttered in his mouth, no wonder this happened. During the skill demonstration, he saw that the Skeleton King and the skeletons coexisted. Hundreds of Skeleton Kings and endless skeletons fight together. But when he mastered the skills, he needed to fuse them together to summon the Skeleton King. The two simply cannot coexist. At that time, he had doubts, but at that time he thought that his level was still low, and there were not enough skeletons to summon. Looking at it now, it turned out that the skill star core did not enter the soul. Now that the skill star core has entered the soul, he also has the same ability. The Skeleton King can be summoned when the undead army is summoned. The Skeleton King fuses the power of the skeleton, but does not affect the skeleton itself. Skeleton King and skeletons can coexist and even fight side by side. Invisibly, the combat power has been greatly improved again. In this way, I don't have to allocate how many skeletons to use to summon the Skeleton King, and how many skeletons are left to fight. Now everything is easy. Lin Moyu, who had been sitting for 3 days, slowly got up, with a smile and joy in his eyes, and flew across the starlight sea to the meteor continent Zero. In the Sea of Stars, danger is cloaked under the beautiful appearance. Whether it is from the Fonlay continent in the north or the Wild continent in the south, if you want to enter the Meteor continent in the west, you have to go through the Starlight Sea. The danger in the Starlight Sea is hidden in the 10,000 starlight. Lin Moyu was flying high in the sky, nearly 1,000 meters above the sea. Just after flying tens of kilometers, the sea below him suddenly lit up. Originally, there were stars twinkling on the surface of the sea, but at this time, countless light spots lit up together. Immediately afterwards, countless rays of light shot out of the sea like sharp arrows. The speed of light is so fast that even Lin Moyu can't dodge it, so he can only carry it hard. The attack power of a single ray is not great, that is, around level 70. However, there are too many rays of light, the energy converges and merges, and the attack power continues to increase. Lin Moyu's whole body was illuminated, like the brightest star in the night sky. 1,000. * 5,000 pieces. 10,000. Lin Moyu kept counting, not paying attention to the light attack at all. The light is a pure light element attack, and Lin Moyu is already immune to the light element, so it is affected at all. There were more and more beams of light from the 710 office, and Lin Moyu's body became brighter and brighter, much brighter than the stars. The light comes from the Starlight Sea, which is an area with a radius of about 10 kilometers. As Lin Moyu continued to move forward, there was no longer any light emitting from the rear area, while light continued to join the attacking ranks in the front. In an area with a radius of only 10 kilometers, there are more than 100,000 light spots and more than 100,000 attacks. Collected together, the attack power is no less than that of a level 88 or 89 professional, and it will hit you every second. Even professionals who are also level 88 and 89 can't bear it. In normal times, if there are professionals who want to cross the Sea of Starlight, dozens or even hundreds of them will do so together. If there are more people moving forward together, the attacks from the Sea of Stars will not increase because of this. The pressure that everyone needs to bear will also be reduced by dozens of times, so that they can get through it safely. There is no one like Lin Moyu who crosses the Sea of Stars alone. Relying on her own immunity to light elements, Lin Moyu soars freely above the Sea of Stars. Lin Moyu looked at the sea with great interest. He thought of the dungeon he entered with Mo Yun, and got a wing of the God of Light from it. At that time, it was also attacked by countless rays of light, and now it seems to be somewhat similar to Starlight Sea. As a result, Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind whether the Starlight Sea might be related to the God of Light. Lin Moyu even had the idea of entering the Sea of Stars to find out, but after thinking about it, he pressed it temporarily. Go to Original Secret Realm first, and then explore after finishing the work at hand. Lin Moyu even felt that it might be safer to wait until the strength is stronger. Regarding the matters of the gods, we still have to be careful first. There are too many secrets in this world, and with his current strength, he cannot guarantee safety. If you encounter that kind of existence under the Thunder Mountain range, if you are unlucky, you will be slapped to death. If it is really related to the God of Light, he believes that the God of Light will not only have light elements as an attack method. Moreover, immunity to light elements is not 100% guaranteed. What if there is still a rule? As his strength became stronger and stronger, Lin Moyu saw a wider world and knew that he was far from being strong enough. It's like people who used to live in the village. The biggest world they see is the town, and they feel that being able to come to the town is the best. But when I arrived at the town, I found that there were cities, provinces, and countries outside. The world is constantly expanding, and I am also becoming smaller. Only by strengthening yourself can you truly stand on the top of the world. Lin Moyu's goal has become extremely lofty, and his limitations were completely broken after meeting Antares and Dragon God. The goal has completely changed. Lin Moyu no longer hopes that he can become a super god, but hopes that he can surpass the super god and reach the height of Antares and even higher than Antares and Dragon God. After flying for several hours, the meteorite continent came into view. What I saw happened to be the place where it was teleported last time. No coincidence is a book. There are so many coincidences in the world. The moment he entered the meteorite continent, the attacking light always disappeared in an instant. It disappeared very abruptly. Lin Moyu keenly found that he seemed to have entered another field. It's like bosses and monsters often have clear divisions of territory, among which is a small dividing line that determines two different areas. Lin Moyu guessed, if the Starlight Sea is related to the God of Light and belongs to the God of Light, then the meteor continent should be related to the God of Starry Sky and is the site of the God of Starry Sky. The two gods do not interfere with each other, and do not interfere with each other. Lin Moyu raised his head and looked towards the starry sky. Meteorites come from infinitely high places in the sky. If you want to find traces of the God of Starry Sky, you have to go to the sky. If you want to pursue the God of Light, go down to Jingxing Guanghai. Lin Moyu has always been curious about what happened that year, and one day he will find out. He circled around the meteorite continent again, looking for Original Secret Realm. Last time, it started from the center and gradually expanded. This time, it starts from the edge and gradually shrinks. The effect is the same, the key is luck. Watching the falling meteors along the way, Lin Moyu also took advantage of the opportunity to harvest a few star crystals. Although I don't know what it is useful for, but after all, it contains the divine power of the God of the Starry Sky, and it may be useful one day. Flying around the meteorite continent circle after circle, it took 2 full days and 2 nights to fly. Finally, the original rune on the back of the hand reacted, began to emit a faint light. As soon as the origin rune glows, it means that the origin secret realm is within 100 kilometers. After several adjustment attempts, Lin Moyu finally determined the direction and flew over immediately. 100 kilometers, for it, is a matter of 2 minutes. Soon, it saw a spot of light, which was the entrance to the secret realm. Someone? Lin Moyu stood high in the sky and looked down. A human professional is standing in front of the light spot, as if hesitating whether to go in or not. On the back of his hand, the light of Original Rune is also shining, and he is also the owner of Origin Rune. Through the power of the soul, Lin Moyu roughly judged that the opponent's level should be between 85 and 87. Coming here now, I guess I also want to try to see if I can keep my Original Rune skills. He also sensed Lin Moyu, and when he looked up, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a fellow human professional. Then it saw the gleaming Origin Rune on the back of Lin Moyu's hand, and there were 2 Origin Rune on the left and right hands. Surprise flashed in his eyes. It is rare for one person to obtain 2 Original Runes. Little brother, do you also want to enter Original Secret Realm? Because of the relationship between the 2 Original Runes, he took a high look at Lin Moyu, and his attitude was more polite. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, Senior 2. He hummed, yeah. Then he sighed again, but I'm not sure at all. Lin Moyu asked, is Original Secret Realm so difficult? It's very difficult. Since ancient times, there have been many people who can obtain Original Runes, but those who can retain their skills in the end are rare. Lin Moyu also knows this information even more clearly. In the recorded history of the human race, there are a total of 126 people who obtained Original Runes, and only 3 people were able to retain their skills in the end. Among these 3 people, 2 of them became half-step super gods, and the other fell after becoming a god. It can be seen from this that the assessment in Original Secret Realm must be extremely difficult. All the people who entered the Original Secret Realm couldn't remember what happened inside after they came out. Only the word extremely difficult was left. He didn't seem to have made up his mind yet. He squeezed a smile towards Lin Moyu. My name is Tang Sheng. What's the name of my little brother? Lin Moyu said truthfully, 1.2 Junior Lin Moyu. Tang Sheng wasn't surprised when he heard Lin Moyu's name. Obviously he didn't know Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knows that this is probably another person who practiced alone in the ancient battlefield. In recent years, he has not been back to the city, he has not been to the human world, and he has even lost contact with the outside world, so he doesn't know himself at all. There are many people who practice alone, and they are called ascetics. Lin Moyu looked at the long sword on Tang Sheng's back. Senior, you belong to the Northwest Tang family, right? Tang Sheng nodded. That's right, little brother. How did you see it? Lin Moyu said, I have seen Tang Jianfei, and his scabbard has the same pattern as the scabbard of his predecessors. Tang Sheng laughed and said, Jianfei, I think it's been a few years since I saw that kid, and I should go back and have a look after what's going on here. Lin Moyu is sure that his guess is right. He is indeed a penance. Lin Moyu said, Senior, if you don't enter the secret realm, is it because you are afraid of losing your skills? Tang Sheng looked at Lin Moyu and smiled wryly. Indeed, this skill is very important to me. If I can't keep it, it will have a big impact. Tang Sheng has practiced hard for many years and has been alone in the wild. Usually no one speaks, but at this time when they finally saw a living person, they started talking more. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Moyu understood his concerns. It should not be said that it is his concern. Almost everyone who gets the original rune will have this concern before entering the original secret realm. Any professional, after obtaining the original rune, can feel the help of the original rune skill. Lin Moyu often uses the strong soldier skill to kill strong enemies. Without the strong soldier skill, his upgrade path would not have been so smooth. But in the end, those who have original rune have to face two choices. One is to leave it alone and use the original rune skill to the god level. After reaching the god level, the origin rune will naturally disappear. If it cannot become a god level, then origin rune skills can be kept for decades until the next batch of origin rune appears. The second is to enter the original secret realm and try to keep the original rune permanently so that even if it becomes a god level, it can still be used. However, original secret realm is extremely difficult, and there are very few people who can retain their skills. For many people, they will enter Original Secret Realm, Bowie Ba at level 89 to strive for that chance. There are also some people who will enter early, because Original Secret Realm also has the benefit of 2 stars, which can help people become gods. Those who have entered, many people have successfully entered the god level. That's what Tangxing thought. He's already level 86, and he wants to enter Original Secret Realm to try his luck. After hearing what he said, Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. For some things, just do your best, and don't worry too much about it. Sometimes thinking too much becomes a hindrance. Senior Tang, I have a message for you. Tangxing asked, what are you talking about? Through the conversation, Tangxing felt that this young man named Lin Moyu was not simple. Thinking about it, how could it be easy for someone who can obtain 2 original runes? And only level 74, coming here alone made Lin Moyu shrouded in a mysterious halo. Tangxing listened attentively, and Lin Moyu slowly spit out 8 words, I am lucky if I get it, and my life is lost. If I get it I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. Tangxing repeatedly chewed what Lin Moyu said. The tiger's body trembled, and the long sword in its hand let out a long and crisp sound. Tangxing's aura also changed accordingly, and his whole body was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, becoming sharper and sharper. Lin Moyu's short words completely dispelled his doubts. Going forward, my sword will only become sharper. If I hesitate, my sword will rust and dull. Tangxing clasped his fists at Lin Moyu. Sincerely, after listening to Lin Moyu's words, I suddenly became enlightened. It's really looking forward and backward, thinking too much. No matter what the result is, I will end my penance career, go back to comprehend my skills, and prepare to hit the god level. Lin Moyu laughed. Senior Tang, go in first, I'll wait for you to come out. Original Secret Realm, only one person can enter one by one. If someone enters, the others will have to wait. Lin Moyu has found Original Secret Realm now, so he doesn't care about waiting an extra day and a half. Tangxing laughed. Good. He led the swordsman Fengruwei into the secret realm. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged outside the secret, waiting for Tangxing to come out. It just so happened that he could also familiarize himself with the skills. After moving the skill star core of summoning the Skeleton King to the soul, Lin Moyu has not officially used this skill yet. With a heart move, all the skeletons appeared beside him. At level 74, the capacity of the summoning space is also increased to 3,200. The total number of undead army has reached 172,800, an increase of 13,800 from level 73. The growth of the undead army is constantly increasing as his level increases. The increase is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of undead legions that can be increased with each level is also increasing. Skeletons alone are now at 129600. Nearly 130,000 skeletons filled an area of several kilometers to the brim. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skill star core in his soul suddenly lit up. The sky suddenly darkened, the sky was overcast, and the world became pitch black. Only the soul fire in the skull is flickering and jumping, making the whole world even more eerie. The skills have changed. Lin Moyu looked at the scene created by the skills, almost changing the world. A mass of silver-white flames appeared in the air, and the skeleton throne, which was more gorgeous and terrifying than before, rushed out of the flames. The Skeleton King appeared on the skeleton throne, and a breath of god level also permeated. Joy rose in Lin Moyu's eyes, and his skills became stronger, and more than a little bit. He used 100,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King before, and finally got a Skeleton King that is infinitely close to the god level. Now, 100,000 skeletons are also used to summon the Skeleton King. Not only do the skeletons not disappear, but the Skeleton King has also broken through to the god level. After the skill star core was integrated into the soul, it completely broke the restrictions of the rules. Skeleton King has reached the god level without relying on the strong soldier skill. Big profit. Lin Moyu looked at the Skeleton King who appeared in the air, not through the strength soldier skill, but the Skeleton King who has truly reached the god level. He is more than 20 meters tall, his whole body is surrounded by silvery white flames, and the huge white bone sword in his hand is also burning with silvery white flames. It complements the endlessly jumping soul fire in the head. Just by looking at the appearance, the previous Skeleton King was blown away. I don't know if the skills have changed. Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique with his fingers. Skeleton King. Number of skeletons, 100000. 260000. Agility, 260000. Spirit, 260000. Physique, 260000. Skills, Slay God, Elemental Riot, Absolute Defense. Slaying God, physical attack on a single target or an enemy within a range, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Elemental Riot, elemental attack on a single target or enemies within range, cooldown time BO seconds. Absolute Defense, immune to 99% damage within 1 minute, immune to all negative states, cooldown time 5 minutes. The attribute has officially exceeded 10 million, reaching 10.4 million, which is comparable to the 90-level powerhouse who just broke through, and is a true god level. The four-dimensional attributes are balanced, no matter what level it is, there is no weakness. Although there is no advantage, as long as the attribute is high enough, it will not be a problem. Skills have indeed changed as Lin Moyu thought. The cooling time of the skills of God Slashing and Elemental Riot has been changed to 30 seconds, which is fully reduced by half. This also greatly improved the Skeleton King's combat power. Although it didn't say how strong the damage was, Lin Moyu knew that it would definitely not be bad. The cooldown time of Absolute Defense has also been changed from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, and the survivability has also been greatly improved. Most importantly, with the existence of the God-level Skeleton King, Lin Moyu's survivability has been further improved. There's one more wounded unit. Lin Moyu saw silk threads extending from the skeleton to the Skeleton King. It means that the Skeleton King is summoned by 233 of these skeletons. There are 29,600 skeletons left that have not been summoned. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he used the skill of summoning the Skeleton King again. Flames danced in the sky, and the skeleton throne appeared. This time I used 20,000 skeletons. The summoned Skeleton King is not god level, and the skeleton throne is far less exquisite than the god level Skeleton King. The new Skeleton King is much smaller in size, and there is no silver flame on his body, so he is obviously much weaker. The experiment is not over yet. Lin Moyu activates the Strong Soldier skill. Check the attributes of the God-level Skeleton King again. The attributes of the God-level Skeleton King have increased again, but not by as much as 200%. Each attribute has reached 3 million, and the total attributes are 12 million. From the perspective of attributes, it is almost the same as level 92, but still has not broken through to level 93. Seeing this result, Lin Moyu was slightly disappointed. Without using the Strength Soldier skill, Skeleton King reached the god level, much stronger than before. After using the Strength Soldier skill, the increase becomes smaller, and the difference from before is not obvious. It seems that the influence of the rules still exists, and I was too happy before. The skill cooling time has been reduced by half, and the actual combat power has indeed improved a lot. Strength Soldiers skills are always foreign objects. I can't rely too much on them. Perhaps after this secret realm, there won't be any Strengthening Soldiers skills. Lin Moyu looked at the two skills on the back of his left and right hands, and said to himself, if I can only keep one of the two skills, how should I choose? Although both skills are very good, but Lin Moyu did not dare to ask too much. If only one can be kept. How to choose? Thoughts are like electricity, analyze pros and cons. After a while, there was a flash of light in the eyes, and there was an answer. Half a day later, the entrance to the secret realm lit up. Tang Xing walked out of the secret realm with a blank look in his eyes. It is normal to be dazed, and Lin Moyu knows that this is true for all people who come out of the secret realm. They will basically forget what happened in the secret realm, and can only remember some fragments. Through these pieces and pieces, no useful information can be deduced. In addition, there are not many people who are qualified to enter the original secret realm. For so many years, there is almost no news about the primordial secret realm. Apart from knowing that the secret realm is extremely difficult, there is nothing else. After being dazed for a few seconds, Tang Xing's eyes flashed, and he murmured, "I'm out." Lin Moyu said, "How about Senior Tang?" Tang Xing glanced at the back of his hand. The runes on the back of his hand were gone. Tang Xing smiled wryly. "The doctor is defeated. Failure is expected. For so many years, there are very few people who can succeed." Seeing that the bewildered look in his eyes hadn't completely subsided, Lin Moyu didn't ask him more about what happened in the secret realm. "I knew nothing in my heart." If Tang Xing could really remember something, he would definitely take the initiative to tell him. Tang Xing patted his head, and a sharp aura erupted from his body again, turning into a sharp sword with a handle that pierced Xuxiao again. Lin Moyu knows that it is not a bad thing to forget everything in the secret realm. Not everyone can face up to their own failures. If you only know one result, you will be a little disappointed at most. If the memory of the secret realm still exists, and the failure process is replayed repeatedly in the memory, it will not be of much benefit to future practice. Tang Xing's aura is getting stronger and stronger, and the sword is getting sharper and sharper, which has surpassed his previous state when he entered the secret realm. Although Tang failed to keep the original rune, he should have gained a lot of benefits. Tang can feel that he has become stronger, and he has greater confidence in hitting the god level. Indeed got a lot of benefits. Lin Moyu keenly sensed that Tang Xing's soul became stronger. For those who want to set foot on the god level, the strengthening of the soul is the first priority. You can have fewer skills, and you can upgrade slowly. Only the strengthening of the soul is the most important thing. With Lin Moyu's current god-level soul strength, one can clearly sense which level Tang Xing's soul is at. The level before Tang Xing was 86, and the soul level was slightly weaker, less than 85. Most professionals are like him, and their souls can't keep up with the level, which also makes it extremely difficult for most professionals to become god-level powerhouses. This is also the reason why there are so many false gods. Although the false gods have reached level 90, their soul strength is just a little bit worse, and they will not be able to become gods for life. But now that Tang Xing has gone through the original secret realm trip, his soul level has improved, and it has reached level 86, which is on par with Tang Xing's own level. In this way, the possibility of him becoming a god level is greatly increased, and at least half of them hope to become a god level. From the changes in Tang Xing, Lin Moyu guessed what the benefits of original secret realm are, that is, to improve the soul level. Continuing to make inferences based on this, Lin Moyu guessed that the assessment in original secret realm should also be related to the soul. This kind of speculation is not without reason, but the result of a comprehensive analysis based on my own experience in the past 2 years and the level I have reached now. Lin Moyu said, "The junior wishes the senior success and fame." Tang Xing laughed loudly. Okay, welcome to my Tang family as a guest, and Tang is walking backwards to welcome you. Tang Xing is not a procrastination person either. A few words are already farewell. Take out the teleportation talisman and teleport back to the ancient city of Xinxia. He has been away for several years and practiced penance for several years, but this is the first time he has returned to the city. I don't know how I will react when I know Lin Moyu's identity after I go back. There are many people who practice penance, and it is not uncommon for people like Tang Xing. Lin Moyu looked at the entrance of the secret realm, took a deep breath. It's my turn. The scenery changed, and a very pleasant and elegant fragrance floated into the nostrils. Not floral, but better than floral. It is more like the fragrance of plants and trees. After people smell it, their ears are clear and their eyes are clear, and there is a sense of enlightenment. Lin Moyu felt that his thinking seemed to be a little more active, and his soul became more flexible and lively. Extraordinary fragrance. Lin Moyu realized that this scent is not simple, it can make people's brains work more flexibly. As soon as his sight was restored, he saw a round of warm sun in the sky. The warm sun shines brightly, and the gentle light reflects on the body, making it warm and comfortable. The pores of the whole body seem to be opened, fatigue is swept away, and the body has reached its peak state. Strange fragrance, warm sun, the combination of the two makes everyone who enters the secret realm reach the peak state. These 2 points alone made Lin Moyu have a good impression of the secret realm. Then he saw in the secret place, birds singing and flowers fragrant, mountains in the distance, and water nearby. There are green grass and wild flowers everywhere, as well as scattered trees, and the trees in the distance are shady. A trail stretches to the distance, there are quaint gazebos on the road, and huts can be seen at the foot of the mountain. This scene made Lin Moyu feel familiar. The secret realm of the soul of God of righteousness. Lin Moyu has seen exactly the same secret realm, which was constructed by Jiang Yi with his soul. No, it cannot be said to be exactly the same, there is still a difference. The secret realm of God of righteousness is only similar in shape, not in spirit. There is no gazebo, no strange fragrance, no warm sun. From this point of view, God of righteousness should have entered original secret realm, and the memory in it has not been completely erased, so he recorded some pictures in the secret realm. But why did he say that this is what his hometown looked like when he was a child? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for a while. I don't know what the assessment is like. After walking along the path for a while, we arrived at the gazebo. If the guess is correct, this gazebo will be the first assessment point. The assessment that Lin Moyu was waiting for did not appear until he walked out of the gazebo. The simple and vast atmosphere rushed towards Lin Moyu's heart just by looking at it. The small pavilion seems to become infinitely large, standing in the starry sky of the universe, like a giant holding a star. Even the extremely powerful gods can't hurt him in the slightest. But there are mottled marks on the gazebo, as if it has experienced a brutal battle. This is the trace left in the war. Lin Moyu was shocked for a long time, stepped into. The pavilion has the characteristics of Xinxia, or it should be said that Xinxia has the characteristics of the pavilion, just like the inheritance of culture. It does not belong to this era, nor does it belong to the previous era. Original secret realm, it is long and untraceable. Let Lin Moyu talk about it. There are also many characteristics and ancient daxia that can be seen in the gazebo. After stepping into the gazebo, I looked for the 4 wooden pillars of the gazebo, but found nothing. There are no seats or tables in the gazebo, which is a bit special. Finally, on the center ground of the gazebo, Lin Moyu saw a palm print. It should be this. Lin Moyu pressed his palm up, and a suction force came, and the power of the soul got into the palm print uncontrollably. The gazebo suddenly lit up. A law silently entered Lin Moyu's body and entered the soul world. This law is extremely subtle, almost to the point where it cannot be checked. If you change to another professional, you will definitely not be able to find it. Lin Moyu felt it clearly, and then saw it through his own soul. This law is flying towards one's own soul, and one cannot tell good from bad, good from evil. Lin Moyu's soul is extremely pure, so naturally he will not allow external forces to enter. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal entrenched on the body let out a dragon chant and flew up, swallowing this law in one gulp. It seemed that after chewing a few mouthfuls, it spit out this law again and sprayed it on Lin Moyu's soul. The law after it has been chewed has become pure power of the soul. Lin Moyu feels that his soul level seems to have improved. Because I am already at the God level soul level, the improvement is not great. If you switch to a professional of another level, at least half a level to 1 level of soul level can be raised. It seems that this law should be the key to the memory being erased. The law is responsible for erasing the memory in the secret realm, and the soul power contained in the law is a reward for those who enter the secret realm. This is really fair. No matter what the results of the assessment in the secret realm are, you can get good rewards. If you pass the test, the memory in the secret realm will not be erased, and you will be able to bring it out of the secret realm. However, those few people who passed the assessment refused to tell what happened in the secret realm. It's really strange. It is very difficult to increase the soul, and it is really good to have such a reward. Most people can't keep the original rune, and it is worthwhile to exchange it for an improvement in the soul level. Naturally, Lin Moyu would not be satisfied with this. He also wanted to keep the original runes, at least one of them. Feeling the 9-colored dragon soul crystal entrenched outside the soul, once again deeply aware of its extraordinary. That is, it can defend against soul attacks, and it can also resist laws. With it, the safety of the soul is greatly improved. Perhaps the role of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal is not limited to this, and there are many other functions that I have not discovered. After all, it is the treasure of the dragon clan, far stronger than I imagined. Lin Moyu already knew that if nothing happened, all his memories in the secret realm would not be affected. This is true even if the rift challenge fails. Lin Moyu withdrew his hand and stood in the gazebo to watch the changes. The gazebo is shining. Standing in it seems to hear the roar of dragons and tigers. There seemed to be the sound of fighting. Original Secret Realm is not dangerous. No one has ever had an accident in Original Secret Realm, so Lin Moyu is not worried at all. He was just curious. Original Secret Realm uses laws as a means to not allow people to know what happened in the Secret Realm. What is it hiding? It cannot be announced to the public, or it is not configured by others. Both possibilities are possible, and only the experience can be figured out. Lin Moyu is now waiting for the answer to appear. The light became brighter and brighter, and Lin Moyu found that the gazebo disappeared, and he was in the starry sky of the universe. The cosmic galaxy, countless star worlds flashed before the eyes. Countless strong men appeared in the starry sky, each one terrifying and boundless. Although it is only an illusory picture, Lin Moyu also knows that he is just a bystander. But he felt very clearly that if these strong men want to kill him, they don't need to use their hands at all. Just a look is enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times. The so-called undead army, various life-saving skills, and resurrection skills are all bullshit. But in the picture, tens of millions of strong men are joining forces. Each of them looks nervous, as if they are waiting for something. Until deep in the starry sky, a person appeared. These invincible powerhouses became nervous one after another, and murderous intent rose from their bodies. Check. So many invincible powerhouses joined forces to block each other. Who is that person? It's so strong that it needs so many invincible experts to join forces, and each of them is so nervous. The figure 993 in the depths of the starry sky approached quickly. An old man in blue shirt appeared in Lin Moyu's line of sight. He couldn't see the face of the old man clearly, but he could tell that it was an old man. The old man is wearing a green shirt, with long hair flying, and riding a green bull in the starry sky. Tao is always doing nothing, but doing everything. Supreme goodness is like water. Water is good for all things without fighting for it. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets everything. When Lin Moyu saw the old man, the sound of chanting rang in his ears. The old man rode the green ox, seemingly slow but fast, and he passed the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Wherever he passed, the invincible powerhouses died silently one after another. Either it was wiped out, or the stars fell, and no one survived. Even if someone wants to escape, it is like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to escape. In an instant, thousands of invincible powerhouses all died. The old man didn't even look at them. The purple energy on the old man's body was vast and boundless, disappearing into the starry sky. Wherever he passed, the blood of the strong turned into a star road, full of murderous intent, vast and grand. Lin Moyu was shocked, beyond shock. Such a fantastic scene appeared in front of him, which shocked him greatly. If it is someone else, it is possible that the mind will collapse. Lin Moyu's shock didn't stop there, but also because of the few words he heard. This is the Tao Te Ching. How did I hear the Tao Te Ching? When I got the original runes, I was very surprised when I saw the soldiers' characters and recognized the ancient Wuxia characters. Now I even heard the Tao Te Ching in Original Secret Realm, say. He believed even more that this place had something to do with Gu Huaxia. Huaxia, Xinxia, Xinlong, characters. Purple Qi and Mighty Starry Sky, Tao Te Ching. There was a legend that when Laozi left Hanggu Pass in the west, the purple energy spread for 3,000 miles. The old man Qingyou, reciting this Tao Te Ching, is also full of purple energy. Could it be that this invincible old man is Lao Tzu? One question after another kept popping up. Lin Moyu felt a little dizzy. He never imagined that he would see such a thing. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the picture at all, and instinctively believed that it was true. Just when Lin Moyu was puzzled, the picture in front of him disappeared. Two big characters appeared in the starry sky, and each big character was like a star field, occupying a large piece of starry sky. The so-called planets and stars are as small as a chicken in front of these words. The two big characters, shining brightly, swirled up and down in the starry sky. The two big characters are exactly the original runes, characters, and Zhu characters that he has mastered. In fact, these two characters are not the same as the fonts he learned, but he can recognize them at a glance. Just like the traditional and simplified characters in Huaxia, many people can't write traditional characters or have learned traditional characters, but they can recognize traditional characters when they see them. This is the inheritance of context. The two flashing words kept beating in front of my eyes, exuding an indescribable atmosphere of confusion. It is even older than the ancient Huxia characters. There is a law in the font, an incomparably powerful law, stronger than anything I have seen before. Why? Lin Moyu silently read two words, and the starry sky shook violently. The back of the hand was slightly hot, and the original rune on it also began to glow, resonating with it. In the next second, the two simple and vague words shattered in front of Lin Moyu, turning into countless light spots and entering Lin Moyu's body. Light spots occupy every corner of Lin Moyu's body, even the soul is occupied. This time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't respond and let the light come in. Explain that the light spot is not dangerous and will not cause any harm to the soul. The scene before Lin Moyu's eyes changed rapidly. The sound of fighting came from his ears, and the disgusting smell of blood came in, which made Lin Moyu feel deeply uncomfortable. Lin Moyu thinks that he is decisive in killing, and he has killed a lot of monsters and enemies along the way. It can be regarded as flowing in the sea of blood. Especially when facing dragons, they killed them in batches. What kind of scene has never been experienced before, and I have long been used to the smell of blood. Even so, he had never seen such a terrifying bloody aura, which made a person like him want to vomit. Suddenly a drop of blood fell from the air and hit his head. His vision was completely red, not only red, but also tight in the red. The smell of blood that entered the nostrils was even stronger, and he almost couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot. Lin Moyu immediately blocked his sense of smell and wiped the blood from his eyes. But even if the sense of smell is turned off, the smell of blood still penetrates in bursts, pervasive. This smell is difficult to avoid and dissipate, and it directly acts on the soul. There is no way but to endure. And the blood coming down from the face was reddish with purple, thick as pulp. The blood actually regrouped into a ball in the palm, as if it had life. The blood also contained huge energy, and even glaring light made it impossible for Lin Moyu to look directly at it. This is the blood of the strong, and there are laws in the blood. Lin Moyu felt the breath of law from the blood. He knew that only the strong who integrated the law into the whole body would have such blood. There is a trace of law in the blood of the poisonous god, just a trace. And this drop of blood in front of him has a terribly strong aura of law, many times stronger than the god of poison. It can be seen from this that the master of blood is countless times stronger than the god of poison. Lin Moyu looked up. Blood was coming from the sky. The sky was pitch black, not because it was dark, but because it was covered by some kind of creature. This creature is ridiculously large, its body length cannot be calculated by Lin Moyu, and it really blocks the sky. This creature seems to be fighting, and the energy it rolls up is enough to destroy the world. All the feelings are too real. Lin Moyu realizes that he no longer seems to be a spectator, but really joins it. The existence in the air is not at the same level as myself, and it is impossible for me to join it even if I try my best. And a little energy wave caused by the other party is enough to kill him. Fortunately, there is an invisible barrier between him and it, blocking the aftermath of the opponent's attack. Lin Moyu recovered from the shock and looked around. He knew that there would be no danger in the original secret realm, and joining this seemingly real and illusory battle must be a test. Looking around with both eyes, he saw an enemy rushing towards him. The breath is not strong, only a little stronger than oneself. Enemies come from all directions, very numerous and innumerable. And myself, only one person. Lin Moyu didn't panic. He had encountered such things a lot, and he was used to fighting more with less. He subconsciously wanted to summon the undead army, but found that the undead army had no movement. The summoning space still exists, and the skills still exist, but they cannot be used. It seems that the skills have been sealed by some mysterious and powerful force. Lin Moyu clearly saw that there were light spots in his soul, which sealed his skills. There is no undead army, and other skills are also sealed. How should I deal with it? Dead end? Lin Moyu felt nervous for a moment. It was only for a moment, and then he calmed down. In the test of Original Secret Realm, there is no unsolvable dead end. Since my skills can't be used, then there are only 2 of you left. His eyes fell on the backs of his left and right hands. The characters of Strong Bing and the characters of Julie, can be used. This is the solution to the problem. Facing the enemies rushing from all directions, Lin Moyu resolutely activated the Cohesion skill carried by the character Zhe. Cohesion, gather the power of the specified summoned object, inherit all the skills of the summoned object, and fuse some attributes of the summoned object. The duration is 5 minutes, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. The description of the power-gathering skill flashed in Lin Moyu's mind. 5 minutes, not enough. There are too many enemies, and 5 minutes is not enough to kill them. Subconsciously checked his attributes, and couldn't help but frowned. Lin Moyu. Level 74. 1000000. Agility 1-000000. 10,000-00. Physique 1000000. Skills: Furious Bombing, Elemental Riot, Soul Shooting, Legion Strengthening, Legion Recovery, Elimination, Charge, Group Defense, Exemption. 4-dimensional attributes. Each attribute is only 1 million, which is really pitifully small. In the state where I don't use the Cohesion skill, the body strength attribute is 430,000, plus the 500,000 bonus brought by the Monarch Scepter. The 2 attributes of strength and agility reached 930,000. The physical attributes reached 1.03 million. Not to mention the highest spiritual attribute, counting the Monarch Scepter, it has exceeded 2 million. Now with the power-gathering skill, the 4-dimensional attributes are averaged, and each attribute is only 1 million. It is even weaker than without Julie state. Lin Moyu feels lonely when using this skill. Fortunately, it inherited the skills from the skeleton, the headless horseman, and the general lich. There is a big difference between having skills and not having skills. Lin Moyu first used the Legion Enhancement skill from General Lich. Legion Enhancement, Level 7. All attributes increased by 70%, attack speed increased by 70%, spell casting speed increased by 70%, physical defense increased by 70%, elemental defense increased by 70%, and control resistance increased by 70%. All attributes have been increased by 70% to 100,000. Especially the attack speed increased by 70%, the effect is more obvious. Lin Moyu felt full of strength and lightness all over her body. At this time, the enemy is not far away. It started. With excitement, Lin Moyu let out a low cry, activated his skills, and rushed towards the enemy. Skill, Rush. Under the charge skill, the speed is as fast as lightning, 3,000 meters per second, which is a speed that Lin Moyu has never experienced. The storage space is also sealed, making it impossible to take out weapons. If you don't have a weapon in your hand, hit it with your fist. But it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu sees that the enemy has weapons, swords, guns, swords, shields and bows. Everything is available, and he can let him choose. The appearance of the enemy is a black shadow, like thick smoke, and no specific shape can be seen. It seems to be a bit close to the human form, and it is constantly changing. Especially when Lin Moyu approached with a gust of wind, the black shadow was blown from side to side. Each group of shadows is more than 5 meters tall, and their body shape far exceeds that of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu slammed into the black shadow with a punching ability, and then punched out. With a loud bang, the file exploded. The dashing skill will cause an attack 5 times its own strength attribute, and the attack power is not small. In the shape of a black shadow, the two-handed giant sword in its hand was caught by Lin Moyu before it landed. Lin Moyu is extremely powerful, and the giant sword weighs more than 1,000 caddies, and it is effortless to hold it with one hand. Just when Lin Moyu bombarded and killed the black shadow, other black shadows had already culled, and all kinds of weapons greeted Lin Moyu. The giant sword swept across, and the weapons collided. Lin Moyu was shocked. The strength of the opponent was not much worse than him. In the case of not using skills, the strength of the two sides is equal, and I am slightly better than myself. Sharp arrows swished over, and the archers had already launched an attack on Lin Moyu. At this time Lin Moyu felt a force entering his body, but it was too late to feel what it was. One side of his body dodged sharp arrows, but then more sharp arrows flew. Lin Moyu could only continue to dodge. The sharp arrow was extremely accurate, and it seemed that Lin Moyu was locked on. Lin Moyu fought against the shadow while dodging. He found that Sombra not only had almost the same attack power as himself, but even his fighting skills were at the pinnacle, not much worse than himself. If you don't use your skills, you really can't do anything about them. As more and more black shadows surrounded him, the room for Lin Moyu to maneuver became smaller and smaller. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he activated his skills. Skills, Chaos. With the skill of the Skeleton Master, Lin Moyu did not lock on any target, but launched an indiscriminate attack on the area around him with a radius of 100 meters. The elements exploded, colorful and beautiful. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if this skill could kill the opponent. He had gone to make up the knife while the element was still exploding. After counting the swords in a row, another black figure was killed, and Lin Moyu had another two-handed white sword in his hand. Holding a two-handed giant sword in each of his left and right hands, Lin Moyu danced very fast. The elemental riot worked well, severely injuring the enemy, and Lin Moyu also took the opportunity to kill several people. Lin Moyu found that every time he killed one, a strange breath would enter his body. This breath is very weak. If not for the sharpness of my soul, I would not be able to detect it. But Lin Moyu still didn't have time to find the whereabouts of this aura, and there were more and more black shadows around him. Lin Moyu fought crazily among the black shadow group, fighting to the point of madness. It had been a long time since he had fought hand-to-hand like this, and this time he fought heartily. Lin Moyu really likes this kind of melee combat, and has joined the battle many times in close quarters, as an incarnate knight with his undead army, fighting the bosses head-on. Lin Moyu feels that he seems to have the potential to be a fighter. As time became unbalanced, Lin Moyu fought more and more smoothly, and gradually figured out Sombra's fighting style. It is found that although their fighting skills are very strong, they are almost perfect. 0 asked for flowers. But one eye at a time, extremely rigid, not flexible enough. Moreover, their vitality is extremely weak, and it usually only takes one blow to kill them. In this way, Lin Moyu began to change his life. In the case of not using skills, he exchanged some insignificant minor injuries for the other party's life. At this time, the Legion's healing skills played a huge role, and some flesh and blood injuries could be healed with a single treatment. Even if the injury is a little serious, at most 2 or 3 treatments are enough. In this case, Lin Moyu throws skills if he has skills, and trades injuries for lives if he doesn't have skills. The Black Shadow was quickly cleaned up. There were thousands of black shadows rushing over in the first batch. All of them were beheaded by Lin Moyu one by one. Lin Moyu just stopped when there was no more shadow in his sight. At this time, 5 minutes have passed, and the Julie skill is still there. Lin Moyu was surprised. He was sure that when he used his skills, he felt exactly the same as before. 5 minutes of skill time, there will be no false. However, as the battle progressed, the duration of the skills seemed to be increasing. It should be because of killing Sombra. Killing Sombra can increase the skill duration. So, as long as I kill fast enough, the power-gathering ability will always exist. And at the end of the battle, I felt that my strength had increased again, and the two swords became lighter. Lin Moyu checked his own attributes. Attributes did increase, each rising to 2.04 million. 2.04 million attributes, that means the basic attributes have reached 1.2 million. There were almost 2,000 black shadows just now, and every time you kill one, you can increase the attribute by 100. Lin Moyu understands that killing Sombra can not only increase the duration of cohesion skill, but also increase the basic attributes. Moreover, Lin Moyu guessed based on his own experience that it is impossible to have only one wave of assessment. There is definitely a second wave, a third wave. If the test of Original Secret Realm would be so simple, then the success rate would not be so low. Sure enough, before Lin Moyu could take a breath, a new enemy appeared not far away. This time it was a group of knights, the Flame Knights. Their bodies are burning with fierce flames, and they wear heavy armor, and the mounts under them are covered with airtight armor. Lin Moyu judged at just one glance, the opponent was not afraid of fire, and secondly, he had extremely high defense, which was definitely much more difficult to deal with than Sombra. The flame streaked across like a streamer, and the Flame Knight had already killed him. Lin Moyu's whole body tensed up, and he couldn't help shouting, "Sister!" The skill used by the other party is obviously the rushing skill he used just now. He even used his own skills to deal with himself. The speed of the charge skill is too fast, and the distance of several kilometers is reached in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it. He waved his swords, and his skill, Elemental Riot. With itself as the center, a radius of 100 meters exploded. During the explosion, Lin Moyu also used the charge skill, and charged with two swords. The power of the Elemental Riot is directly related to the strength of the mental power. As the attribute increases, the power of the skill also increases. Although the Flame Knight was not killed by the bomb, he was still blown upside down. The dashing skills were also abruptly interrupted at the last moment. Lin Moyu seized this opportunity and launched the charge skill. Two two-handed giant swords that were bigger than others strangled. The dashing skill exerted a super attacking power, splitting the Flame Knight with his mount in two. The flames soared into the sky, and a magical breath penetrated into the body. The duration of the gathering skill has been increased again, and the attributes have also been slightly increased. Lin Moyu broke into the group of Flame Knights and played the previous style again. Trading injuries for lives has been tried and tested. Although he got the dashing ability from Lin Moyu, he obviously didn't learn Lin Moyu's way of exchanging injuries for lives. Although there are many Flame Knights, they cannot form an effective siege. Lin Moyu kept moving around, always keeping himself on the periphery, not giving the opponent a chance to encircle. The Flame Knight kept falling under the sword of Lin 643 whispering, and his attributes improved. Lin Moyu became stronger and more efficient as he fought. This time Lin Moyu killed more skillfully and more easily. In less than an hour, 1,000 seemingly powerful Flame Knights had been killed by Lin Moyu. These Flame Knights, no matter which one is taken out, will not be weaker than a professional knight at level 80. But even if Lin Moyu's whole body skills are sealed, he can kill them without leaving any of them by relying only on the cohesion skill. It can be seen from this that the skills brought by Original Rune are indeed very powerful. Lin Moyu also considered before entering Original Secret Realm, if only one of the two skills can be left, he will choose the pressure skill. Judging from the superficial combat power, the Strengthen Soldiers skill has a greater boost to oneself. But Lin Moyu always remembers one sentence: one's own strength is the real strength. He is full of expectations for the cohesion skill. Although this skill is not too strong now, it may have infinite possibilities in the future. Whether he is breaking through to the god level or even becoming a super god in the future, he can improve his strength more than once. Lin Moyu always had this idea in his heart, and Tian was firm. Of course, if possible, the strength soldier's skill cannot be given up. The combination of the two is bound to be stronger. When all the Flame Knights were wiped out, Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Not at all tired, Lin Moyu was surprised to find that the power of divinity had not been sealed. Not only was his skill sealed, but even his talent was sealed. But the power of divinity is still at work. What it means, Lin Moyu is very clear. The source of divine power is the Shinjo Ding, and Antares was shocked by the Shinjo Ding, which shows that the Shinjo Ding is extraordinary. Now that the power of divinity has not been sealed, it is absolutely certain that the Shinjo Ding and original rune belong to the same level of items. Only high but not low. In this way, I still took advantage of it. Lin Moyu thought in his heart that the mere existence of divine power gave him an advantage. With a fatigue recovery rate of 7,400%, he almost became a tireless fighting machine. Even if the high-intensity battle lasts for several days and nights, you will not feel tired. If it were someone else, even if they survived the 2 waves of war, it is still a question of whether they can hold on. Lin Moyu checked the attributes, and the attributes increased again. Each attribute has increased by 200,000, and the basic attribute of each item has reached 1.4 million. After strengthening the skill bonus, the individual attribute is 2.38 million, and the total attribute is 9.52 million, which is close to the tens of millions. Lin Moyu has used Julie more than once, and Julie has an upper limit. 9.99 million is tens of thousands, and it is impossible to break through the god level. This is limited by the law. But Lin Moyu felt that maybe in Original Secret Realm, this restriction could be broken. If he wins another game and his attributes increase again, he can feel the god-level power of tens of millions of attributes in advance. This is also helpful for him to break through to the god level. In Lin Moyu's anticipation, a third enemy appeared. Not a batch this time, just one. Appearing in front of Lin Moyu is a humanoid creature. Wearing armor, you can't see your face clearly. The body shape is 90% similar to Lin Moyu. Also holding 2 giant swords, same as Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu was stunned. This guy is imitating himself. Before, it just imitated the rushing skills. This time it seems to be more excessive, and even the body-shaped weapons have begun to imitate. What the hell is this? Lin Moyu feels that all his skills will be imitated. Although there is only one enemy this time, it gives Lin Moyu a more dangerous feeling. Without giving Lin Moyu a chance to think, the other party launched a rushing skill and killed him. Lin Moyu repeated his old tricks, and when the opponent was about to approach, the elements rioted. This time there is no need for a range attack, there is only one target, and it is locked directly. The explosion exploded, and Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. He saw a different light, which belonged to group defense. Then the opponent came out of the explosion, still wearing group defense skills. Sure enough, I have learned all my skills. Looking at the momentum, the attributes should be close to mine. I don't know if my style of playing with injuries for lives has also been learned. Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring. He didn't dare to be careless, and directly stopped the attack with his sword. Both sides held 2-handed giant swords with one hand, and the 4 swords clashed, which was deafening. The space is hit with circles of ripples, spreading outward like waves, layer upon layer, and the entire world is distorting. The strength of the 2 sides is very close, almost equal. The same is true of playing skills. Lin Moyu traded his injury for his life, and the opponent did the same. Lin Moyu healed his injuries, and so did the other party. Gritting his teeth, Lin Moyu not only imitated his skills, imitated his attributes, but also imitated his style of play. It's like fighting with yourself zero. The 2 fought endlessly, sword shadows flickered, and neither could do anything to the other. Lin Moyu changed several styles of play, and the guest skills took turns. But the other party will do it too, it's useless at all. Especially the existence of healing skills, it is too heaven-defying. Even if Lin Moyu seizes the opportunity and injures the opponent, he can heal within 2 or 3 strokes. Only then did Lin Moyu realize how difficult he was. How hopeless it must be to be your own enemy. At least for now I am quite desperate. It seems that we can only fight for endurance. You can imitate my skills and attributes, but you certainly cannot imitate the power of divinity. Lin Moyu pinned all his hopes on the power of divinity. The power of divinity cannot be sealed, which means that it is of a very high level, and it is estimated that it cannot be imitated. If the opponent's stamina is also unlimited, then there is no need to fight, just surrender and admit defeat. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and attacked wildly. The same is true for the opponent, crazily counterattacking. As a result, energy consumption increases dramatically. Lin Moyu relies on the power of divinity, whether it is physical or mental strength, all have amazing recovery experience. After fighting like this for a long time, Lin Moyu finally smiled. The opponent was tired, his speed began to decrease, and his attack power also began to weaken. At their level, a little difference is a world of difference. Lin Moyu's attack was even more violent, and one sword was faster than the other. Every sword is full force, and the style of avoiding life with injury is used again. He knew that he had to consume the opponent as soon as possible, so as to gain an overwhelming advantage. Sure enough, after hundreds of swords, Lin Moyu seized the opportunity. A sword slashed across the opponent's neck, the blade cut through the armor, and directly took the head. Panting lightly, not because of exhaustion, but because of victory. Finally, he won, and finally defeated himself. This is just me with my skills sealed. If I meet myself with all my skills fully activated, then I think 1.4 will be even more difficult. Lin Moyu has deeply realized how strong he is, and knows that he is indeed a tough guy. Deeply mourn for one's enemies for 3 seconds. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also vigilant. He saw the huge monster in the sky that blocked the sky, and that was the truly powerful existence. There are so many invincible strong men in the starry sky, as well as the young and old man who instantly killed them into scum. This is the real strong man, and he is nothing at all. There was another strong smell of blood. During the battle just now, the smell of blood disappeared. Now it spreads again. Once again a drop of blood fell from the air and hit Lin Moyu on the head, turning him into a human again. Lin Moyu didn't hide, because there was no way to hide. The smell of blood is brought by this drop of blood. The smell of blood from a drop of blood is comparable to a sea of blood. Then drop after drop of blood fell, all on Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu seemed to be drenched in a rain of blood, and his whole body turned into a blood man. The law and the blood slowly penetrated from all parts of Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu couldn't stop the penetration of the law. These bloods from unknown powerhouses contain extremely powerful and terrifying laws. The law also entered the soul, and did not arouse the reaction of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. They are not malicious. Since it cannot be stopped, it can only be enjoyed. The law mobilized the energy flowing through his whole body, and at the same time mobilized the history of his soul. The bondage in the soul seems to have weakened, and wisps of soul power flowed out. The law and the power of the soul that poured into the whole body merged with each other, and finally gathered into a sea, rushing towards the character Je on the right hand. All the power has entered the character of Je. The character Je on the back of the right hand exploded with unprecedented light, shining brilliantly. Hot. Very hot. Like a ball of flames burning on the back of the hand. In the flames, the character Je came off the back of his hand and appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Because of the power of the soul, Lin Moyu can clearly sense that the character Je in front of him has a wonderful connection with himself, as if it is a part of himself. In the past, I didn't have this feeling. Even if the skills belonged to me, I didn't have this feeling of soul connection. There was blood dripping from the air. It fell drop by drop on the Je character, dyeing the Je character into a reddish-purple color. Huge laws penetrated into it, and the characters of Je began to change shape 02. The characters distorted, began to shrink, and all strokes were bending. Eventually, the characters became a fist-sized bead. Skill Star Core. Lin Moyu was greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, the character of the hero left the body, and after being watered by the blood of an unknown strongman, it turned into a Skill Star Core. Lin Moyu instinctively reached out to grab it, and suddenly the Skill Star Core turned into a stream of light, which instantly penetrated into Lin Moyu's eyebrows. Immediately after that, a Skill Star Core appeared in the soul. The soul shook violently. At this moment, all the shackles in the soul were lifted, and the power of the soul was completely liberated. Lin Moyu was blessed to the soul, and a large amount of soul power was continuously poured into the Skill Star Core. Inject soul power to increase fusion. Nothing is more important than this right now. All of Lin Moyu's consciousness is concentrated here, and the power of the soul is injected crazily, regardless of the cost. It is very difficult to improve the degree of integration. The first time is the best opportunity to improve the degree of integration, and this opportunity cannot be missed. Lin Moyu looks calm on the surface, but the inside is turbulent. Lin Moyu mobilized his soul to such a degree for the first time, completely regardless of the consequences. He just wants to improve the integration now. With the injection of soul power, the Skill Star Core began to shine, and layers of golden sun appeared. Seeing this situation, Lin Moyu increased his horsepower even more. He knew that the more he paid now, the more he would gain later. I have had 3 experiences and enjoyed 3 soul feedings. After passing through the Skill Star Core, the power of the soul will become more pure, and the level of the soul will also increase accordingly. After his soul level was raised to the God level, he has been slowly progressing. The Domain Divine Stone continued to use the charm Blue Flame to enhance the soul, but the effect was getting weaker and weaker, and would soon reach the limit. 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal has a strong effect, but its attributes increase slowly, and it takes a lot of time to grind. On the contrary, the soul feedback of the Skill Star Core can be strengthened a lot at one time. Now he is very far away from the soul level of level 91, only 1 line away. Lin Moyu believes that after this soul feedback, the soul level will be able to successfully reach level 91. The higher the soul level, the purer the soul power. Normally, a professional soul level is about the same as his level, and most soul levels will be weaker than his level. It is relatively easy to obtain soul energy, just fight monsters. It is much more difficult to improve the soul level, and it is a passive improvement under no accidental circumstances. It is also this situation that makes it more difficult for professionals to achieve the God level. When it reaches level 88 or 89, things will stop and it will be difficult to make progress. But Lin Moyu took a completely different path from ordinary professionals. Under all kinds of adventures, his soul level far exceeds his own level. Now his soul level is a big bucket, and his soul energy is just the water in the bucket, which is not filled at all. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry to fill the bucket, he is more concerned about improving the quality of the bucket and increasing the capacity of the bucket so that it can hold more water in the future. Under Lin Moyu's infusion of soul at any cost, this Skill Star Core from the Origin Rune finally reached its limit. Lin Moyu felt a feeling of being hollowed out, that is, all the power of the soul was exhausted. Even with the help of divine power, he couldn't bear such consumption. The soul becomes dry, and this feeling is very unpleasant. Lin Moyu even felt drowsy, wishing he could fall asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But Lin Moyu has a smile on his face, he can feel that the connection between him and the Skill Star Core is unprecedentedly close. It even surpassed his own 3 Skill Star Cores. Original Rune, S Skill Star Core is really strong. Lin Moyu didn't expect that it could absorb all the power of his soul. Unlike my own Skill Star Core, which is saturated without absorbing much. It was finally full, and it kept spinning in Lin Moyu's soul, turning faster and faster, without any intention of stopping. During the rotation, the pure Lingwei area is continuously sprayed out. These soul energies come from Lin Moyu, and now through the transformation of the Skill Star Core, they become more pure. The soul is moistened like the dry earth, and it becomes full in an instant. The skill star core rotates faster and faster. Lin Moyu can't count how many times it rotates per second, and feels that it must exceed tens of thousands per second. The soul energy is also spit out more and more. The level of the soul is gradually rising. Lin Moyu likes to see this kind of mutually reinforcing and win-win situation. Accompanied by a silent vibration, the soul took a step forward and finally reached level 91. The skill star core has also taken root in Lin Moyu's soul. It is still spinning fast, completely different from the other 3 skill star cores. Even now, there is no intention of stopping. Lin Moyu realized that it might go on like this forever and never stop. It was full of golden light, and Lin Moyu was shocked to see it. Could it be that the degree of integration has reached 100%? Not so. Antares once told himself that before becoming a super god, the limit of skill fusion is 99%, and it is impossible to reach 100%. But the skill star core in front of him is indeed golden in color, extremely pure. Just looking is inaccurate, Lin Moyu checked with excitement. Gathering power, fusion rate 99%. Consume the power of the soul, gather the power of the summoned object, inherit all the skills of the summoned object, and the attributes after using the skills are only limited by the user's own soul level. When you are in the state of concentration, killing the enemy can harvest the enemy's soul, supplement your own soul consumption, and improve your own soul level. Sure enough, the fusion degree is 99%. Lin Moyu guessed that the last point of fusion degree should be in the center of the star 417 core. It is estimated that it is not possible to increase the skill fusion to 100% until he becomes a super god. However, 99% integration is already very strong, and it cannot be too extravagant. Look at the attributes of the skill again. From the rune on the back of the hand to the star core of the skill, and finally into the soul, the skill will inevitably undergo some wonderful changes. First of all, there is no time limit for using it. As long as the power of the soul is sufficient, it can always maintain the state of concentration. The attribute limit after gathering strength is only limited by the user's whole body level. The subtext of this sentence is to ignore the law. Lin Moyu was excited. His soul level has reached level 91 now. If you use the power gathering skill, can you reach level 91 and become a god in one step? Oh no, it's a skill that allows him to have real god-level combat power. There is also the most important change. Killing the enemy in the state of gathering strength, you can harvest the enemy's soul, replenish your own soul consumption, and at the same time improve your soul level. What is this? Completely support war with war, the more war the stronger. I don't know if the enemies I killed with the undead army can harvest their souls. Lin Moyu feels that he is a little whimsical, but he has never tried it, so who knows? Little guy, have you finished watching? Just when Lin Moyu was taking it for granted, an old voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding area is too quiet, and there is not even a wind in the secret realm. And there was no one around Lin Moyu. If someone appeared, his soul would naturally react. The sudden sound startled Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw an old man looking at him with a kind smile. Startled, Lin Moyu calmed down quickly and saluted the old man respectfully. I have seen you, senior. The old man's face was kind, and he said repeatedly, there is no need to be too polite, no need to be too polite. He is being polite. Lin Moyu really dares to be so. The etiquette that should be done still needs to be in place. Lin Moyu knew that being able to appear in front of him without a breath, without even arousing his soul's alertness, this kind of existence must be extraordinary. The old man seemed very satisfied with Lin Moyu's attitude. How is it? Are you satisfied with your source skills? Senior, are you saying that what I got is called source skill? It was the first time Lin Moyu heard the word source skill benevolence. The old man smiled. What? Is there something wrong with the name of the skill? Lin Moyu quickly shook his head. It's not wrong, it's very appropriate. Original rune, original secret realm, original skill, there is indeed a sense of continuity. Skills come from source runes, called source skills, which is indeed very appropriate. The old man smiled and said, Did you see that big bird in the sky? Lin Moyu looked at the huge monster in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, and what he saw was only the tip of the iceberg, and he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. But since the old man said it was a bird, it should be a bird. Lin Moyu could only nod. I see. The old man smiled and said, it's not the real body, it's just a phantom. The real body is more than 10,000 times bigger. Lin Moyu was taken aback again, and now the sky was overshadowed. Standing below, I can only see a part of it. Its body length is estimated to be over hundreds of kilometers, not smaller than a city. If it is magnified 10,000 times, wouldn't it be comparable to the sun, the moon, and the stars? Is there really such a huge creature in the world? For 83, Lin Moyu didn't hide his shock. The old man seemed very satisfied with the effect, and said with a smile, it's called Yuan bird, and it bears the original blood. The primordial bloodline is a treasure, extremely precious. It's a pity that it has a treasure but is not strong enough to use it. In the end, he was hunted and killed by an invincible strongman, and he refined the 9-character mantra with blood. Pro, soldier, fight, person, all, array, line up, in front of. The old man spoke word by word, with a slightly flat tone. But every word made Lin Moyu feel like an earthquake in his heart. Original rune actually came from this. The old man continued, masters from all over the world fought over each other for the 9-character mantra, and blood stained the galaxy. My master got the 9-character mantra, created the original secret realm, and turned the 9-character mantra into 9 original runes. Having said this, the old man stopped and did not continue. Lin Moyu knew that he had already said enough, and from these few words, he had already revealed too much information. Yuan bird, the invincible powerhouse, the master of the secret realm. Combined with the scene he saw before entering the gazebo, Lin Moyu guessed whether the old man's owner might be the old man riding a green bull. And that old man, could it be the Taoist ancestor in the Huxia legend in the previous life, Lao Tzu who wrote the Tao Te Ching? Lin Moyu didn't dare to ask. If the other party didn't tell, he couldn't ask. He understands this truth. The strength is not enough, the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Moyu's thoughts turned sharply. The Yuan bird was hunted and killed just like that? Isn't it possible for monsters to be reborn after being killed? The old man laughed out loud, very happy. Yes, yes, yes. Monsters can be reborn after being hunted. Lin Moyu looked blank, analyzing the meaning of the old man's laughter. Although the old man has a kind face, he looks like a harmless old man. But this kind of existence, moody, must not just look at the surface. Lin Moyu is very cautious and used to it. Deng even followed the old man's words and said, is it possible to repeatedly kill the source bird and continuously obtain the 9-character mantra? He acted a little ignorant, but his heart was like a mirror, guessing that once Yuan Yao died, it would be impossible to resurrect it in all likelihood. Otherwise, countless strong men would not have bloodstained the galaxy for the sake of the 9-character mantra. It's just that he wants to show his ignorance in order to learn something from the old man. The old man laughed for a long time, looking so happy that he almost burst into tears. After he laughed heartily, he said just now, I'm not kidding you anymore. Little guy, your world is governed by rules, and monsters can indeed be resurrected after death. But the original bird is not good. There is only one original bird. If it dies, it is dead. Although Yuan bird cannot be resurrected, the original rune, transformed from the 9-character mantra, can be copied infinitely and exist in various forms. It's just that if you want the original rune to reach the level of the mantra, it is beyond reach. Lin Moyu showed disappointment on his face. Is there no calendar? The old man shook his head. It's not that there is no way, it's just that it's too difficult. As long as you learn one of the 9-character mantras and master them well, you will have the opportunity to become an invincible powerhouse. It's not so easy to do. The old man has studied for countless years. When the old man said this, he stopped again, but he still couldn't continue. Lin Moyu still had disappointment on his face, as if he hadn't heard the old man's words, the invincible strong, then senior, your master has obtained all the 9-character mantras. Isn't that super invincible? The old man was amused again. Master's realm is not something you and I can speculate. Master doesn't take the 9-character mantra seriously. But having said that, you are pretty good. You can get 2 original runes and transform one of them into an original skill. The rules of your world are really strange. I don't know which supreme being created the rules. It's very interesting. Lin Moyu showed a look of incomprehension, as if he didn't understand what the old man said. The old man didn't care, and continued, "That's enough for the small talk. Let's talk about your second, original rune." Lin Moyu saluted respectfully, and the younger generation listened attentively. The old man said, "Original rune is derived from the 9-character mantra. Getting 1 is a great chance, and getting 2 is a great chance. But since ancient times, there have been quite a few people who have obtained the original rune, but those who can finally obtain the original skill are very few. You have obtained an original skill, which is already a supreme opportunity. As for the second, original rune." The meaning of the old man is very clear. He does not want Lin Moyu to continue. But he didn't say it clearly. Lin Moyu has experienced a similar dungeon mystery and realized that there may be some rules that restrict the old man, so that the old man cannot speak out. However, his meaning is already very clear. It is only a fool who can understand it. Lin Moyu did understand, but he still pretended not to understand, and was even anxious. "How about the second, original rune? Senior, please explain clearly." The old man's eyes flickered, and he couldn't tell anything from Lin Moyu's expression. If Lin Moyu is over 50 years old, he can be sure that Lin Moyu is pretending not to understand. But Lin Moyu is too young. He can see that Lin Moyu's bone age is less than 22 years old. Perhaps such a young man really didn't understand the meaning of his words. But he couldn't say it clearly. According to the rules in the secret realm, he can only answer Lin Moyu's question. If you want to turn the second, original rune, into a source skill, the difficulty will increase exponentially. I suggest. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu said eagerly, "My teacher once told me that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, you have to try. A true warrior should not be afraid of failure. Even if you die, lose your head, it's just a scar the size of a bowl." 18 years later, he's regained a hero. And I believe that seniors will definitely not watch me die. According to the records of our human race, no one who entered the original secret realm has ever died, not even injured. The old man's mouth twitched. Lin Moyu's words made him feel irrefutable. Of course no one will die in original secret realm, but that's a story. The corners of the old man's eyes flickered slightly. Have you ever thought that no one dies because all the people who come out are alive? And the real dead people will not tell the outside world. Lin Moyu knew what he meant, but he just wanted to tell himself that dead people are also possible, but dead people can't speak outside. But Lin Moyu heard a trace of anxiety from his words. Obviously, the old man didn't want to continue. This further confirmed my guess. There must be tricks in it. Immediately said, "Senior, I have decided, I must try it. If I really die, then I am not destined, my life is not big enough." The old man stared at Lin Moyu for a long time without saying a word. Lin Moyu looked sincere and full of anticipation. It looks like a kid who doesn't know the dangers of hell and wants to rush in. In the end, the old man could only follow the rules in the secret realm. If this is the case, let's start. The old man slowly faded and disappeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. At the last moment of his disappearance, Lin Moyu saw a fierce light from the corner of his eyes. "He wants to kill me." Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring, but he didn't dare to have any reaction, and he still maintained the sincerity before. He couldn't tell whether the old man was still here at all, and he could only act until the end. The bloody smell that penetrated the soul rose again, and a drop of blood fell from the sky. This time Lin Moyu had experience and let the blood splash on his head. He knew that it was the blood of Yuan Bird, and the blood contained the law of Yuan Bird. Because original rune evolved from the 9-character mantra. And the 9-character mantra was refined from Yuan Yao's blood. So the blood of the source bird has the effect of activating original rune. After passing the assessment, original rune will also be fully stimulated with the blood of the original bird and finally become the original skill. So this drop of blood, Lin Moyu, had to be poured. The blood also carries the tyrannical law, and the talents and skills are sealed again. But this time is different from the previous one. Not all skills were sealed this time. None of the summoning skills have been sealed. There is also the power of divinity. It is high above, and it is also not affected by the seal. Looking at the gleaming, original rune on the back of his left hand, it is still only original rune, and has not yet been transformed into an original skill. Strictly speaking, it is still a foreign object and does not belong to itself. The purpose of the assessment is to see how you can use it effectively, to what extent you can use it, and whether it meets the requirements of the assessment. Judging from the last assessment, it is basically impossible for him to pass the 3 battles in a row if he does not have the power of divinity. If you change to another profession, that is to say, if you don't have other special abilities, it is impossible to pass. It is precisely because of this that for so many years, very few people have acquired the source skills. A moment passed after the blood dripped, but still no enemies appeared. Lin Moyu's expression became more serious. He realized that something was wrong. When the old man left, the murderous intent in his eyes was real. This shows that he seems to have the ability to kill himself in the secret realm. Perhaps there are some loopholes in the secret realm, which he found. But Lin Moyu can be sure that he can't do it himself, so if he wants to kill himself, there is only one way to use the assessment. The difficulty of the assessment should be very high, to the point where you can kill yourself. In this way, even if his master blames him, he can't say anything. And how powerful his master is, how could he be noticed by the other party with such a small existence? There are questions about many things, and Lin Moyu has no answers yet. Many clues are still entangled, and he needs time to clear up and analyze. Now is not the time. With the black smoke falling from the sky, Lin Moyu felt extremely violent energy fluctuations. Close to God level. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, the black smoke fell to the ground, and then exploded. The earth, the sky, and in all directions, countless enemies appeared. There are races, dragons, and demons among them. One by one holding a sword, full of murderous aura. Lin Moyu is boundless at a glance, with a total of more than 100,000, and each of them has a strength close to the God level. Either level 88 or level 89. Lin Moyu believes in his own judgment, these enemies are very powerful. Then 3 streaks of black smoke fell from the sky, turning into 3 steel giants over 1,000 meters tall. The giant exudes a truly God-level aura. I didn't even think about letting people pass through. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, and he put away all the previous disguises. With 3 God-level giants and 100,000 God-level fighters, it is impossible for any professional to pass through such a lineup. Not to mention that he is only at level 74, even if he is at level 89, he will end up being killed in seconds. The other party wanted to kill him, and he must have the means to kill him. But is he really that easy to kill? Lin Moyu's eyes were serious, and he whispered to himself, if it were someone else, I would definitely die. But that's not necessarily the case. If the summoned Skeleton King failed to move into the soul before, maybe it would be a little troublesome. For now, it's just the Thunder Tree Windflower group with a slightly higher level. This group of seemingly powerful enemies has been regarded by Lin Moyu as thunderous. With a heartbeat, the undead army appeared in unison. This time, without any reservations, the undead army went all out. Because the strong soldier skill is related to summoning skills, there is no ceiling summoning skill. The undead army is the skill that Lin Moyu relies on for survival. No matter how strong other skills are, they are not as strong as summoning. The undead army is the signature of the Necromancer. The undead army with a number as high as 172,800 appeared around Lin Moyu, filling the sky and the ground to the brim. In the outermost circle are 43,200 headless horsemen, all of them braving silvery white flames, menacing. Behind the Headless Horseman are 43,200 skeleton berserkers, holding sharp axes in their hands. The 74-level legendary skeleton berserkers have reached a height of about 3 meters, and their bones have already been covered with golden light. At the end of the team are the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman. The undead army was full of lifeless spirit, and in the silver-white light, there was a thunderous death spirit. The whole scene was eerie and eerie. The Lich General immediately began to bless the state, and beams of light soared to the sky above the undead army. The momentum continues to rise, and the attributes increase sharply. Although Lin Moyu knew that he was still a little short of the opponent, but the difference was not too much. I have an absolute advantage in numbers, coupled with the undead army's undead characteristics. This battle will be victorious and undefeated. Rattle. Boom. When the undead army appeared, thunder crackled in the air. Lin Moyu looked up, but saw nothing. But I knew in my heart that the old man should be surprised. 0, asking for flowers. He lowered his head and smiled at the corners of his eyes. Surprised? There is something more surprising to you. The summoning is not over yet, and the elemental liches are dispatched collectively. Circle after circle of halos appeared at the feet of the undead army. Flame Halo, Storm Halo, Freezing Halo, Earth Halo, Lightning Halo, Holy Light Halo, Undead Halo, Poisonous Halo. The 8 halos flashed alternately, one within the other. There was another thunder in the sky. The old man who didn't know where he was hiding had a slightly ferocious expression at this time. What kind of skill is this? How can there be such a skill? Rules are bloody rules. Why don't you let me shoot? I've found that loophole. Why is this happening? But fortunately, this kid doesn't have god-level subordinates. But in the next second, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, and he staggered back half a step, too frightened to move. The sky was cloudy, and the whole secret place became dark and oppressive. 0. 2 skeleton thrones, one large and one small, appeared in the air. The 2 skeleton kings slowly got up from the throne. The skeleton king is also one big and one small, and one of them exudes a god-level breath. The other is a little weaker, not far from the god level. The god-level skeleton king was summoned by Lin Moyu with 100,000 skeletons. The other skeletron is summoned with 20,000 skeletons. The skeletons used by the 2 are 5 times different, so the difference is naturally huge. There was no thunder in the sky this time. Lin Moyu secretly smiled. Aren't you surprised this time? Think this is over? If I'm not wrong, in the assessment, the duration of the strong soldier skill is far longer than 30 seconds. Should be the same as the concentration skill. You can increase the skill duration by killing enemies. In that case, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he took the lead in attacking. The Headless Horseman launched a charge immediately, rushing out like a flaming meteor. Lin Moyu activated Strength Soldiers at the same time, and the momentum of all undead legions increased again. Under the effect of Strong Soldier skill, the undead army is not weaker than the opponent at all. And the number is crushing the opponent. The old man hiding in the dark was completely numb. He has lived for countless years, and he has never been as shocked as he is today. What kind of skill has this kid's soldier character turned into? Why is it so strong? I have never seen anything like this before. This kid is not only invincible at the same level, but killing enemies by leapfrogging is as easy as eating and drinking. Even if it's placed in the myriad worlds, it's still the pride of the heavens, chosen one in a million. In his shock, the big battle started. The 2 skeleton kings swung the giant bone sword at the same time. Skill, slay god. The god-level skeleton king who has reached level 92 and is in peak state, his goal is the 3 god-level steel giants. For god-slaying skills, the fewer targets you attack, the more attack power will increase slightly. The other skeleton king locked onto Xia as much as possible. The sword light erupted, exploding gorgeous light on the battlefield. The 3 steel giants flew back in the sword light, and their seemingly hard steel bodies were smashed to pieces in the sword light like tofu. With just one strike, the 3 steel giants almost died. Level 90 and level 92 peaks, although the difference is only 2 levels, but the difference in strength is several times. Especially the Skeleton King's Godslaying Sword, its power has exceeded the limit of level 92. On the battlefield, a large number of sword lights appeared, and countless enemies were beheaded on the spot, breaking 2 with 1 sword. As a power gathering of 20,000 skeletons, coupled with the Strength Soldier skill blessing, although it is not yet at the god level, it is enough to instantly kill the existence of non-god level. The power of the skill is too great, too big for these guys to resist. The roar exploded. The Skeleton King moved very fast, and after the Sword of God slaying, there was an elemental riot. They don't skimp on their skills. Without any tactical arrangements, 2 skills are enough to instantly kill most enemies. The steel giant was completely blown to pieces, and he was terribly dead, and a large number of enemies were also blown to death. The 2 Skeleton Kings, one in front and the other behind, broke into the enemy group separately on May 17th and began to fight hand to hand. The huge sword opened and closed, with sword energy vertically and horizontally, cutting and flying countless enemies. Under the giant sword of white bones, the garden recruits the enemy. The Headless Horseman also collided with the enemy, and the dashing skills exploded with amazing power, knocking the enemy to pieces. Whether it is heaven or earth, without exception. The Headless Horseman's sword is also very sharp, and it is equally merciless in cutting. Skeleton berserkers followed one after another, throwing violent blasting skills as soon as they came up, in order to kill more enemies in the first place. Skeleton Archmage and Skeleton Marksman have also started. After reaching the legendary level, their attack range is astonishingly large. How far the specific attack distance is, even Lin Moyu, the master, doesn't know. Anyway, their limit has not been discovered yet. The Elemental Riot is exactly the same as the Skeleton King, but it is slightly less powerful. However, there were enough skeleton masters, and the explosions continued one after another. Skeleton Sharpshooter and Soul Shooting are even more arrows. Although these enemies were only created by some special means, in order to pursue reality, they actually possessed something similar to souls. As if each enemy is a real living body. Lin Moyu also had to lament at this. The skill of the Master of the Secret Realm is unimaginable. Compared with using puppets for assessment, I don't know how many times stronger it is. Lin Moyu believes that 100,000 fighters and 3 gods are by no means the limit of the Secret Realm, let alone the limit of the Master of the Secret Realm. At most, it was the limit that the old man could achieve. As soon as the battle broke out, Lin Moyu's side established an absolute advantage. With a tyrannical posture, the god-level Skeleton King killed 3 god-level steel giants in seconds with only 2 skills. Then enter the battlefield and start a massacre. The Headless Horseman is also killing all directions, riding a flaming bone horse, crisscrossing the battlefield. They step on the aura, freezing, flame, lightning, poisonous, and various auras act on the enemy. He has been severely injured before the battle. The Storm Halo greatly increases the speed of the Headless Horseman, making their actions faster and weirder. No matter whether the enemy is human, dragon, or demon, they cannot resist their attacks. Lin Moyu found that although the human race, dragon race, and demons created by the Secret Realm are powerful, they are actually not that strong. The skills are chaotic and disorganized. I have power, but I don't know how to use it. If I remember correctly, it should be the memory of skills left by the members of the 3 races who have entered the assessment Secret Realm before. They were eliminated too early, so there are very few skills left, or even no skills left. That guy was just a copy, and it turned out to be completely different. This assessment was too easy for Lin Moyu, not as good as the previous one. The enemy that completely simulated Lin Moyu really gave Lin Moyu a headache. But now, Lin Moyu just issued an order, and the rest are freely played by the undead army. The Strength Soldier skill is exactly what he thought it was. As the enemies continue to be slaughtered, the duration of the Strength Soldier skill is also increasing. After 30 seconds, it still exists and has not entered the cooldown. In fact, now, it doesn't matter whether you enter the cooling or not. This assessment has turned into a one-sided massacre. Killing them all is a matter of time, and it doesn't even take much time. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was declared over. Under the unscrupulous killing of the undead army, the 100,000 army was killed without leaving any armor, and no one survived. Lin Moyu looked at the sky with sincerity in his eyes, as if he was harmless to humans and animals. It is impossible to tell that he is the master of the undead army, who just slaughtered 100,000 troops. Lin Moyu was waiting for the second round of assessment, but the assessment did not come, but blood came. Yuan Bird's blood fell from the air with a strong fishy smell, first dripping on his body. The previous scene was repeated again. Lin Moyu was a little dazed. Is the assessment over? Is it over after just one game? Didn't it say that the difficulty is doubled? He thought that there would be a second and a third game. It must be some child's play. But it's good that it's over, long nights and many dreams. All I want to get is the source skill, as long as I can get it. There was another thunderclap in the air, this time not just one, but many. The old man did not appear, he expressed his anger with thunder. As for whether Lin Moyu can understand, it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu was bathed in blood, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, maybe it's the restrictions of the rules that prevent him from doing it himself. Lin Moyu knew very well that if he could do it himself, he would definitely die. Blood was drenched all over his body, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Then all the blood seeped into the body. It was not visible at all from the surface. The law and the blood flows in the body, becoming a bridge between the soul and the original rune. Driven by the power of the law, the soul energy with the imprint of Lin Moyu rushed towards the original rune. After receiving the power of the law from the source bird, the source rune was truly activated and presented in front of Lin Moyu in a second form. A big character being appeared in front of Lin Moyu, floating in midair. Then one drop after another of blood fell from the air, dripping on the characters of Lin Moyu, who has already experienced it once, has experience and knows that this is the last step to convert the source rune into the source skill. The conversion needs to be done through the blood of the source bird. Lin Moyu had to praise again, the master of the secret realm is really superb. The thunderclap stopped at some point, and the surrounding area became quiet again. Lin Moyu realized that the other party should have given up. The rules of the secret realm are not something he can fight against, and maybe he can make some small changes from it, but he can't move because of the situation. He could only watch helplessly as he acquired the second source skill. Soon, the skill star core transformed from the character soldier also appeared in front of his eyes, and then swished into his soul world. The power of the soul boiled again, frantically pouring into the skill star core. But because Lin Moyu had consumed too much soul energy before, although after feeding back, the soul level has improved a lot, the soul energy that can be consumed is still consumed. After the non-stop recovery of divine power, it has not fully recovered until now, only recovering to about 2/3 of its heyday. If I had known earlier, this assessment should have been postponed. Lin Moyu realized that he had done it too quickly. Maybe he didn't want to give the opponent another chance to make trouble for him, so Lin Moyu killed very cleanly. The result of 0.3 is counterproductive, resulting in insufficient soul energy. I don't know how much integration there will be this time. I can only do my best and obey the destiny. Lin Moyu also has no choice but to be content with everything. He knew this truth, and the disappointment was only fleeting, and he figured it out in a blink of an eye. There was a sense of emptiness in Lin Moyu's soul, and the star core of the strong soldier skill stopped absorbing it. The strong soldier skill star core, like the power-gathering skill star core, also began to spin rapidly. Because the soul energy is insufficient, its rotation speed is not as good as the star core of the power-gathering skill. Other than that, the rest is the same. It also feeds back the energy of the soul, allowing Lin Moyu's soul level to rise again. Strong soldiers, 50% fusion consume soul power, increase the basic attributes of yourself and all summoned objects by 200%, and increase the damage caused by all attacks by an additional 500%. The extent of attribute improvement is only limited by the user's own soul level. Killing the enemy while the skill is in a continuous state can harvest the enemy's soul, replenish the consumption of one's own soul, and improve one's own soul level. When the powerful skills that can only last for 30 seconds, the skills used to save life or kill powerful enemies, become permanent. Lin Moyu can no longer imagine how much his strength has increased. It feels like even if you go up to level 3 or 5, the improvement will not be so big. The only pity is that the degree of fusion is not high enough, only 50%. If you want to improve the integration in the future, it will be much more difficult than the first time. It's already good, don't be greedy. Take it as soon as it's good. If you are too greedy, you will have trouble. Lin Moyu reminded himself that everything must be done in moderation. It feels like the space is distorted for a while. The wonderful fragrance is introduced into the nose, and the warm sun shines on the body. All fatigue seems to be swept away. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to Beijing. Returning to the gazebo again, the level of the soul has improved a lot, and the senses have become more acute. In the gazebo, besides the simplicity and vastness, there is also a sense of heaviness. Before Lin Moyu was concerned about the assessment, he didn't observe carefully. Now that the assessment is over, all the 2 skills have been acquired, and the mind is completely relaxed, and only then can I feel the heavy feeling hidden in the vastness of the ancient servant. No. In addition to the heavy feeling, there is also a hint of murderous intent. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He really sensed that murderous intent. Can't go wrong. This pavilion is a weapon, and it is a weapon that has fought on the battlefield and killed the enemy. Many people were killed by it, and they were all strong. Otherwise, this kind of murderous intent would not exist for countless years and still linger. Just like the aura left by the dragon clan on him, this is also the aura left by the strong before death. My little friend guessed well. Suddenly a voice came from the front. Lin Moyu looked. Not far from the gazebo, a stone table appeared at some time. An old man was sitting at the table, and tea had been made on the table. The fragrance of tea came over along with the sound. There was already a strange fragrance in the original secret realm, but the strange fragrance still couldn't cover up the tea fragrance. This tea is extraordinary. Lin Moyu can be regarded as drinking a lot of good tea, and all the tea in Ming Anwen is the best. Can be compared with it. It's too far away. Lin Moyu stepped out of the gazebo and walked over. It was only when he got closer that he saw the old man's face clearly. The whole person was stunned on the spot for a moment, and it took a few seconds for him to react, and he quickly saluted him and said, "Hello, I have seen you, senior." The old man is the one who rides green hands in the starry sky and kills countless powerful people instantly with a wave of his hands. Lin Moyu once suspected that the old man was Lao Tzu in the Huxiao legend, but he dared not ask. The old man smiled. "Little friend, do you have many questions?" Lin Moyu nodded, but immediately connected again. The old man's smile did not change. Little friend nodded and shook his head. Nodding is instinctive, wanting to ask. Shaking his head is restraining, not daring to ask. I am afraid that the more you know, the sooner you will die. Lin Moyu looked at the old man in shock, and he guessed what he was thinking. If you really guessed it, it's good. If you didn't guess it. Lin Moyu was already sweating coldly. The old man continued. Little friend is thinking, if the old man guessed it, it would be fine. If the old man didn't guess it, it would be a bit scary. Got it again. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped thinking about it, and simply said, "Senior, don't tease this junior." The old man pointed to the stone bench beside the table. "Sit down and drink some tea." Lin Moyu shook his head. Seniors face each other. Juniors dare not sit. Juniors just stand. The old man said, "Do you want the old man to keep talking to you with his head up?" Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly again, and Dang even wanted to sit down. Before sitting down, he suddenly picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the old man and himself. Tea is colorless, just like clear water. But the fragrance of tea is overflowing. Lin Moyu sat down, staring at the cup of tea, couldn't help but praise that this case is different. The old man laughed. "You haven't tasted it yet, So how do you know this tea is extraordinary? Lin Moyu said, the fragrance of tea is so strong that even the strange fragrance in the secret place can't suppress it. Anything else? Lin Moyu boldly continued, also, the tea has a brown color, but this tea is colorless, and it is fragrant but colorless, which proves that this tea is unusual. The old man nodded and smiled, although it is nonsense, you have passed the test. Since you said this tea is extraordinary, then drink it. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and directly picked up the tea and drank it. The tea was like clear water, without any taste. The tea didn't enter the throat, it turned into gas directly in the mouth. Then a breath of fresh air went straight to the soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't react at all, allowing this fresh air to enter the soul. The soul is like bathing in the rain, and an indescribable sense of comfort comes from it. The level of the soul has risen sharply, reaching level 92 almost in the blink of an eye. The higher the level of the soul, the more difficult it is to improve. It took him a long time to go from level 90 to level 91, but from level 91 to level 92, it was only a cup of tea. Senior's methods are really unimaginable. Lin Moyu couldn't help admiring, sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He already wanted to understand that in front of the old man, any small means of concealment would be useless. It would be better to be straightforward and open and honest. If the other party is really malicious towards him, don't bother, a look is enough. The old man asked, this is finally being sincere, a good child, what do you do with so much heart? Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, there are too many mysteries in the world, and I can't solve them. I always want to find the answers. Some answers can't be obtained without being clever. Your so-called mysteries are like a bright mirror in my eyes. Do you know why? The old man asked. Lin Moyu now answers whatever is on his mind, and he can't hide it anyway, strength, realm, knowledge. The old man was quite satisfied and Lin Moyu replied, not bad, so? Lin Moyu continued to follow the old man's words, so you don't need to use too much cleverness, and you don't need to search for the answer too early. When you have the strength, the realm, and the knowledge, you will know the answer naturally. The old man hummed, and also took a sip of tea. One way can help you, you don't need to be deliberate, the more you deliberate, the worse you will be. You just need to maintain a pure heart and keep climbing, and the answer will naturally appear. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, your junior wrote it down. The old man continued to ask, do you know why the ghost husband wanted to kill you? Lin Moyu heard the name Guei Fu for the first time, and immediately realized that Guei Fu was the old man who presided over the assessment earlier. Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't know, but this junior thinks it should be related to the second source skill of this junior. The old man nodded, then have you ever doubted whether the ancient starry sky road you saw before is real or not? Lin Moyu told the truth, I had doubts, but my intuition told me that it was true. You really killed countless strong people with a wave of your hand. The old man laughed and said, since that's the case, how dare you not listen to that ghost man who calls himself my servant? Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly, knowing that the cleverness he played at the time failed to hide the truth from the other party. The junior just doesn't want to give up the original skills, and at the same time dare not offend him. Ha 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 ha. The old man smiled, very happy. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the ghost husband laughed like this. It should be said that the ghost man's smile is imitating the old man in front of him. Not just laughing, every move of the ghost man is imitating the old man in front of him. It just imitated the shape, but did not imitate the spirit. Every move of the old man is completely natural, and there is a feeling of Taoism following nature. The ghost man seemed a bit deliberate, which was one of the reasons why Lin Moyu had doubts about him at that time. The old man laughed a few times and then said again, you are very smart, you started to suspect him early in the morning. His words are true and false. The true one is that I let him manage the assessment space, and the false one is that he is not my servant. He wants to kill you, and it is indeed because you want to get the second source skill. That's because of a bet I made with him. As for what the bet was, do you want to know? Lin Moyu shook his head quickly. I don't want to, you said. Once you see the realm of strength, the answer will come naturally. The old man smiled again. Well, apply what you have learned. You are indeed very good. Lin Moyu said sincerely, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Juniors will keep it in mind." The old man said, "I will give you a chance to ask a question now. You can ask a question, and you will pay it back. No matter what the problem is, I will tell you the truth." The meaning of the old man's words is obvious. He wants to see what questions Lin Moyu can ask. The question was deep. Even if he answered, Lin Moyu would not be able to understand, and something might happen. If you ask too little, you can only disappoint him. I have to say that one question is another test. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and then became more courageous. "Can you really ask anything?" "Yes, I will answer any questions." The old man sipped his tea slowly, closing his eyes and listening. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. "The ghost husband wants to kill me because of the second source skill. This junior wants to know the reason," said carefully, while paying close attention to the changes in the old man's expression. From the expression of the old man, there is no useful information to be seen. Lin Moyu felt a little disappointed, gritted his teeth, and threw out his question. He didn't know whether the question he asked was right, or whether he should ask it. But Lin Moyu thought a lot in just a short moment, and he can figure out most of the problems by himself. "Only this problem: I know that the ghost husband wants to kill me, and I also learned from the old man that the reason is my second source skill." But why this happened, Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out. The old man seems to be drinking tea, but Lin Moyu has a feeling that the old man should be looking at himself. After finishing speaking, the two fell into silence. The wind seemed to have stopped, all the plants and trees were silent, and the whole secret place was extremely quiet. Snapped. The old man put down his teacup and made a slight crashing sound, which at this moment was like thunder on a sunny day. The old man always has a smile on his face, but Lin Moyu will not let go of his caution because of this. This kind of existence, happiness and anger really cannot be judged. Lin Moyu was very patient, waiting for the old man to speak. After a while, the old man finally said, "You are very pragmatic, and you haven't lost your essence." Lin Moyu could tell that this was a compliment to himself. The old man continued, "The ghost husband should have told you that the blood of the source bird was refined into the 9-character mantra, and the 9-character mantra was further divided into 9 original runes, which in turn became the original skill." Lin Moyu nodded. The ghost man really said so. Although he believed it at the time, he did not believe it completely. When the old man saw the teacup, Lin Moyu immediately understood and poured a cup for the old man. But he didn't pour it for himself. The tea was too precious, and he wouldn't pour it before the old man spoke. The old man took a sip of tea. The ghost man is not talking nonsense, so you don't have to doubt it. However, he still has something to hide. The original skills, original rune, and the 9-character mantra all come from the same vein, and in the final analysis, they all come from the blood of the original bird. When someone masters a source skill, the impact is not great. If you master more source skills and integrate them with each other, it is possible to return to your ancestors. Lin Moyu showed a startled expression. "Back to the ancestors? Can you reproduce the blood of the original bird and refine the 9-character mantra?" The old man chuckled. "You think too simply, it's naturally impossible." Lin Moyu thinks about it too. It can't be that simple. The bloodline is divided into 9, and each mantra only accounts for 1/9 of the bloodline. And the source skills I got, I don't know what percentage of one of the mantras. It can be said that it is a fragment of fragments, and trying to reproduce the source bird bloodline with such fragments is simply something out of nothing, whimsical. Lin Moyu was almost amused by his own thoughts. The old man said, "Although it is impossible to reproduce Yuan Wu's blood, there is a chance to master the 9-character mantra. With only one source skill, it is extremely difficult and almost impossible. However, if there are multiple source skills, mutually confirming each other, and merging and comprehending, there is hope." Although the old man didn't answer directly, Lin Moyu understood. The reason why the ghost husband wanted to kill him was because he didn't want him to get the second source skill. If he had chosen to withdraw from the assessment at that time, he would not have been hostile to him. Unintentionally set up a big enemy. Now Lin Moyu can only sincerely hope that the other party cannot leave the secret realm and stay here forever. As for myself, it is estimated that I will never enter again. As for how he got the second source skill, what effect would it have on the ghost husband? Lin Moyu didn't ask any more. He knew that if he asked again, he wouldn't get an answer. The old man had already said before that he and the ghost husband were betting against each other, and it was estimated that it had something to do with it. Lin Moyu said sincerely to the old man, "Thank you, Senior, for clarifying the confusion. If the junior encounters a ghost husband in the future, he will be careful." The old man laughed. "Didn't you think in your heart that it would be best if he could never leave the secret realm, and you would never see him again?" Being hit again, Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly. "Do you know how to read minds? It's all about getting old." The old man said something lightly, and then tapped twice on the table. Lin Moyu understood. The old man was telling himself, "This is the second question." The old man only gave himself one chance to ask questions, and he has already used it up, so don't ask again. Strength determines status. With the strength of the old man, he can give himself the qualifications to talk and give himself a cup of tea to improve his soul level. Lin Moyu's heart is full of gratitude. If the old man is unwilling, he will not even have the qualification to stand in front of him. The old man said, "In this world, there were a few good characters in the last era. They led the era forward, but it's a pity that the road went astray. Their decline has been extended by time, which in turn has affected you, and your path has become more difficult. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a guy who was not good, but unfortunately he became the leader of the times. More than 600 years ago, there was also a guy with decent qualifications, but unfortunately he lacked stamina. More than 100 years ago, another one appeared. He was aggressive, but he was too conservative and not a suitable candidate." The old man glanced at Lin Moyu. "I don't know if you are qualified to be the guide of this era in this world." Lin Moyu replied, "I will work hard." "I hope you can do it. Don't let the old man down." The old man waved. The sky and the earth hang upside down, and the sun and the moon change. Lin Moyu disappeared into the secret realm. The old man looked at the pavilion and said to himself, Ghost husband, the loopholes you can find are all the ones that this deity is willing to let you find. Slightly punished this time, if there is another time, you will be wiped out." Speaking of thunder, a gust of wind blew into the pavilion. There were bursts of screams in the gazebo. It was the voice of the ghost husband. The old man turned a deaf ear and said slowly, "Little guy, don't let me down." Outside the secret realm, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared. A meteorite happened to fall in the sky, and it also happened to hit Lin Moyu's side, less than 10 meters away. Amidst the loud noise, shock waves swept in. Lin Moyu let the shock wave of the explosion hit his body, and his body glowed with a faint white light. The skills have all been restored, and the damage transfer skills have come into play, turning all the damage to the undead army. The damage transfer skill is affected by talent. All damage is 80 times weaker, and the damage suffered by the undead army is extremely limited. With this level of meteorites, even if dozens of meteorites are blown up, Lin Moyu will not frown. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm that was shining in the explosion, and then at the original runes that had disappeared on the backs of both hands. Everything is real, not a dream. After completing the assessment, I kept the original runes permanently, turning them into source skills, turning them into skill star cores, and integrating them into the soul. In the future, this will always be your own skill. Not only that, because of his near-perfect performance, the 2 source skills obtained not only have not weakened, but are even stronger than before. Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale given by Antares and activated it. Antares closed his eyes, his head drooped on the ground, and he seemed to be sleeping. The eyelids fluttered from time to time, indicating that Antares was not asleep. The continuous heavy air from the nose also proved that Antares was not in a good mood at the moment. The dragon god thing, it has not let go. The dragon ball given by the dragon god has been swallowed. Although he hates the dragon god, the dragon ball is really a good thing, and Antares can't refuse it. It's merging Dragon Ball and it's going to take quite a while. Suddenly Antares opened his eyes, and Lin Moyu appeared not far away. How did the stinky boy come back? Thinking in his heart, he was about to speak, but saw Lin Moyu's eyes tightly closed. Antares realized something, and instead of disturbing Lin Moyu, he blinked his eyes tacitly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the subjects disappeared. The stinky boy is thinking about something. It seems that Good Zhao is a little crazy. Antares was a little curious. It knows that Lin Moyu is very smart. Most things, as long as Lin Moyu catches a little detail, he can analyze a lot of situations from it. For this, it paid no small price. Lin Moyu often caught a loophole in his speech by accident. It doesn't even know how many times it has missed, so it can only speak as little as possible. In its eyes, Lin Moyu is just a little fox who likes to talk about dragons. It's just that it didn't expect that Lin Moyu met the old fox, and there were not many words out of it. Lin Moyu kept replaying all the things that happened in the secret realm in his mind, what the ghost man and the old man said, analyzing every word and every word. And all the pictures it saw in the secret realm, they all sorted out the clues one by one. The experience in the secret realm is like a movie, constantly playing back in my mind. Lin Moyu faintly felt that he was approaching a huge secret spear. Before I knew it, drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. He thought of a saying, the more the weak know, the faster they die. No, you can't continue to explore, and if you think about it, something will happen. Why can't I know the things outside? There must be a reason. I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. Lin Moyu was sweating and trembling all over. He kept telling himself that he couldn't think about it anymore. He couldn't think about it anymore. But those secrets seemed to have infinite magic power, which made him unable to bear it, and kept thinking and exploring. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't control it. Seeing that something was wrong, Antares uttered a dragon roar suddenly. The dragon roared and burrowed into Lin Moyu's soul. At the same time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal outside the soul also uttered a dragon chant, which resonated with Antares' dragon chant. Lin Moyu's soul was frightened by the dragon's chants, and then his whole body trembled, and he finally woke up. Antares breathed a sigh of relief. Brat, what are you thinking? Your soul is almost going to collapse. This will hurt the foundation. Lin Moyu was panting heavily, and at this moment he felt like he had escaped from death. His memory was a little fuzzy, but at the same time he suddenly became enlightened. What was vague was the question he was thinking about just now. He seemed to have sealed his thoughts and forced himself not to think anymore. The sudden enlightenment was because he knew why the few people who had successfully acquired the source skills avoided talking about entering the secret realm. They must know what the secret realm is like, but they never announce it to the public, and they don't reveal a single word. It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I can't say it, and I can't even think about it. Lin Moyu guessed that they should use self-sealing to seal this memory. Seeing that Lin Moyu was silent again, Antares couldn't help but leaned over and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Are you stupid?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I entered original secret realm." "Isn't this normal? You were looking for original secret realm. What happened? Did you succeed?" Antares didn't take it seriously, and with its brain circuit, it didn't think too deeply. 390. Lin Moyu said, "Successful, both skills have been successfully preserved." Antares was a little excited. "Let me just say, if you can't keep your skills with your abilities, no one else will even think about it." "How about it? Is it difficult?" "Fortunately, after going through several tests, it's not too difficult." Lin Moyu told the truth. Considering his ability, it really wasn't too difficult. "That's right, your strength is far beyond your peers." Roar. Antares suddenly realized something was wrong in the middle of speaking, and let out a roar. "Stinky boy, do you still keep the memory in the secret realm?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Yes." Antares became excited. "Tell me, what's going on in the secret realm?" Lin Moyu asked strangely, "You don't know?" "Nonsense, why do I still ask you if I know it?" Antares said with a grumpy face, "From the last era, as long as people who entered, they have no memory of the secret realm." Lin Moyu had completely calmed down at this time. Didn't you say that you know everything? Antares snorted heavily, a little out of breath. What nonsense, say it. Lin Moyu smiled mysteriously. You really want to know? Antares glared at Lin Moyu viciously. Don't you dare to say that this dragon swallowed you in one gulp. Of course Lin Moyu knew that this guy was joking with himself. He sat down immediately and motioned for Antares to come over. Antares' big head was lowered, almost leaning against Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu deliberately lowered his voice. Acti, there is a pavilion in the secret realm, and there is an independent space in the pavilion. But before entering the independent space, I saw a picture. There are countless strong men in the starry sky, an old man riding a green bull, with a vast galaxy of purple energy. 1 inch. Antares suddenly let out a dragon cry, interrupting Lin Moyu's words. The deafening voice made Lin Moyu's ears hurt. What are you doing? He heard the fear from Antares' dragon roar, and the same in Antares' eyes. Antares shook his big head. Don't say it anymore. Lin Moyu frowned. What's wrong? Antares said in a deep voice, remember, don't talk about that person, don't talk to outsiders. If you talk too much, you will be killed. Lin Moyu said strangely, I have already left the secret realm. Antares shook his head like a wave drum. It's useless, no matter where you are. Even if you go to the deepest part of the starry sky, as long as you mention his name, you will be heard. Lin Moyu couldn't believe it, but I don't even know his name. From the beginning to the end, he just guessed that the old man who was riding a green bull and giving him tea might be the legendary existence named Lao Tzu. But not sure, everything is just his guess. Antares said, you have seen him, you will think of his appearance, and your words are enough to be heard by him. Lin Moyu couldn't help asking, is he so scary? And Ruidas said solemnly, his horror is beyond your imagination. Remember my words, don't mention it, don't think about it, don't ask about it. Do not mention, do not think, do not ask. Antares' tone was very serious, which made Lin Moyu realize the seriousness of the matter. Before that, he was thinking about the little things that happened in the secret realm, wanting to analyze what the outside world is like from it. Among them, there are many pictures about Lao Tzu, as well as countless strong men, including Yuan Yao. He thought too much for a while, and couldn't extricate himself. Especially in his mind, the old man suspected of being Lao Tzu appeared repeatedly. It was like being under a spell, making it impossible for him to escape. Now hearing Antares' words, Lin Moyu realized the seriousness of the matter. Even when facing the dragon god, Antares had no fear. But now, it is really afraid. I really can't think about the existence that even Antares is afraid of. Lin Moyu made a decision, and decided to put this matter deep in his memory first. Before he has strong strength, he must not touch it. However, I was always a little unwilling in my heart, and couldn't help but said, Antares, have you heard of the name Ghost Husband? The scaled dragon on Antares' head stood upside down like a sharp blade. It turned its head slowly, with a slightly stiff expression. Where did you hear this name? Antares' performance made Lin Moyu feel the problem. It's in the secret realm, that guy wants to kill me. But because of the rules in the secret realm, he can't do anything to me. Antares' eyeballs rolled quickly, and suddenly he shouted loudly, I understand, so he actually went there. Lin Moyu asked, is the ghost man scary? Scarier than that one? Antares shook his head. The ghost man is not terrible, but cruel. Compared with that one, the ghost man is nothing. Let me tell you again, about the secret realm. Lin Moyu interrupted Antares, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. I'll just tell you once, and I won't mention it again. Only then did Antares feel relieved. He knew that since Lin Moyu said he would not mention it, he really would not mention it again. Lin Moyu's caution, even if it is, has to be subdued. Lin Moyu forwarded the topic and talked about his experience on Fon Lake Continent. Talking about the huge monster hidden under the Thunder Mountain. Speaking of this, Antares got excited, changed his cautious appearance just now, and began to talk freely. That guy, that is the companion beast of the god of thunder, and later became the mount of the god of thunder. After the god of thunder and lightning died in battle, it was also seriously injured, and it slept and recuperated under the thunder mountain. The thunder tree actually grows on it, and it uses the thunder tree to absorb the power of the lightning and restore itself. As for why it was able to be in Fonley continent, it was naturally written by Ben Long. But you don't have to worry, it usually sleeps. Even if it wakes up, it can't leave that area. If you want to rely on Thunder Tree to upgrade, just keep a distance from it. Would you like me to say hello to it, so that it will not attack you? Antares returned to his former appearance, completely forgetting what happened just now. Lin Moyu didn't expect that existence turned out to be the companion beast of the god of thunder and lightning. No wonder it is so powerful. It can stay in Fonley continent without being bound by laws because of Antares. Lin Moyu said coldly, "You know, you almost killed me." Antares snorted, "God knows you're going to hit the thunder tree. If you didn't mention it, Ben Long would have forgotten about it. Ben Long has lived for countless years, witnessed so many times and many things, and done too many things. How could he remember such a small thing?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "You guy is just sleeping. How many things can you do? Besides, there must be a reason why you are willing to help the god of thunder and lightning." Antares said in a muffled voice, "Ben Long made a move, so there is naturally a reason for Ben Long." The two chatted and bickered with each other. Lin Moyu usually talks too little, but writes and communicates with others. But when he was with Antares, he talked a lot. In the beginning, I talked too much just to get some information. Later, he really regarded Antares as a friend. Antares is also lonely and has no friends for many years. The lonely one person and one dragon just hit it off. In the small courtyard of Baishan, a vast aura rises and fills the air. The god Shada is spinning in the air, constantly shedding brilliance. Meng Anwen sat upright in midair, surrounded by his own soul power, boiling like boiling water. Wash away the impurities, remove the chaff and save the essence. The soul is rising, and Meng Anwen's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Powerful soul power filled the entire Baishan courtyard. On the ground, something similar to Meng Anwen also happened to Bai Yuan. His soul power is also constantly rising. The two are moving from level 95 to level 96. Originally, the two had reached the peak of level 95 and touched the power of law. But just touching, can't drive it, and it's still half a step away from level 90. After the Battle of the Soul Melting Formation, the power of the souls of the two has been greatly increased, and the level of their souls has been improved. Finally, the law was officially incorporated into the soul, thus taking the last half step. Outside the Baishan courtyard, Yin Quanxiang, who had already reached level 96, was sitting in mid-air with a big knife in his hand. He is protecting the law for the two of them. Although Baishan courtyard was not in danger, he was still cautious. The soul powers of Bai Yuan and Meng 880 Anwen became stronger and stronger, and eventually they merged together and spread out violently. Thousands of miles in a flash, almost covering the entire 1,000-mile radius of the Baishan courtyard in an instant. Within this range, all the existences whose soul strength reached the god level raised their heads together and looked towards the location of Baishan courtyard. The level 96 soul breath produces a powerful majesty, which makes them feel trembling. They know what's going on. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had already released the news that they were about to break through level 96. Yin Quanxiang also said that during the breakthrough period, no one is allowed to approach, and those who approach will be killed without mercy. None of the god-level powerhouses who felt the breath dared to approach. Level 96 is a high god level. Level 95 is a medium god level. It seems that there is only one level difference, but it is a world of difference. Level 96 is the beginning of the real contact law. Once the breakthrough is successful, the combat power will increase dramatically. The skill is integrated into the law, and the strength of the skill will reach the level of appalling. Among the human race, except for a half-step super god level powerhouse, there is no high-level god level. This is a fault. Only recently has the fault been filled. After Yin Quanxing, Bai Yuan, and Meng Anwen, Mo Xinghai, Ning Tairan, and other veteran powerhouses will break through in a short time. At that time, the strength of the human race will increase significantly. With them in command, the Xinxia Empire is in full swing and unrivaled. Among them, only a few people know that all this is brought about by Lin Moyu. Otherwise, the soul-devouring beast would not be a chance, but a disaster. When Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen made a breakthrough, Lin Moyu had already returned to the human world. He bickered with Antares for a long time, and they broke up on bad terms. Antares found that his mouth was too stupid to speak well of Lin Moyu. After so many years, it was really a waste of time. Antares angrily drove Lin Moyu back to the human world, telling him not to come back. Of course, this is just angry talk. But the bickering between the two suppressed everything else. Lin Moyu also stopped going to what happened in Original Secret Realm, buried this memory deeply, and did not touch it. He is not qualified to touch now. Lin Moyu came to Kuanqing again. Standing in Kuanqing, he could look at Kunlun Mountain in the distance. Kunlun Shrine, high-level copy. A level 75 copy, allowing people with levels 70 to 80 to enter. This is a copy belonging to top professionals. After screening the dungeons of the low and middle ranks, there are very few people who are qualified to enter the high-rank dungeons. Even if there are, they only belong to some big forces. Almost all scattered people stop at the middle dungeon. Lin Moyu set foot on the snow mountain and climbed up. The wind is fierce and the snow is sudden, howling from the north. On the way to the first stage of the dungeon, the wind and snow is not a small test. At least 1/3 of the professionals would be discouraged. This section is also the section with the most snow. After a long time, Lin Moyu returned to the Kunlun Mountains. When I left last time, it was less than level 70, and I hadn't turned 3. Although the soul is strong, it has not reached the god level. Now that I come back again, I have already completed the 3rd revolution and embarked on a path that is unique to me. The soul level has reached level 92. Looking at Kunlun Mountain again, the feeling is already different. Today's soul is extremely sensitive. Under Lin Moyu's feeling, Kunlun Mountain is lifeless and lifeless. In the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine at that time, Lin Moyu once felt the Kunlun Mountain in the dungeon, which seemed to have a kind of vitality. But looking at Kunlun Mountain outside the dungeon, it was dead silent. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Moyu closed his hands and eyes, and the power of his soul flowed out like a river. With the main peak of Kunlun Mountain as the center, it has a radius of 10,000 meters, and it is a dead place. Under the snow is a dark rock, lifeless and not a blade of grass. The power of the soul began to spread into the mountain. On the upper part of the mountain, Lin Moyu finally found something strange. He felt a little bit of vitality, strand by strand, flowing towards the interior of the mountain along a specific passage. And these vitality impressively come from professionals outside the mountain. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked that Kunlun Mountain was actually absorbing the vitality of professionals. However, it absorbs very slowly, and the amount is very small, so it will not cause any damage to professionals. Professionals themselves have strong vitality. The higher the level, the stronger the soul, and the stronger the vitality. A little bit of it is absorbed, and it is impossible to even discover it. The power of the soul continued to penetrate, and these life forces flew towards the specific passage, along the interior of the mountain, and towards the peak. When approaching the peak, Lin Moyu sensed a formation. An extremely complicated and mysterious formation. The scale of the formation is not large, not as huge as the soul melting formation. But this formation arranged inside the Kunlun Mountains is extremely mysterious, far more complicated than the soul melting formation. And when the formation is in operation, there is an aura of law revealed. God-level formation. And it is a God-level formation that incorporates laws. The formation blocked Lin Moyu's soul induction, preventing him from going further. If you want to know what is behind the formation, you can only go there and see it with your own eyes. There are laws in the formation, which means that the formation is at least level 96. And the existence that can arrange such a formation must also exceed level 96. There is currently no level 96 formation master in the human race. This formation is left over from the past. And in Lin Moyu's knowledge base, even in the history of thousands of years, there has never been a 96 level formation master in the human race. If Meng Anwen can reach level 96, it will be the first of its kind in this era. This formation either does not belong to this era, or it does not belong to the human race. Demons don't know how to form formations. If dragons arrange formations, they will definitely not be able to escape the eyes of god-level powerhouses. Lin Moyu kept thinking in his mind, and soon got the answer. This formation either belongs to the previous era, or it was laid by the gods. At this time, he felt that someone was approaching, so he couldn't help but stop thinking, opened his eyes, and turned his head to look. At this time, the power of the soul has not completely converged. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, stabbing out like sharp swords. The person approaching suddenly let out a scream, and as if he had been hit hard, he retreated a few steps and sat down on the snow. If Lin Moyu hadn't withdrawn his soul power at the last moment, the opponent's soul might even be directly shattered by him. Now I was just taken aback, and I was lucky. Lin Moyu asked, "What's the matter?" At this time, several partners of the other party had already run over and helped him up. He looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a robe, obviously a mage. Lin Moyu can see his level 61, neither strong nor weak. He looked at Lin Moyu with a strange expression on his face. "I saw you standing there motionless. I thought you were frozen, so come and take a look." Lin Moyu looked at himself. There wasn't a single snowflake on his body, so he didn't look frozen. 5.0. However, I did stand for a long time, exploring the mountain with the power of my soul, and it took half an hour before and after. It is normal to be motionless for half an hour and attract attention. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Then he walked up the mountain. Looking at Lin Moyu going away, the man was extremely weird. What a weird person, it's strange, how could I be frightened by his eyes? His companions were also puzzled. Being intimidated by someone with a look, this kind of thing has never happened. "Brother, you are too timid." "That's right, how can I do this?" "If you encounter a boss that is more ferocious, you won't be so frightened that you can't use your skills." "Wow. You need to practice your courage again. Let me see what to eat to strengthen your courage, and get some for you." The man was ridiculed by his companion, and waved his hand depressed. Go, don't be happy." Everyone laughed. Everyone was on the same team and had known each other for many years, so no one knew who the other was. That is, just kidding. The man looked at Lin Moyu, who was about to disappear into the wind and snow, and murmured, "But his eyes are really scary." Lin Moyu walked forward. Each step seemed to fall on the snow, but it didn't fall on the snow. There are no footprints on the road he walked. He could have flown, but he didn't. He measured the peak of Kunlun Mountain, and the power of the soul spread again. Following the strands of life force, he came outside the formation. He is not an array mage, and he doesn't know how to set up an array. But this does not prevent him from checking the formation. The power of the soul tried to enter the formation over and over again to see what was inside the formation and why it had to absorb vitality. Although there is not much absorbed, only a little bit, it can be accumulated day after day and year after year, and the total amount is quite amazing. Lin Moyu found that a trace of his own vitality was sucked into the formation and disappeared. A very small trace completely ignored his own defensive skills and talents. This discovery shocked Lin Moyu even more. It shows that the level of laws in the formation is very high, which cannot be achieved by ordinary 96 level laws. What exactly is hiding? Lin Moyu was curious, but also wary. If there is a powerful existence hidden like Fonlay Continent, then it will be troublesome. But I don't think so. If this is the case, it's not that there are no half-step super gods in the human race, they would have been cleaned up long ago. After all, this is the world of the human race, not the Fonlay Continent. 02 Lin Moyu tried various methods, but he couldn't penetrate into the formation, so he had to give up in the end. Unknowingly, he has crossed the first dungeon and entered the middle dungeon area. The invisible pressure came and fell on Lin Moyu, but it had no effect. The closer to the middle copy, the smaller the wind and snow will eventually disappear. There is a lively scene in front of you. Many human race teams have been stationed all year round, and they have formed a large-scale living tribe. The last time Lin Moyu came here, he was in a hurry to brush up the book, and then left in a hurry, and he hadn't read it yet. Now it seems that the breath of life is strong, and everyone gathers to drink and eat meat, which is peaceful and lively. Thousands of years ago, such a life was almost unimaginable. At that time, the war continued, and professionals went to the battlefield one after another, blood-stained rivers and mountains. If it weren't for the desperate struggle of the sages, the human race would have fallen under the iron hooves of the demons and dragons. Lin Moyu did not stop, but crossed the station and continued to walk upwards. The blizzard picked up again. From the middle dungeon to the high dungeon, the road is even more difficult. The wind and snow are like knives, and they are aggressive. Going uphill is an action. Under tremendous pressure, although there is no airband, it is difficult to fly. The pressure is more than 10 times greater than before. It is another road of assessment, weeding out a batch of unqualified ones. This kind of assessment is useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is still walking on the snow without a trace, the clouds are calm and the wind is light. The wind and snow are getting bigger and bigger. Lin Moyu sees the entrance of the dungeon from a distance through the wind and snow. The dungeon vortex swirled on top of the mountain. It seems that the copy is already at the peak, and there is a flat land here. Lin Moyu compared the location of his soul power, and found that the location of the copy is actually hundreds of meters lower than the peak. But from the naked eye, there is no way after the dungeon. Lin Moyu knew that someone had hidden the real way through special means. There is still a way after the copy, and continue to go up. Only after exceeding the height of the formation can one reach the real peak. If you guessed right, the actual dungeon is not the end. Maybe there is a copy of the 4th stage. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, striding towards the copy. Whether your guess is correct or not, you will know with just one click. Feng Shui was pushed away, and there was a noise behind him. A group of professionals smashed through the wind and snow, and rushed forward with invisible pressure. They are very fast and do not stop at all on the road. The closer you are to the entrance of the copy, the greater the pressure you need to fight against, and the less time you spend on the road, the better. Lin Moyu understood this, looked at the visitor, and said to himself, "What a coincidence." There are basically no people on the way to the high-level copy. Occasionally, a team will come up, and they often rush up the mountain at the fastest speed. The pressure outside is too strong, no one can bear it after a long time. The main reason is that the requirements for the middle dungeon are too high, and there are not many qualified ones. In addition, the high-level dungeon is too difficult. The 70-level team can hardly beat it, and the 80-level team is also under great pressure. Once it exceeds level 80, it does not meet the requirements of the dungeon, and you can't even enter it, and you don't need to fight it. Therefore, those who come to attack high-level dungeons are mostly teams composed of 79 or 80-level professionals. Most of the teams are level 80. Level 80 attributes have been greatly improved again, and new skills have been mastered, so the grasp of the strategy dungeon can be greater. When Lin Moyu looked at them, they also looked at Lin Moyu. There is no one like Lin Moyu who walks up the mountain by himself like Lin Moyu. They all felt strange when they saw Lin Moyu standing still. But he didn't stop for half a step because of this, and quickly rushed towards the copy. Lin Moyu also smiled slightly after they passed by, and continued to walk forward. Although they couldn't see their levels, Lin Moyu was told by the telepathy that these people were between levels 79 and 80. This team of 24 people cooperated very tacitly and in unison during the march, giving Lin Moyu an army-like feeling. It's just that they're not wearing military uniforms, and they're not wearing sergeant badges, unintelligible. Some well-trained guild teams may also reach this level. This team quickly overtook Lin Moyu, rushed to the copy at the fastest speed, and then sat down on the side. Someone took out a prop and propped up a shield in the team to block the wind, snow, and pressure. They start to rest. Perhaps it was due to rushing all the way up, consuming too much energy and needing to recover before entering the dungeon. Whether it is marching or resting at this time, their actions are uniform. And the leader is prohibited by order. Lin Moyu thinks this team should be from the military. If it is not the military, it is also a professional trained in the way of the military. Such a team of professionals has a strong combat power. Whether it is on the battlefield or in a dungeon, it can exert a strong combat power. While they were resting, Lin Moyu also came to the copy. Some people noticed Lin Moyu, and they all showed surprise. What do you do here alone? To see the scenery. But here is full of wind and snow. What is there to see in the vast expanse of whiteness? And under the huge invisible pressure, I can only look at the scenery in this situation. Lin Moyu stood in front of the copy and looked at them. Soldier? The leader of this team looked at Lin Moyu suspiciously. What's the matter? Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. Just curious, just asked casually. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the entrance of the copy. Next second, Shingi. Everyone was stunned. He actually entered the dungeon. Are you kidding me? Entering the dungeon alone, looking for death? It's not like he doesn't know. In the dungeon, all teleportation items will be invalid. Only those who survive the first wave of attacks are eligible to choose to leave. He's going to die in there. What a fool. He doesn't look like an idiot. How could he do such a stupid thing? Everyone was stunned by Lin Moyu's actions. Who doesn't know the difficulty of high-level dungeons? It is absolutely impossible to solo. And being able to come here has already proved his extraordinary strength. It is incomprehensible to make such a courting move again. Don't meddle in your own business. Hurry up and take a break, and enter the dungeon in a few minutes. The leader let out a low drink, and everyone immediately shut up. The leader looked at the copy and said with a voice that only he could hear, "It can't be him. If there is anyone in this world who can master the high-level dungeon of Kunlun Shrine alone, there is only one person who can do it. Regardless of age, dress, it seems that they can be matched." The leader felt that he had guessed Lin Moyu's identity. It should be Lin Xinjiang. He may really be able to solo. It can only be him. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu's sight had just recovered, and before he had time to take a look at the situation in the dungeon, colorful light had already covered him. The elements violently fluctuated and roared. All kinds of elemental attacks hit him instantly. The bone armor gleamed and shattered after only 2 seconds. Now it is level 74, counting talent, equivalent to 590,000 bone armor, and it only lasted for 2 seconds. In other words, if you are a professional with 590,000 physique, you can only last for 2 seconds without counting equipment and defensive skills. But 2 seconds is enough for Lin Moyu to do many things. The undead army appeared, and the headless horsemen charged in all directions, killing a bloody path for Lin Moyu. Without the need for naked eyes, the power of the soul swept away, and what happened almost instantly was in vain. Without the naked eye, the power of the soul has already ascertained what happened. There are a lot of monsters around, and they launched the first round of attacks towards themselves. But now it has been rushed back by the headless horsemen, with a lot of casualties. Thousands of kilometers away, there are 4 fortresses. The fortresses are fanned out to surround the city. Every fort has walls, and there are many monsters standing on the walls. The city wall is 100 meters high, and there are rays circulating on the fortress to form a protection. The monsters on the city wall are huge in size, with each head exceeding 10 meters. The energy on their bodies is boiling and rolling, and all of them will perform long-distance elemental attacks. The bone armor shattered so quickly, and they were the ones who contributed the most. The copy has become different. These monsters look like an army. Lin Moyu discovered the anomaly immediately. Whether it's a monster attacking oneself in close quarters, or a monster standing in the fortress and casting a long-range element attack, the actions seem to have a unified command, instead of rushing up and hitting a monster indiscriminately. Moreover, the 4 fortresses are faintly connected as one, and the elements manipulated by the monsters in each fortress are different. The fortress on the far left controls the wind element. Counting to the right, there are fire, water, and electricity in turn. These four elements can be said to be the four most common among human professionals. Each fortress controls one element to attack. It's not a skill spell, it's the purest elemental attack. This attack method made Lin Moyu think of a god. Whether it's humans, demons, or dragons, the use of elements ultimately needs to be attacked through skills. Only gods, because their essence is different from other creatures, they are the embodiment of elements themselves, and have absolute control over elements. This also gives them the ability to directly drive the elements to attack. Of course, gods can also use skills, which can increase the destructive power of elements to a certain extent. All thoughts flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the copy of the Kunlun shrine should be related to the gods. Under the attack of the headless horsemen and skeletons, the monsters were quickly repelled and wiped out, and a space appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The elemental attacks from the fort continued. It was always like a cannonball, constantly exploding on Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu ignored their attacks. If it were another team, such continuous attacks would be extremely stressful. But for Lin Moyu, he felt nothing. His strength has far exceeded the limit of the dungeon. The nature of his entry into the dungeon is basically the same as that of traveling here. He walked around to have a look, and brushed the dungeon by the way. I have been used to facing powerful enemies all the year round, and it is no longer challenging to brush up this kind of dungeon of the same level. In the blink of an eye, the undead army had already cleaned up the monsters outside the fortress. Then flooded into the four fortresses like a tide. The overwhelming attack fell on the fortress, and the shield of the fortress was crumbling. Suddenly strong energy fluctuations rose from the four fortresses, and the four elements converged in the air. For a time, the sky was covered with overcast clouds, the wind howled, and thunder burst. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, finally do it. He had already sensed that there were still four bosses hidden in the four fortresses. The four bosses are the commanders of the fortress. Only when the fortress is attacked to a certain extent, they will do it. This is the copy mechanism. At this time, seeing that the protective cover of the fortress was about to collapse, the commander in the fortress finally took action. The four elements converged in the air, and their strength continued to grow. The power quickly surpassed level 80, breaking through the upper limit of the copy. This phenomenon made Lin Moyu a little surprised. Normally, except for the final boss in the dungeon, the power level of the dungeon above halfway will not exceed the upper limit allowed to enter. This is a level 75 dungeon, and the upper limit of the level allowed to enter is level 80. In addition to the final boss, the monsters and enemies encountered on the way will also be between level 75 and 80. But now just entering the copy, the upper limit of power is broken. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that this level of power was nothing to him, but it was very difficult for other professionals to deal with. He had read the high-level information of the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine. Although the information was not detailed, he knew the general situation in the dungeon. There are 3 stages in the copy, and now he is in the first stage. This stage is to knock down the elemental fortress and get the key. As the name suggests, the difficulty of high-level dungeons is really high. It is really difficult for ordinary teams to pass. Lin Moyu said softly. He didn't realize that what he was doing was different from what was in the data. The information only said to destroy the elemental fortress, but in fact, you only need to choose one of the 4 and fight one. Everyone else chooses an elemental fortress to fight, and only the commander of one of the fortresses is alarmed. There will be no such thing as elements converging and breaking through the upper limit of the dungeon's power. Lin Moyu attacked the 4 forts together, and alarmed the commanders in the 4 forts at the same time, which caused a mutation. The gust of wind howled in the dungeon, and the wind turned into a knife, crackling and falling on the undead army. Thunder and lightning roared, and the flying electric snake also shuttled back and forth on the undead army. Lightning illuminated the ground, followed by red and blue flashes in the sky. The fire element and the water element fell at the same time. The scene of fire, rain, and snowflakes falling together is the first time even Lin Moyu has seen it. It is extremely beautiful. Two elements with opposite attributes collide with each other, and a violent explosion is born. For a moment, the elements vibrated, dazzling. Lin Moyu stood there with a relaxed look, as if admiring a beautiful firework. Having experienced the dungeon of Dragon King Palace after the baptism of the elemental dragon, this level of elemental attack is completely trivial, almost like a child playing around. Under the impact of the elements, the undead army still maintained a strong offensive. Lich General is treating, and the injuries he suffered can heal in the blink of an eye. They, like Lin Moyu, ignore elemental attacks. Lin Moyu doesn't even need to summon the Skeleton King, nor does he need any other skill assistance. Just relying on the undead army itself is enough to push across. The seemingly solid shields of the four fortresses shattered after only holding on for a minute under the crazy onslaught of the undead army. The undead army rushed forward like a wolf and quickly cleaned up the monsters on the city wall. The army rushed into the interior of the fortress and began to besiege and kill the dark officers. Lin Moyu strolled forward in a leisurely manner. With the undead army at this level, as long as he didn't encounter difficult enemies, he didn't need to worry about how to fight at all. He just needs to wait for the result. After a while, the elements gathered in the air disappeared. Lin Moyu also received the message. Kill the 78-level Wind Commander, experience and acquire the Key of Wind. Key of Wind, one of the 4 elemental keys. At least one key can be obtained to open the 3rd stage of the dungeon. Kill the commander of level 78 Fire, experience plus ***. Acquire the Key of Fire. The information kept popping up. Lin Moyu got 4 keys. The 4 elemental fortresses were completely quiet. When the undead army left the fortresses collapsed amid the roar and turned into ruins. Lin Moyu also walked through the fort at this time, and continued to walk along the road in the copy. Looking up, I saw the top of Kunlun Peak. There is an exquisite and magnificent palace faintly in the mist above the peak. Wanzhou's, too. Kunlun Shrine, the name of the dungeon, also comes from this. After the element fortress is the climbing road, from here is the real beginning of the dungeon. Lin Moyu looked at the mountain, and the main peak of Kunlun in the dungeon gave him a sense of agility and vitality. Unlike the main peak of Kunlun in the outside world, it is lifeless. He had this feeling when he entered the copy of Kunlun Shrine for the first time. At that time, I suspected that the mountain peak in the dungeon was the real main peak of Kunlun. Now Lin Moyu is more sure of his feelings. There are too many legends about Kunlun Mountain, no matter in the previous life from time travel, or in the Xinxia Empire at that time, there are legends about Kunlun Mountain. In the previous life, it was said that Kunlun was the ancestor of Wanshan, and there was a saying that the dragon veins in the world came from Kunlun. Here, Kunlun is also mysterious and powerful. It is said that a large number of gods were bred in it, and once formed the Kunlun pantheon. Lin Moyu does not believe in the theory of the gods, but with the majesty of the Kunlun Mountains, it is entirely possible that a few or more than a dozen gods will appear. The power of the soul flows in the dungeon, gradually seeping into the main peak of Kunlun. Lin Moyu is very interested and wants to find out everything. Perhaps the mystery of the accident that year can be unraveled. In the process of growing up, Lin Moyu was exposed to different things from other professionals. After completing the first major exam, Bai Yuan took a fancy to him, and everything he came into contact with after that was somewhat high-end. Later, as the level increased, the information learned became more and more profound and complicated, and mysteries came one after another. Often just know an answer, there will be several mysteries. Even now, what he has come into contact with has far surpassed the cognition of Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. In the whole world, he is the only one who can talk to Antares on an equal footing. He is the only one who is qualified to enter the Dragon King Hall. Seeing the elemental dragon and dragon god, there must be no one else. He is the only one who can get 2 Origin Rune, and keep both Origin Rune, and get the original skill. Lin Moyu knows that his path is different from anyone else's. He is destined to unravel all kinds of mysteries in order to understand the nature of this world. In the past era, what happened in this world and why these things happened. Lin Moyu feels that all the changes are unnatural, and there must be deeper reasons. And Terry slipped out once, though only a few words. But Lin Moyu found some clues. Afterwards, the two parties had a tacit understanding and did not mention it again. Lin Moyu knew more clearly that there are strange things in this world. Now stepping on the main peak of Kunlun, Lin Moyu is 99% sure that the main peak of Kunlun in the dungeon is the real main peak of Kunlun, the one with countless legends. But the main peak of Kunlun outside the dungeon is fake. It is not something ordinary gods can do to exchange the two main peaks. But why would it do that? Lin Moyu was thinking about this question as he walked. 647. A large number of monsters rushed from the mountain and both sides, and the undead army responded and killed them all. Most of the monsters in the copy are between level 75 and 77, and they have no resistance against the undead army. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the palace on the mountain. His eyes flashed. He seemed to figure out something. In order to prove it, the power of the soul was thrown towards the palace. But when he was about to approach the palace, a formation suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Moyu's soul power. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, slightly excited. That's right, that's it. The formation that blocks the soul power and the formation that absorbs life force outside the dungeon have the same root and origin. It can be clearly felt that the two formations were created by the same person. The previous puzzle group got the answer and suddenly became enlightened. Arranging false peaks on the outside, and arranging formations inside the peaks, absorbing the vitality of the vast number of creatures at an extremely slow speed. Using the wind and snow in the Kunlun Mountains and the stress test of the Jingu copy, it is completely undetectable. Even if an ordinary level 90 powerhouse comes here, if you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. All the absorbed vitality enters the dungeon and flows into the real Kunlun shrine. The seemingly insignificant vitality, after accumulating over a long period of time, is an astonishing amount. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful god sleeping. The gods will choose to sleep when they are severely injured and use time to recover themselves. This god added an insurance on it, not only sleeping by itself, but also absorbing the vitality of the vast number of living beings. In this way, its sleeping time will be greatly shortened. Lin Moyu felt that what he guessed should be right, and it should be like this. Although he believes in his guess, the guess must be just a guess. If possible, he still wants to go to the shrine to see it with his own eyes. As for how to enter the shrine, you have to force your way through it, or pass through the copy. Lin Moyu believes that since the other party has obtained such an assessment-type dungeon, there must be a channel. The front suddenly lit up, and a sun-like ball of light appeared in the sky. The light shuttles through the wind and snow, creating dazzling shadows. Tiny rainbows appeared in the sky, like colorful halos, extremely beautiful. If these settings are all made by that god, it can only be said that that god's appreciation of beauty is extremely high. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the sun-like ball of light, which was only bright but not hot. The light sphere is only a superficial phenomenon, and its core is a formation. This formation has mobilized a large number of light elements, blooming a dazzling light. The ball of light flickered suddenly, and the snowflakes in the sky suddenly shone brightly. They were also covered by a large number of light elements, and then the snowflakes turned into fist-sized snowmen one after another. The snowman swung a small lightsaber and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Although the snowmen are small, their strength is not bad. Under the soul induction, the strength of each little snowman is as high as 77. The detection technique flew out. Snowman. Level 77. 300000. Agility 250000. 250000. Physique 200000. Skill, Light Elemental Attack. Characteristic, Rebirth. The total attribute is only 1 million, which is weaker than the monsters in the Dungeon of Hell difficulty of the same level. In a copy of the difficulty of Kunlun Shrine, the monsters that appear should not have this attribute. Lin Moyu was not careless. He noticed the characteristics of the snowman of light. The feature is rebirth, and I don't know how it will perform. The undead army has already greeted them. Even the smallest skeleton archmage in the undead army is more than 2 meters tall. The headless horseman with a man and a horse is more than 5 meters long. These snowmen of light are only the size of a fist, so they are really tiny. The skeleton archmage was the first to attack. For them, once locked, regardless of size, they are the same attack. The elements roared, and the surrounding elements suddenly became chaotic. The snowman of light was blown to pieces in a violent explosion. But then, the fragments turned into snowmen again. The body shape is slightly smaller than before, and the breath has also weakened, but the number has increased significantly. A snowman was blown into 7 or 8 pieces, and then turned into 7 or 8 smaller snowmen, who were cold again. In Lin Moyu's eyes, their weapons are not much bigger than embroidery needles. But power can never be measured by size. These smaller snowmen of light are not weak. Every sword will kill someone. They keep being blown apart and then turned into smaller snowmen. The number is increasing sharply, and the strength is also weakening. But no matter how many there are, it's useless. The skeleton master's skill is a range attack, and every explosion will cover a large area. Under the intensive bombardment, little snowman couldn't get through at all. Is this rebirth? Lin Moyu saw it and felt a little ridiculous. No matter how many times you can be reborn, there will always be a limit. For example, the number of rebirths, such as the weakened strength level after each rebirth, always crashes after reaching the limit. Sure enough, after being killed 10 times in a row, the little snowman, who was only the size of a finger, completely collapsed, and was never able to complete a new round of important tasks. As Lin Moyu thought, the rebirth ended here. At this time, the light ball in the sky flickered again, emitting a brighter light. This time, the snowflakes in a larger area turned into snowmen of light, threatening to kill them. Here is the second stage in the high-level dungeon. After passing the 4-element fortresses in the first stage, you will face the second stage here. This is where most teams fail and have to opt out. There are countless snowflakes in the sky. The same is true for the number of light snowmen transformed from snowflakes. The number of snowmen in the second wave has exceeded the number of the first wave by several times. The skeleton archmage had a blast. Lin Moyu looked at the ball of light in the air. The ball is the essence. As long as the light ball is not resolved, the snowmen of light will be endless. The essence of the ball of light is the formation, either to break the formation, or to defeat the formation with a powerful force. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the headless horseman rushed towards the ball of light immediately. The charge skill is activated, and the headless horseman's team rushes towards the ball of light like a long dragon. The ball of light is more than 1,000 meters away from the ground. If it looks small, it will not go down. Lin Moyu stared at the ball of light, and just as the headless horseman was about to arrive, a large number of runes appeared on the ball of light. The formation was running, and a shield full of runes appeared outside the light sphere. The headless horseman collided with the shield and was blown away one after another. Tens of thousands of headless horsemen followed, attacking the shield in turn. The shield kept twisting, and it lasted for 2 minutes during the onslaught of the headless horseman before it broke. Then the headless horseman rushed in front of the ball of light, and the formation in the ball of light was in motion again. A large number of lightsabers protruded from the ball of light, and the ball of light instantly turned into a hedgehog, blowing away all the headless horsemen who were approaching. The headless horseman attacked the ball of light with all his strength, and cut off the lightsaber it stretched out. The shield, the lightsaber, and the 2 layers of defense were all broken through in an instant. Then the headless horseman smashed around the ball of light. The white bone sword in his hand hit the ball of light, making a loud clang. The formation runes kept flickering, and finally exploded into pieces. At the same time that the light ball shattered, the snowman of light also disappeared. Copy the second stage, pass. After passing the second stage, the copy becomes smooth all the way. So far, Lin Moyu has not received any awards. Except for some experience and useless materials, there is not even a decent piece of equipment. This copy, so far, can only be summed up in one word: poor. Not only is the equipment poor, but also the experience is pitifully poor. Except when I first entered the dungeon, I gained a wave of experience. The little snowman and the formation light ball just now have no experience at all. If the first and middle dungeons are holy places for leveling, then the high-level dungeons really have nothing. As we walked higher and higher along the mountain road, the wind and snow became more violent. Here, people over level 70 may not be able to stand up. The temperature is terribly low, and dripping water into ice is only the most common phenomenon. Even Lin Moyu felt a chill at this moment. The low temperature at this time was already enough to cause damage to him, and the damage transfer skill continued to work, transferring all the damage to the undead army. The soul fire in the skulls of the skeletons was also compressed a little in the cold air. Lin Moyu can feel that under the snow, there is ice that has existed for an unknown number of years. Going forward against the severe cold, there is no wonder on the road. All the way to the depths of the dungeon, 4 square platforms appeared in sight. Behind Fangtai, there is a thick fog, and there is no way forward. There are depressions on each of the square platforms, which look like keyholes. Lin Moyu understood it at a glance, and immediately took out the element key obtained from the element fortress. Different local stations represent different element keys. For most teams, only one of these keys is needed to unlock the next stage. But Lin Moyu now has 4 keys together. Insert the 4 keys into it, and the 4 square platforms roared at the same time. The roar became louder and louder, and then the square platform exploded and turned into corresponding elements. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and electricity converged again, turning into 4 color beams of light soaring into the sky. Clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, a brand new passage appeared in front of him. This channel seems to be able to reach the peak shrine directly, and there is no end in sight. When the channel opened, bursts of terrifying energy fluctuations came out. A large number of sleeping monsters woke up. Each one is over level 78, and they are not ordinary monsters, at least they are also bosses. Under the soul, the number and strength of the boss can be seen at a glance. The number of bosses who are waking up is not too many, exactly 400. Lin Moyu pondered, if only one of the passages is opened, there should not be so many bosses to face. Lin Moyu thinks, well, if only one of the passages is opened, he only needs to face 100 boss monsters. Moreover, the boss monsters wake up much faster and slower, and the powerful team can use this time difference to clean up these bosses. The maximum number of bosses that need to be dealt with at the same time will not exceed 4. But now Lin Moyu activated 4 channels at the same time, and 400 boss-level monsters woke up together. He may face 16 bosses at most. For any team, it is a disaster. After all, there are only 24 people in the team, and there is basically no possibility of defeating 16 boss-level monsters at the same time. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth moved slightly. That's it. 400 bosses are too weak. Before the boss could fully wake up and rush over, the undead army had already rushed up first. This is the last stage of the dungeon, which still disappoints Lin Moyu. Although the experience of the boss is high, it is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. But the number is too small. The number of 400, even if the experience is 10 times that of ordinary monsters, is only equivalent to 4,000 ordinary monsters. What's more, the experience is not 10 times more. If that's the case, the high-level copy of Kunlun Shrine is no longer suitable for him to practice. It would be quicker to go to the Fonlei tree and clean up all the thunder trees and windflowers except the Thunder Mountain range to brush the dungeon here. Kill a level 78 flame giant, experience plus ***. Obtain, Sword of Flame. Fire Sword, quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 60,000, all fire skills power increased by 120%, additional skill, Burning. Burn, continue to cause damage to the target for 1 minute. With a fire elemental boss killed, Lin Moyu gained a quasi-legendary weapon. It's not great, but it's not bad either. At least its attributes are much stronger than platinum-level weapons. No matter how bad the quasi-legendary weapon is, the attribute bonus on the weapon is always in units of tens of thousands. It's a bonus of tens of thousands casually. For professionals, quasi-legendary weapons will be a leap forward. If it can be matched with good skills, this weapon will be very powerful. The bosses were killed one by one, and pieces of quasi-legendary equipment entered the storage space. Lin Moyu finally understood that high-level books are really not suitable for leveling. Here's for you to play equipment. Calculated based on a 1/10 drop rate, even if there is only one passage at the beginning, it still represents 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment. Let me ask, which dungeon can produce 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment at one time? Moreover, Lin Moyu opened all the channels. At least 30 to 40 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment can be produced at a time, and the harvest is extremely amazing. The low level and middle level are used for leveling, and the high level is used for equipment. In this way, there are levels and equipment. The Kunlun Shrine really lives up to its reputation. Although the difficulty is indeed a little higher, it also brings a lot of resources to the human race. Lin Moyu has a feeling, and it is really good. Among the human race, there are not many senior craftsmen. Even if they go all out, they can't make much quasi-legendary equipment. As for the real legendary equipment, don't even think about it. In the human race, most of the quasi-legendary equipment comes from high-level dungeons. The importance of high-level dungeons that can produce a large number of quasi-legendary equipment like the Kunlun Shrine is self-evident. With equipment, the combat power of human professionals can be greatly improved. A piece of top-quality equipment can even change a profession, not just talking about it. Unfortunately, these equipments are useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has tried all kinds of equipment, only the Monarch Scepter is useful to him. 0 for flowers. 0. The undead army rushed into the passage, killing all the way. Regardless of whether you are the boss monster who has awakened or not, you will be slashed when you go up. The unreasonableness of the undead army was fully displayed at this moment. Lin Moyu doesn't need to do anything, just keep climbing to the summit along the road. Along the way, the sound of fighting can be heard endlessly. Information keeps popping up. Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to the peak until a formation appeared, blocking his way. At this time, he was only about 1,000 meters away from the shrine on the summit. The shrine can already be clearly seen. The shrine is very beautiful and stands on the top of the mountain. There is only a small point at the connection between the shrine and the mountain. But even so, the shrine is still very stable, and there is no instability in the strong wind. There are wind chimes hanging on the four corners of the shrine, and the wind chimes are blown continuously by the wind, and the sound of the wind chimes is transmitted faintly, like a piece of music. In the data of the dungeon, there is no record about the shrine. A team once opened the channel and reached the end of the channel. At the end of the passage, they met the final boss of the dungeon. After finishing the boss, I left the dungeon, no follow-up. But they all use only one key. Lin Moyu uses 4 keys. The difficulty is more than 4 times greater, and the results seen are also somewhat different. At least the formation in front of him is not in the data. There was no wind chime from the shrine either. If there is, there must be a record. The sound of the wind chime is very pleasant, with a touch of sadness. The sound of wind chimes is a movement and a story. Lin Moyu was fascinated when he heard the flavor of it. He seemed to see some pictures from the sound, and saw the story that happened that year. The power of the soul surged and was affected by the sound of the wind chimes. The morale is mobilized, the soul is excited, and the fighting spirit is boiling. Lin Moyu has the idea of joining the battlefield and fighting the enemy bravely with the undead army. He realized the thought was abnormal, but he just couldn't help it. This is not right, stop it. Lin Moyu growled in his heart, trying to control his soul. The will is fighting against the subconscious. Nine-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly let out a dragon cry. Lin Moyu trembled all over, and the whole person immediately calmed down. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, recalling what happened just now, the feeling of being uncontrollable. The power of the law. He had lingering fears in his heart, but he didn't expect that the sound of the wind chime carried a trace of law power, and he fell into the Tao unconsciously. The 4 wind chimes at the 4 corners of the shrine are extremely unusual. Lin Moyu cheered up. This is not a good place. He didn't pay attention to the copy, but the shrine on the top of Kunlun Peak was in danger every step of the way. Lin Moyu sticks to his soul and stops paying attention to the shrine for the time being. The 400 bosses in the passage have been almost cleaned up. With the death of the latter boss, clouds moved in all directions, and a large number of elements gathered in the field. The mountain peaks kept shaking, and a huge monster fell from the sky with snow blowing in the wind. Fire Mouth, Ice Tail, Wind Wing, Thunder Claw. A big bird made of elements descended from the sky with the sound of wind and thunder. Without any warning, he rushed towards the undead army. The speed is so fast that it is almost comparable to when the Headless Horseman uses the charge skill. A pair of thunderclaws with lightning bolts grabs the 2 Headless Horsemen respectively. The giant claws were clenched tightly, and the armor on the Headless Horseman made a cracking sound. It was not caught and smashed as it expected. As long as the damage does not reach the point where the Headless Horseman can be killed instantly, all the damage will be shared by the undead army. It is not so easy to kill the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman kept fighting back in his claws, and the bone sword in his hand stabbed at the giant bird. Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique. This giant bird has obviously exceeded the limit of the copy, and it should be around level 84 based on the soul sensor. For any team, such a boss is difficult to deal with. But Lin Moyu also knew that if he hadn't opened 4 square platforms at the same time and combined the 4 elemental channels into one, this boss shouldn't be so powerful. Kunlun Giant Eagle, World-Class Leader. 007 Level, 82. Power, 1200000. Agility, 16000000. 120000. Physique, 14000000. Skill, Elemental Attack. Characteristics, immunity to fire element, immunity to wind element, immunity to water element, immunity to element. World-Class Leader is already the most powerful title in the dungeon. Only the boss in the large dungeon will be called the World-Class Boss. Many people think that world-class bosses and world-class bosses exist at the same level. It's just that the one in the dungeon is called the leader, and the one in the wild is called the boss. The total properties of the two are almost the same. That's because those people have never dealt with the world boss at all. Not to mention killing the world boss solo. It seems to understand but not understand. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the world boss is definitely better than those heads in the dungeon. Even if they are at the same level, even if their attributes are similar. The world boss possesses a variety of body protection characteristics. Existences such as the poisonous dragon are very troublesome just because of their own poisonous attributes. Relatively speaking, the leader in the dungeon is much easier to deal with. Lin Moyu had killed countless world bosses, and he didn't pay attention to the Kunlun Giant Eagle, which was only level 82. But because it has been flying and its speed is extremely fast, it is not easy to hunt down. The characteristic of 4-element immunity greatly reduces the power of the elemental riot of the skeleton archmage. Only the soul shot of the skeleton marksman can do some damage to it. But if you want to kill it, it will take a lot of time. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time. With a move in his heart, he pointed his fingers in the air, and the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds overwhelm the top, and the wind blows. The exquisite skeleton throne floats in the air. The god-level skeleton king, over 20 meters tall, slowly stood up from the throne. The god-level skeleton king, composed of 100,000 skeletons, has a peak attribute combat power of level 92. When using skills, the explosive power can reach level 93. The appearance of the god-level skeleton king made the space creak. As the leader of the dungeon, the Kunlun giant eagle seemed panicked and flew randomly in the air. Skeleton King swung the huge sword in his hand, cutting out a piercing sword light. Skill, slay god. The only target was the Kunlun giant eagle, and the god-slaying sword exerted the strongest power. The cries of the Kunlun giant eagle stopped abruptly, and its huge body exploded in the sword light. Instant kill with one sword. The Kunlun giant eagle couldn't even release its skills, so it was instantly killed. For Lin Moyu, it's only a matter of time before he kills it. It depends on whether you want to play for a while or are in a hurry. Now Lin Moyu is in a hurry and has no time to play with him. Kill the Kunlun giant eagle, experience factory. Obtain the Kunlun flame giant. Obtain the Kunlun storm armor. Acquire Kunlun lightning ring. Obtain the Kunlun ice bracelet. Kunlun's flame Jupiter, one of the Kunlun suit's quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 70,000, berserker skills increase plus 140%, fire skills additionally increase 50%. Comes with skill 1 flames. Blazing flame, there is a chance to erupt this skill during an attack, causing fire elemental damage to enemies within a radius of 100 meters. Kunlun storm armor, one of the Kunlun suit's quasi-legendary armor, all attributes plus 40,000, all damage reduced by 15%, wind elemental immunity increased by 40%. 1. Kunlun lightning ring, one of the Kunlun suit's quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, adds electric element attacks to all attacks, and has a certain chance to cause paralysis. Kunlun's ice bracelet, one of the Kunlun suit's quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, immune to freezing state. 4 pieces of equipment have different elements and different characteristics. The skills attached to the weapon are average, and can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Looking at this weapon alone, it is not very good. But if you look at these equipments together, it will be completely different. The Kunlun giant eagle drops the Kunlun suit. Although the individual attributes are average, if you can collect the whole set, it will be a shotgun. The entire Kunlun suit belongs to the top level among quasi-legendary equipment. On the premise of not getting legendary equipment, the Kunlun suit can be called the strongest. There are very few that can compare with it. There are 6 complete Kunlun suits, including weapons, armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Moreover, these 6 pieces of equipment have different attributes. For example, weapons must first have corresponding types for each profession, such as swords for knights, bows for archers, and spells for archers. Moreover, it also needs corresponding attributes, the increase of the corresponding elemental skills, and the skills that appear randomly. War armor also has different attributes, different element bonuses, suitable for different occupations. In this way, the various combinations are almost endless. If there is a fire mage, he can get a complete set of Kunlun suits with unified attributes. A complete set of fire staff, fire armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Then even if you give him a piece of legendary equipment, he probably won't exchange it. It's just that it's too difficult to collect a set like this. Among the top executives of human race professionals, even god-level powerhouses may not be able to collect a complete set. Lin Moyu collected 4 pieces this time, each with different attributes. Fire-type weapons, wind-type armor, electricity-type rings, and water-type bracelets. Now it seems that it is really a mess and unsystematic. This is still him. If another team comes to kill, and only one key is used to open the middle channel, only one piece of Kunlun equipment will be dropped in the end. In the case of uncertain types and attributes, it is not known that only the year of the monkey can be used to collect a set. A god-level powerhouse once said that the Kunlun suits with the same attributes belong to the series of lifetimes. At that time, the god-level powerhouse was willing to exchange his legendary weapon for a Kunlun suit of the same attribute, but it was a pity that he couldn't exchange it. Lin Moyu thought, maybe he could do it a few more times. With my own speed and ability, 4 pieces of Kunlun equipment each time, as long as I brush enough times, there may be a chance to collect all the Kunlun suits. The human race is too short of legendary equipment, there are only a few pieces. As far as he knew, Ming Anwen's God Shadow was at the legendary level, and Bai Yuan's glove and Yin Quanqing's knife were not legendary equipment, but top-notch quasi-legendary level equipment. The precious staff in Ning Tyrant's hands does not seem to be legendary. Why is there such a shortage of legendary equipment? There are many, many problems involved. The most important thing is that the human race does not have a god-level Iron 5.2 craftsman, so it cannot be crafted. On the other hand, like Ming Anwen, if he has enough materials, he can make legendary jewelry. Lin Moyu had an idea to get a complete set of Kunlun suits for his teacher, which would definitely help their combat power. This thought flashed by and was quickly suppressed. This matter is not urgent. Lin Moyu once again set his sights on the Kunlun shrine above his head. The moment the Kunlun giant eagle died, not only did he get the equipment, but also the formation that blocked his progress also disappeared. The road behind the formation was completely revealed, and the shrine 1,000 meters above was clearly in sight. This means that he is eligible to enter the shrine. There is indeed a fourth paragraph in the copy. This is the real copy of Kunlun Shrine. Lin Moyu went up the mountain and walked towards the Kunlun Shrine on the peak. The strong wind blew, and the wind chimes sounded in my ears again. This time Lin Moyu was prepared, the power of the soul was tightened, and it was not affected by external objects. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal revolves around the soul, also with vigilance. Keep your mind and don't be disturbed by foreign objects. The sound of wind chimes is beautiful and pleasant, and it keeps ringing in my ears. Even if Lin Moyu closed his hearing, it was useless, he could still hear. The sound will be transmitted directly to the soul. This is the sound of the law, and it can be heard without ears. Like the blood in Original Secret Realm, it goes straight to the soul. Lin Moyu can only resist with all his strength and not be affected by it. I had already been plotted against once last time. Although the other party did not have any malicious intentions, the feeling of being out of control is really bad. At that time, Lin Moyu was full of fighting spirit and just wanted to fight in person. If this kind of sound is placed in the army, it can greatly increase the combat power of the army and make every soldier have high morale. But if it is used on oneself, it may make people lose their minds, and even become a puppet who only knows how to fight. Everything has two sides. Lin Moyu is good at analysis and is willing to analyze, taking all aspects into consideration. It is precisely because of this that Lin Moyu prefers to keep calm all the time. Since his debut, there are very few things that can make him panic. The closer you get to the Kunlun Shrine, the stronger the sound of the wind chimes. But Lin Moyu knows that although this kind of wind chime has laws, as long as you are determined enough, even a person at level 40 can resist it. The owner of the wind chime is not malicious. The distance of 1,000 kilometers is not far for Lin Moyu. In a blink of an eye, it has reached the top. Standing on the peak, you can see the Kunlun Shrine more clearly. 02 This is a large palace with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, and the exquisite carvings outside the palace can be seen from a distance. Feng Shui became the best sweeper, cleaning the palace extremely clean, free from dust. Only one corner of the entire palace is connected to the mountain, and 99% of the parts are suspended, like a palace in the sky. Lin Moyu walked over with curiosity, and there was a plaque on the gate of the shrine with the word Kunlun written on it. It is the characters of the Xinxia Empire. When Lin Moyu saw the word Kunlun, he was sure that it was a product of this era. Words are the best evidence. Lin Moyu looked at the two words and felt the breath above them. Even after a long time, the breath above is still strong. There is a strong godly breath in the text. This is a powerful god. It's much more powerful than the god of thunder and lightning. It should be a high-level god. According to the records, a long time ago, there were many high-level gods, but they all disappeared without a trace. There are not many high-level gods that have been recorded, such as the god of blood devouring and the god of life. There are many more gods that are not in the data. The god of the starry sky is not in the data, but Lin Moyu guessed that the god of the starry sky should not be weak through the meteorites that have been falling for countless years in the meteorite continent. The god of blood devouring has disappeared, and even his weapons are gone, so he must have fallen without a doubt. The same is true of the god of life, and even its weapons have triggered a war of annihilation. The current owner of the Kunlun shrine should also be the first higher god. The wind chime is the best evidence. The power of the law cannot be faked. At that time, what happened? Want to find out? This problem has troubled Lin Moyu for many days, and Lin Moyu walked towards the gate without hesitation. He wasn't afraid, nor worried. It is useless to worry about fear. Now he has only two choices. One is to enter the Kunlun shrine, and the other is to leave. How could he be willing to leave now that he has come here? With the dragon scale of Antares in his hand, he believes that there are not many places in this world where he can be trapped to death. The big deal is to activate the dragon scales and just escape. The gate of the shrine opened automatically, as if welcoming a guest, and welcomed it in. The palace is even more empty than it looks from the outside. After entering the palace, there is a huge garden with many trees planted. The trees sway in the wind and snow. But the strange thing is that no matter how much snow, it will not leave marks on them. Every corner of the palace is exceptionally clean. The layout of the garden is very regular, neat, and beautiful. This is a god who loves cleanliness, and even has a cleanliness. At the same time, this god is very likely to be a woman. Here the wind chimes are louder. A gust of wind blows, tinkling nonstop. Wind chimes. Lin Moyu saw wind chimes hanging everywhere in the garden. Whether it's on a tree or in every corner. The key point is that after the sounds of these wind chimes are connected together, there is no confusion at all. It's just that the current wind chime is the purest wind chime, and it no longer has the power of law that goes directly to the soul. Lin Moyu strengthened his guess. This should be a female god, and she is also a female god who has cleanliness and likes wind chimes. Just as he was thinking, a ray of light came over, turning the whole garden into a beautiful scene. Amidst the light, a man in a long robe was walking slowly. Lin Moyu was stunned, guessing wrong. It turned out to be a man. Lin Moyu saw that the man was not his real body, but made of tears from elements. But he is a god, there is nothing wrong with him, and he exudes an aura that belongs to a god alone. Hello, 5-star general of the human race. The god was very polite to Lin Moyu, and he revealed Lin Moyu's identity as a 5-star general, which surprised Lin Moyu. He didn't wear the sergeant's badge on his shoulders. How did the other party know? The god continued, don't be surprised, I have fought side by side with many 5-star generals of your human race, and I know the aura of 5-star generals very well. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kunlun. I am the great god of the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Moyu was really shocked this time. Looking at him in amazement, he turned out to be a great god. A great god is an existence one level higher than a high-level god, equivalent to a half-step super-god of the human race. I didn't expect such an existence to exist in Kunlun Shrine, so I still underestimated him. Lin Moyu didn't doubt the other party's identity, and said, human race, 5-star general, Lin Moyu, has seen Kunlun god. He suddenly made a gesture of invitation. My main body is still sleeping, and there is nothing to greet you here, so I will show you the shrine. Please don't mind. How dare Lin Moyu mind? He still has a lot of questions in his mind to ask God Kunlun. It's none of my business that your body is sleeping, as long as you can talk. But Lin Moyu didn't speak directly. The two are not familiar yet. The key is that he hasn't figured out the other's temper. It's not very good to speak rashly. God Kunlun led Lin Moyu towards the interior of the shrine. Your strength is beyond my expectation. Lin Moyu responded modestly, my strength is nothing. God Kunlun shook his head. No, even in those days, you were the most outstanding one. Lin Moyu thought about the year he was talking about, which year it was. It is estimated that it will take a long time. At least thousands of years. It may be those years buried by time. God Kunlun continued, in our time, geniuses came out in large numbers. As long as you are not an idiot, you can become a top professional. If your aptitude is a little better, you can become a god. From changing jobs to gods, fast people only need 1 hour. 2 years. Lin Moyu is like listening to a fairy tale. It only takes 1 or 2 years to change from a job to a god. Is this a joke? How could it be so fast? Lin Moyu couldn't believe it. God Kunlun chuckled, that has a price. We have paid too much for it, and the world has paid too much. The cost is so great that it is almost unbearable. But it doesn't work if you don't pay. 420. Lin Moyu listened silently. The price might be very terrifying and unimaginable. God Kunlun stopped suddenly, looked at the snow falling in the sky, and sighed, but it's all worth it. The breeze blew, and there were bursts of pleasant wind chimes. God Kunlun smiled and said, "Isn't it nice to hear?" Lin Moyu nodded, "It's a beautiful piece of music." He was honest and sincere. God Kunlun also agrees with Lin Moyu's words, "It's really wonderful, I've listened to it for so many years, and I never get tired of it." Did you just think that I should be a woman? The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. You can't answer this, and if you say it badly, you will offend people. God Kunlun said, "It doesn't matter, everyone will think so." My wife arranged the garden, and she also hung the wind chimes. She likes wind chimes very much. Unfortunately, she will never hear it again. Having said that, God Kunlun sighed again. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and asked cautiously, "The war back then was cruel, right?" God Kunlun turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu for a moment. "It seems that you know something. I know you have many questions, including the formation in the Kunlun Mountains. There is no doubt, I have noticed you from the first day you entered the copy. Even the fact that you killed the Kunlun snow god, I see it. However, I still can't tell you now." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it because I'm still too weak?" God Kunlun nodded, "You are very talented, but not strong enough." "Then when will I be eligible to know?" "Wait until you can control a law." Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring, and he slowly spit out 4 words, half-step super god. Everyone has a different pattern and sees the world differently. When Lin Moyu first changed jobs, being able to transfer 3 times was a top priority. After meeting Bai Yuan, he discovered that the god level is the goal. Now, he has to master the laws and become a half-step super god to be qualified to know the ancient secrets. For most professionals, stepping into the god level is already out of reach, and half-step super gods are even unthinkable. But for Lin Moyu, a half-step superman is not enough, far from enough. The old man suspected of being Lao Tzu hopes that Lin Moyu can become the leader of this era. What is the leader of the times? Even becoming a super god is not enough, half a step of super god is nothing. It can only be said that the Kunlun god in front of him is not a little bit worse in appearance than the old man in Original Secret Realm. Is it enough to be a half-step super god? Lin Moyu said softly. These words made God Kunlun frown. His expression was always gentle, but now he felt that Lin Moyu was more or less self-indulgent. God Kunlun did not refute Lin Moyu, but his tone was slightly lowered. It is difficult to control the law, don't think about it too simply. Even at our time, when the law appeared, there were very few people who could control the law. Lin Moyu naturally knows that it is not easy to master the law, but he is confident, I will achieve it. God Kunlun looked at Lin Moyu thoughtfully. In his eyes, Lin Moyu is a bit arrogant and doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. If half-step super god is so easy, why has only one half-step super god appeared in the human race world in the past 100 years? Moreover, there are only a few half-step super gods that have appeared in history, and occasionally they will be out of gear. The memory of Kunlun great god is boiling. Even in his era, there were not many half-step super gods. He said slowly, having confidence is a good thing, but don't be arrogant. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand. Lin Moyu's attitude is neither humble nor overbearing. After seeing too many powerful beings, although a great god deserves his respect, he doesn't need to be too flattering. What's more, he is just a great god who is sleeping in his body, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. The mentality changes as early as unconsciously. God Kunlun didn't say anything more, and changed the subject. You have passed the final assessment of the dungeon, and I want to help you with one thing. Lin Moyu knew that the main event was coming. Tell me, there is something I can do. Lin Moyu didn't agree directly. He had to listen to what was going on before deciding whether to agree or not. In case of any dangerous matter, Lin Moyu would definitely refuse. God Kunlun said in a deep voice, "Before I tell you, I want to ask, can I trust you?" Lin Moyu said frankly, "It's hard to say, it depends on the situation. For example, what you asked me to do is very dangerous and may endanger my life. It's also possible that what you want me to do may endanger the human race." Lin Moyu listed two possibilities. The former one is okay, Lin Moyu would just refuse. In the second case, Lin Moyu will not only refuse, but may even do something radical. The main body of Kunlun Great God is sleeping, and it is hard to say how much divine power this elemental body can exert. In fact, the Great God of Kunlun took Lin Moyu into the Kunlun Shrine, taking a risk. It's hard to say what will happen if Lin Moyu has any malicious intentions. Lin Moyu's combat strength is not bad. He has slaughtered gods, and there are many god-level powerhouses. The 5-star god will not be fake. Similarly, Lin Moyu took a risk when he was willing to enter the Kunlun Shrine. What if God Kunlun has any malice towards him? After all, this is a great god. Of course, Lin Moyu never fights uncertain battles. With the dragon scale of Antares in hand, he believes that there is no problem with safety. Ultimately, both are gambling. In essence, the two have established the most basic trust. Lin Moyu's tone is sincere, and Kunlun God can understand it. The more so, the more relieved he is actually. If Lin Moyu agrees with all his heart, he will be a little worried instead. He smiled a little. "Don't worry, what I want you to do will not harm the human race. After all, I used to be your human race's comrade in arms, a life and death friend." He said the words friendship between life and death very seriously, and his eyes were full of majesty, as if he was nostalgic for the past years. Then he continued, "As for the danger, it may mean death to others, but with your combat power, it's just a little troublesome at best." He knows what kind of combat power Lin Moyu has. He can counterattack Tushin, a 5-star warrior. Although Lin Moyu is only level 74, sometimes his combat power cannot be judged by his level. Characters like Lin Moyu, who were called evildoers in their era, were even more geniuses than Tianjiao. "I want to hear the specifics." Lin Moyu was straightforward. God Kunlun didn't continue to detour. "I hope you can go to the lower level of the ancient battlefield, the lower part of the wild continent, and help me get something." Lin Moyu asked, "King Longhai?" Kunlun nodded. "That's right. To get something. My wife's godhead." Lin Moyu looked at the great god Kunlun. "Is your wife's godhead at the bottom of Qinglong?" God Kunlun smiled wryly. "Back then, she fought hard and died, and her godhead fell into the Qinglong Sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. Recovering her godhead, this is what I have always wanted to do. It's a pity that this matter is too difficult. Even a half-step god level 89 can't do it. I've been waiting for so many years, and finally I've waited for you." Kunlun Great God's tone was a bit sad, especially in his eyes. The sadness was uncontrollable. Lin Moyu can feel his voice from the soul, very sincere, not lying. God Kunlun continued, "My wife and I are different from other gods. We didn't become gods naturally, but became gods by chance. Before we became gods, we were all humans." Lin Moyu was shocked. The Kunlun god actually said that he was a human race before he became a god. No wonder, back then, he said he was fighting side by side with the human race. Maybe this was one of the reasons. The Kunlun great myth has not been finished yet. He is like an old man at the moment, wanting to talk. Perhaps the god of life also died in battle. If she is still alive, maybe my wife has a chance to be resurrected. Although I can't resurrect my wife, it's always what my husband should do to find his godhead. That's the only thing I can do for her. The memories are mixed with sadness, rendering the whole Kunlun shrine. The wind chimes fluttered, playing a sad piece of music. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "The sea is vast, and a godhead is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's hard to find." God Kunlun slowly stretched out his hand, and all the wind chimes vibrated. Then Lin Moyu saw a huge and exquisite wind chime falling from the sky. The wind chime carries the aura of gods and spirits, and at the same time the law permeates. When the wind chime first appeared, it was as big as a bronze bell, but when it finally fell into the hands of the great god Kunlun, there was nothing left but his fist. Lin Moyu recognized that this was the wind chime hanging outside the Kunlun shrine. God Kunlun looked at the wind chime, his eyes full of memories. This is my wife's natal weapon. If you hold it, if the distance between you and the godhead is less than 100 kilometers, it will respond. Lin Moyu took the wind chime from Kunlun god, and then a detection technique landed on the wind chime. Holy Tone Wind Chime, mythical weapon, the weapon of the god of Holy Tone. Possess a mythical weapon, and the weapon contains the calendar of laws. The god of holy music, the wife of the great god of Kunlun, is also a high-level god. As for whether it is level 96 or 98, Lin Moyu does not know. But the high-level gods must be very strong, at least the power of its laws is not what I can resist now. Such gods also fell. In the disaster that year, Zhao Hao, the gods fell. Don't know what happened. Lin Moyu is holding the Shengyin wind chime. He can't use this weapon. For him, it's just an ordinary wind chime that is more solid and more beautiful. I can help you with this matter, but everything is equal. What is the reward? God Kunlun said, you got a Kunlun snowgrass in the first dungeon, right? Kunlun snowgrass, an additional reward for the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine. Beginner, if used below level 80, it can be upgraded by 1 level. When used below level 70, it can be upgraded by 2 levels. It can be used below level 60 and can be upgraded. Kunlun Snowgrass can directly increase the level, and the effect is extraordinary. When he first got the Kunlun Snowgrass, he was astonished. He never imagined that there is such a miraculous thing in the world. Now his vision and experience are different. If you look back, you will know that Kunlun Snowgrass contains a huge amount of soul power. It is the power of the soul that raises the level. After getting it, Lin Moyu has not used it. Upgrading the level is not very useful to him. It only takes a little time for him to upgrade, it's not difficult, and he doesn't need to rely on external objects. God Kunlun pointed to a flower garden in the distance. That is your reward. In the flower garden, Kunlun Snowgrass is planted. There are tens of thousands of them. Every plant is full of vitality, and there is a familiar atmosphere in the vitality. These vitality come from the power of life, and the power of life comes from the formation outside the copy, from a large number of human professionals who came to the Kunlun Mountains. God Kunlun pointed casually, and a formation appeared outside the flower garden. Wisps of vitality come from the void into the formation, and through the conversion of the power of law in the formation, the dross is removed, leaving only the essence, and finally poured into the flower bed to become the nourishment of the snowgrass. It turns out that the vitality is here. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he had thought wrong earlier. The life force absorbed by the formation was not taken away by God Kunlun. Instead, they came here and became the nourishment of Kunlun Snowgrass. God Kunlun said, you should have thought before that those vitality were absorbed by me, right? Lin Moyu admitted generously, that's right. I also judged from the absorbed vitality that there should be gods sleeping. God Kunlun chuckled, your judgment is correct. My body is indeed in a deep sleep, and I have been asleep for a long time, and I don't even know when I will wake up. These vitality are of little use to me. And what you see is only the tip of the iceberg, not only the formations of the Kunlun Mountains outside, but also the entire Kunlun Mountains are equipped with a large number of formations. It's not just the vitality of professionals that is absorbed, the vitality of all creatures in the Kunlun Mountains, including plants, is also being continuously absorbed. It's just that this level of absorption will not cause any damage to them. Lin Moyu understands this truth. Such a little vitality, even if it is not sucked away by the formation, will be exchanged silently and disappear in the end. The formation is just to gather these excess vitality and use it to grow Kunlun Snowgrass. In the flower garden, Kunlun Snowgrass is high and low, big and small. One of them is particularly strong. It is obviously more than 3 times taller than other Kunlun snowgrasses, and it can be called the king of snowgrasses. Lin Moyu asked, "Is Kunlun snowgrass useful to you?" God Kunlun shook his head. "It's useless. Kunlun snowgrass is not prepared for us." The meaning is self-evident. Since it is not prepared for the gods, it is prepared for the human race. But among the human race, no one has ever heard of Kunlun snowgrass, and Lin Moyu was the first to get it. God Kunlun explained, "These things were useful in the past, and maybe they will be useful in the future, but I hope I will never need to use them. This snowgrass king, which grows out of thousands of miles, is my reward for you. If you can get my wife's godhead, I will give Snowgrass King in exchange." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the use of Snowgrass King?" He didn't use probing techniques to check. One was impolite in front of God Kunlun. The second is that there is a formation covering the flower garden, and Lin Moyu is not sure whether the detection technique is useful. God Kunlun said, "If you want to break through the half-step super god in the future, Snowgrass, Aksai, Master will be of great use. Besides that, Snowgrass King has another function. I'll tell you after you get back your godhead." Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds before making a decision in his mind. Good. In the end, Lin Moyu agreed to the request of the Kunlun great god. It is said to be a request, but it is actually a transaction. It's just that in terms of attitude, God Kunlun is asking for others, and he is very polite to Lin Moyu. Otherwise, with his status, he would be higher than Lin Moyu, and there was absolutely no need to do so. After Lin Moyu left the instance, the Kunhua shrine was once again hidden in the snow. As the wind howled, the Kunlun god stood in the garden and murmured, "After waiting for so many years, I finally waited for one. I hope he can succeed, Yener. I miss you so much." His voice was finally covered by the wind and snow and disappeared. There was no one outside the dungeon, except for the whistling wind. It seemed extremely quiet. Kunlun Shrine, a high-level copy, is located on the top of Kunlun Peak in the eyes of most people. But Lin Moyu knows that this is far from the peak. The real peak is in the copy, and it has to go up another 1,000 meters. The place where the Kunlun Shrine is located is the peak. And it is conceivable that the former Kunlun Shrine must not be on the ground, but should be floating in the air. It came down because of the deep sleep of Kunlun God. The feeling of entering the Kunlun Shrine just now is still there, and thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Kunlun Shrine itself is a big killer, very powerful. I am also courageous enough. If God Kunlun really has malicious intentions towards him, then I am afraid that the trouble will not be small. Lin Moyu didn't leave for the ancient battlefield immediately. There was no rush. He and God Kunlun did not agree on a time. He has been waiting for so many years, and he doesn't care about waiting for a while. Lin Moyu intends to do the dungeon first. Although there is not much experience in the dungeon, he can get a lot of equipment. These equipments are useless to oneself, but they are very useful to the entire human race. Both Anwen and Yuan came from the army, and most of the army in the empire belonged to them. With so many people under his command and so many top professionals, he urgently needs a lot of quasi-legendary equipment. What's more, there is also the Kunlun suit, and Lin Moyu also wants to get a set for Meng Anwen and the others. If anyone in the world is most likely to collect a complete set of Kunlun suits of the same attribute, Lin Moyu knows that it must be himself. The dungeon cooldown was reset, and Lin Moyu teleported into the dungeon again. The moment he entered the dungeon, he was violently attacked. The rules of dungeon have not changed, it remains the same. For elemental fortresses, a large number of monsters over level 75 will attack those who enter the copy. This is the first wave of attacks. If you can't even withstand this wave of attacks, then there is no need to continue fighting. Many professionals died under the first wave of attacks. Not a game, but real death. Their bodies remain in the copy forever. In the human race, deaths in dungeons happen every day. But ones as cruel as Gaowan Kunlun Shrine are rare. If you want to gain, you must pay a price. While people are attacking dungeons and gaining experience and equipment, some dungeons are also eliminating unqualified professionals. Some people have done statistics. The higher the dungeon level, the higher the difficulty, and the death rate is also rising. On the contrary, those low-level dungeons are relatively safe. Lin Moyu carried the attack, and the undead army came out in response. Quickly cleaned up all the surrounding monsters, and then shattered the shields of the 4 elemental fortresses, beheading the commanders in the fortresses. When seeing the formation light ball in the second paragraph, Lin Moyu didn't even give it a chance to evolve into a snowman of light, so he directly summoned the Skeleton King and killed it with a single blow. Afterwards, 4 passages were opened and the 3rd level was entered. Lin Moyu has always been used to leapfrog challenges, and he is already confronting the gods before level 70. A dungeon that is only at the same level as him is not difficult at all. Letting the undead army destroy the monsters, Lin Moyu walked along the mountain road alone to the end of the 3rd level. This time there is no formation to obstruct it. The end of the 3rd level is really the end of the dungeon. Pressing against the invisible wall, Lin Moyu could feel the power of the law. Looking up, there is nothingness, and the Kunlun shrine cannot be seen. He knew that it was normal now, and it was the dungeon that most professionals saw. Accompanied by the roar of the elements, the Kunlun giant eagle descended from the sky. But what greeted it was the giant bone sword of King Kunlun. Lin Moyu didn't do anything from the beginning to the end, just the undead army and the Skeleton King. He got through the dungeon very easily. After the Kunlun giant eagle was eliminated this time, the dungeon exit was revealed. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, and quickly left through the exit. In the next second, he returned to the copy and continued. Time and time again, Lin Moyu kept brushing the book back and forth. It takes less than half an hour each time. Since the copy of Kunlun Shrine appeared, no one has done it like Lin Moyu. Harvest dozens of quasi-legendary equipment at a time, plus 4 Kunlun suits. If it were someone else, they would definitely yell, "I am rich." Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about it, just brushed the copies over and over again. In the storage space, all kinds of equipment increased rapidly. In just half a day, Lin Moyu has swiped a full 20 times. Harvested quasi-legendary equipment, more than 800 pieces. Lin Moyu is really worried that if he continues to brush like this, the copy will be wiped out by himself. Equipment cannot be produced for no reason, there must always be a source. But all over the world, there are equipment output in all major dungeons. What is the source of the equipment? Lin Moyu was puzzled. He asked Antares, and the answer he gave was, "You are not qualified to know." Antares obviously knew something, but he didn't tell himself. As for the old man suspected of being Lao Tzu, he didn't even dare to ask. It is another huge mystery that needs to be solved by himself in the future. When Lin Moyu completed the 20th copy, the storage space was officially declared full. Besides some of his own stuff, the storage space is full of equipment and materials. There are a total of 80 pieces of Kunlun suits alone. As for whether a complete set of the same attribute can be formed, Lin Moyu only cared about the book and didn't even look at it. No way, Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to brush books, and planned to go back first. At this time, the vortex of the dungeon lights up, and bursts of space fluctuations come. A group of people teleported out of it. They were uniformly dressed, and they were exactly the group of people Lin Moyu had seen when he went up the mountain. Lin Moyu guessed that this group of people should be from the military. Their actions were too orderly, and at the same time exuded a distinctive temperament. Even the team of the Jialan Guild could not do this. After the group of people came out, after 2 seconds of stagnation, their sight was restored. When he saw Lin Moyu, he suddenly became vigilant. One by one, they acted quickly and formed a battle array. In this way, Lin Moyu confirmed his guess that these people were really soldiers. Others can deceive people, but this kind of instinctive emergency response cannot deceive people. Lin Moyu smiled and signaled that they don't need to be nervous, he has no malicious intentions. The leader walked like a tiger, and came to Lin Moyu in 2 or 3 steps, and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, are you the God General of Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu smiled, took out his sergeant badge and put it on. The sergeant's badge is dazzling purple, and the 5 stars on it are even more eye-catching. When the man saw it clearly, he was startled, his expression was exaggerated and he lost his size, and he exclaimed loudly, "5-star General." Just when a gust of wind blew, the biting wind poured into his mouth with an astonishing chill, making him cough nonstop. He suppressed his cough and saluted Lin Moyu. "I've seen Lin Shan too." Lin Moyu smiled. "You don't have to do that. I'm just a famous general, and I don't have a position in the army." "Why? Are you dungeon raiders in the army?" The man shouted. "We are the Xinxia Empire Army, the 8th Military Region, the Dungeon Raiders Team, and the 3rd Team. I am the captain, Chi Taizhu." Lin Moyu smiled. "Well, you guys are doing well. Is this harvest okay?" The man hesitated. "Report to the general." "I can't say. The army has military rules, and many things cannot be said without permission." Although Lin Moyu is a 5-star general, after all, he is only a name, and his status is indeed high, but he also has no real position and no real power. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, you guys pay attention to safety. If you have the ability, you can try to open a few more passages. That way there will be more monsters, but the harvest can also be doubled." Chi Taizhu said, "It's too dangerous to open 2 passages." Lin Moyu glanced over the crowd. Not only did these people act in unison, but their aura was also very unified. They are all level 80 professionals. People who come out of the army, not to mention tacit understanding in combat. Swept by Lin Moyu's gaze, they all stood up straight, bursting out with the strongest energy. This is a 5-star general. Real big shot. Lin Moyu is also very satisfied with them. He has already reached level 80 and has become a top professional, but none of them has arrogance. Lin Moyu said, "I think that as long as you cooperate tacitly, it should be no problem to open 2 channels at the same time." Chi Taizhu said, "Our level is indeed enough, but the equipment is still lacking. If every brother can get a complete set of legendary equipment, there may be a chance. The equipment they obtained may not necessarily be their turn to use. It needs to be distributed by the upper level before it can fall into the hands of the right person. This is the army." Lin Moyu thought for a while. "Meeting is fate. I have some equipment from the dungeon here. You all come to pick it out and see if there is any suitable one." As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out about 800 pieces of quasi-speaking conference-level equipment. All of a sudden, the ground is full of equipment, densely packed, higher than the hill. The years of snow had been crushed, and the pure white ice and snow world suddenly appeared a lot of color. Everyone was stunned. What does it mean that equipment is piled up like a mountain? That's it. Chi Taizhu was taken aback again. "General Lin, your equipment is all from the dungeon? How long have you been playing the dungeon?" Lin Moyu said, "It's only half a day, 400 pieces at a time, very quickly." Chi Taizhu was stunned, and all the soldiers opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to speak. What is a piece of 400 pieces, very quickly? What is half a day? They fought once, and it took nearly a day to obtain about 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment. After that, you have to wait 10 days until the dungeon cooldown is over before you can play the second time. In a team of 24, it is impossible for everyone to have a high-level cooling amulet. With the equipment in front of them, they have to fight 80 times. Calculated once every 10 days, at least 800 days, that is, more than 3 years. It took me 3 years of hard work, but Lin Moyu only spent half a day. People are really D off. Chi Taizhu was convinced, and there is no one worthless under his great reputation. Regardless of Lin Moyu's level, his strength is real. The key to Lin Moyu's willingness to give them equipment is the 8th military region to which they belong. The 8th military region has another name, that is Fortress Number 8. Those belong to the forces of Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. As long as they came from Fortress Number 8, they were all their cronies. So, these are our own people. In Baishan Courtyard, the former calm has been restored. Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, and Yin Quanqing sat together, drinking tea. The promotion of Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan ended half a day ago. They successfully reached level 96, the law entered the body, and the fusion skills. From then on, they can drive the law, and the power of their skills has greatly increased. The next thing to do is to integrate more laws into the skills, and while enhancing the power of the skills, it also strengthens itself. As the number of laws that can be driven increases, the intensity continues to increase, and finally understand the true meaning of the laws, and you can start to control the laws. 0 for flowers. 0. Once they reach this point, they become half-step super gods. Yin Quanqing said, Xiao Yu has been away for a long time, and I don't know when he will be back. Bai Yuan drank his tea. The boy said that we don't need to care about the third turn, and I don't know what he's going to do. Meng Anwen chuckled, don't worry about Xiao Yu, it's definitely no problem for Xiao Yu to turn 3 times, there's someone here. Yin Quanqing sighed, I really didn't expect Xiao Yu to be able to talk to that person. Bai Yuan said, that's right, before the entire human race, only half-step super gods were eligible to talk to that person. Even if we reach level 96, we are still not qualified. Yin Quanqing thought of the time when he challenged Antares over his own strength. Now that he thinks about it, it is not bad if he can save his life. Meng Anwen suddenly frowned, Xiao Yu is back. Several faces showed surprise. After his voice fell, there was a spatial fluctuation outside the small courtyard. Someone teleported here. There are only a few people in the Saint clan who are eligible to be directly transferred to Baishan Courtyard. They sensed Lin Moyu's aura, and they all showed shock. Meng Anwen whispered, Xiao Yu has completed 3 turns, and Yin Quanqing's senses are also keen, and it's very strong. I feel stronger than the average god level. How did Xiao Yu complete the 3rd turn, and what kind of tricks did that person use? That person's means, you and I can't think of it. If you don't say Xiao Yu for a while, don't ask. Got it. They are all old and mature, and they are very clear about what can be asked and what should not be asked. Lin Moyu also hadn't returned to Baishan Courtyard for a long time, and there was a little nostalgia in his eyes. Recently, along the way, although he has seen a whiter sky, returning to this square inch can make him feel warm. Since Grandma left, my sister has also embarked on her own path. This is the warmest place in my memory. Teacher, I'm back. Seeing 3 familiar figures, Lin Moyu respectfully greeted them. Go up and offer tea to the 3 teachers. These 3 teachers treat themselves sincerely and have no selfishness at all. Meng Anwen didn't speak, and Lin Moyu came back safely, that's enough. Yin Quanqing smiled and said, not bad, Xiao Yu not only completed the 3rd rank, but also improved greatly in strength. Bai Yuan also laughed loudly, boy, you really didn't disappoint me. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly jumped up, how did you become a 5-star general? At this time, Meng Anwen noticed the sergeant badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder and said softly, Xiao Yu, drink some tea and speak slowly. To become a 5-star general must go through a lot of battles. I don't know what Lin Moyu went through. Although Lin Moyu's combat power cannot be measured by level, he is only level 74 after all. In the face of a god-level powerhouse, if there is no pressure at all, no ghost will believe it. Lin Moyu saw that the faces of the 3 were a little weird, and his heart was also weird, and he didn't know what was wrong. After he sat down, Bai Yuan took the initiative to pour tea for him, and asked by the way, was it very dangerous at that time? Yin Quanqing followed Bai Yuan's words, did they come one by one, or all together? Are they demons or dragons? Lin Moyu said, it's the Dragon Clan, 13 Dragon Kings came together. 12 low-level Dragon Kings, and 1 medium Dragon King. Hiss. The 3 of them looked at each other in blank dismay. The size of this team was not small. Naturally, they are not afraid. If other god-level powerhouses come across them, they will either run away or die. Bai Yuan asked, this battle is very thrilling. Lin Moyu shook his head, it's not dangerous, it only lasted 2 minutes. Hiss. Breathing out again, the 2 couldn't believe it even more. Meng Anwen seemed to realize something, after your 3rd turn, isn't your strength increased a lot? Lin Moyu affirmed Ming Anwen's words, "It's really big. Without using external objects, my actual combat power should be close to level 93. If you use foreign objects, it's not difficult to kill a god-level powerhouse at level 93. The foreign matter mentioned by Lin Moyu refers to the solidified blood of the 497 god of fire, as well as the fresh blood of the poisonous god. These two methods, with the continuous improvement of their own strength recently, the frequency of using them has been greatly reduced. However, Lin Moyu still has the strongest trump card, which is to detonate the god crystal of Thor's law and the corpse of the poisonous god. Lin Moyu will not use it until the last moment of desperation. Listening to Lin Moyu's narration, all three of them realized that they were wrong. The Dragon Clan is really called 1,000 miles to send military merits, and it directly sent Lin Moyu from a 3-star general to a 5-star general. Bai Yuan looked at Ming Anwen. "Old Ming, you read a lot. Has our human race ever easily wiped out a god-level figure in just 3 turns?" Ming Anwen looked at Bai Yuan like he was looking at an idiot. "Does this have anything to do with reading? If there is such a character, wouldn't you know it?" Yin Quanqing followed. "That is, if there were such a character, our human race would have counterattacked the Abyss Dragon realm long ago. It can easily slaughter god-level powerhouses when it is more than 70 levels. Then wait until he becomes a god-level, or even a half-step god-level. I'm afraid that even the real super-gods are not his opponents. The Demon Emperor of the Abyss, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Realm. They are all only half-step super-gods, and they are far from the level of super-gods. Lin Moyu's leapfrog challenge ability is really terrifying. When Lin Moyu becomes a half-step super-god, maybe he really has the opportunity to lead the human race to counterattack the Abyss and the Dragon world." The eyes of the three were shining brightly. Bai Yuan and Yin Quanqing were especially excited. Lin Moyu probably guessed their thoughts. He also had such thoughts. But Jiang Yi once said a word: even if he became a super-god, he would not even think about destroying the Abyss and the Dragon world. It seems that there are some secrets unknown to outsiders. Then think of Di Huang, who lived in seclusion for 100 years, basically not caring about world affairs, just sitting in charge of the human race. And now go to the unknown. Only at their level can we understand why. Lin Moyu didn't answer the words of the three of them, but instead said, "Teacher, I went to brush the high-level dungeons of Kunlun Shrine a few times, and brought back some quasi-legendary equipment. It's useless for me to keep it." Bai Yuan said, "There is also a team in the army that specializes in attacking the Kunlun Shrine. I went there when I was young. It is indeed a good place to produce equipment. Especially the Kunlun suit. If you can get a complete set of the same attribute, it is really no worse than legendary equipment." Yin Quanqing snorted. "Why do you say it's useless? Who can get this equipment? The army has fought so many times for so many years, and they only have 5 sets." Bai Yuan said, "That stuff doesn't suit me." Yin Quanqing said, "It's not suitable for me either. The army has always had a special team there to refresh equipment. After so many years, it can be regarded as a few sets. However, those sets of attributes are not suitable for the two of them." Lin Moyu didn't say anything, but with a thought, a large amount of equipment suddenly appeared on the open space outside the small courtyard. All kinds of equipment piled up like a mountain, and even Ming Anwen was a little shocked at this moment, and couldn't help but sit up straight. Bai Yuan covered his head. "Oh boy, how many times have you checked it?" Lin Moyu said seriously, 20 times. Yin Quanqing was not very sure. "Do you open 4 channels every time?" Lin Moyu nodded, repeated. "Then can you get 4 Kunlun suits every time?" His eyes suddenly became hot. 20 times, that is 80 Kunlun suits. Even if it can't form a complete set, don't forget, they have it in the army warehouse. Lin Moyu completed the accumulation of an elite team for several years by himself, for most of the day. This efficiency is too high. Lin Moyu also took out the Kunlun suit, and there was another pile of hills. The Kunlun suit is obviously higher in level and more powerful in energy, piled together and distributed wantonly. "Teacher, let's see if there is any suitable one. I'll try it another day." It is not difficult for him to brush the book, and it will not be revealed at all. With just one thought, the undead army can be cleared from beginning to end. What he does most is walking, taking a walk, and then harvesting. If it wasn't for the storage space being full, Lin Moyu would probably still be brushing equipment in the Kunlun Shrine. Meng Anwen didn't pursue the Kunlun suit, he already had the Shinxiata, so he didn't need any other equipment. Legendary equipment has a not-so-good feature, that is, exclusivity. Once you have legendary equipment, you cannot use equipment lower than legendary. So no matter how good the attributes of the Kunlun suit are, it has nothing to do with Meng Anwen. Unless he is willing to give up the God Shatar. Bai Yuan and Yin Quanqing were different, their eyes were shining brightly, and they picked through the piles of Kunlun suits one by one, looking for the equipment that suits them. It is the dream of many professionals to form a Kunlun suit with the same attributes. Even if these two are already high-level gods at level 96, they are still not immune. Lin Moyu poured a cup of tea for Meng Anwen. Teacher Meng, some time ago I got a weapon left by the gods, mythical level. Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched. Which god is it? The god of blood devouring. Lin Moyu took out the blood god disc, and told what happened on Fonlei continent at that time. Meng Anwen has heard of the god of blood devouring. Although this god is not as famous as the god of wind, fire and water, its strength far exceeds that of the god of wind, fire and water. Is a true high god. The weapons of high-level gods must be mythical weapons, possessing the power of law. And the weapon will never leave the hand. The blood god disc was first obtained by Fenghua, and now it has fallen into the hands of Lin Moyu, which shows that the god of blood devouring has really fallen. Lin Moyu said, the weapons of the gods seem to be useless for us humans. Antares told him so. Lin Moyu could only choose to believe. However, Meng Anwen has also reached the high-level god level now, and perhaps he can get some inspiration through the study of the blood god disc. One rule is universal. Meng Anwen took the blood god disc, carefully sensed it for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and the god Shada appeared in midair. The god Shada hangs down and shrouds the blood god disc. Under Meng Anwen's control, the god Shada continued to rotate, and a large number of runes appeared in the streamer. Lin Moyu knew that Meng Anwen was analyzing the blood god disc. This is one of the alchemist's abilities. Meng Anwen is a dual professional god, an alchemist and a magician. The two professions are independent and complement each other, which greatly increases Meng Anwen's strength. Boom! The huge sound was like thunder, and the god Shada suddenly shook violently, and then was blown away and disappeared into the sky. The blood god disc glowed with a faint red light, and the surface seemed to flow like fresh blood. Meng Anwen didn't care about Fei's god Xiata, who has his soul imprint. No matter where he flies to, he only needs a thought to come back. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, as expected of a mythical weapon, it has its own laws and is extremely powerful. It can blow the god Shada into the air without anyone controlling it. The blood god disc is indeed powerful. Lin Moyu asked, does this thing work? Meng Anwen said with a smile, for others, it's really useless. But for me, it's of great use. God Shada is a special legendary equipment. With its own plasticity, it has a chance to become a mythical equipment, but 5.2 lacks the opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, I can slowly analyze the structure in the blood god disc, especially its internal laws. The Shenzhen Pagoda can be simulated and arranged with formations. In the end, the god Shada was also upgraded to mythical equipment. Meng Anwen was a little excited. Legendary equipment is extremely rare in the human race. Then there are only a handful of mythical weapons and equipment. If the god Shada can become a mythical equipment, it will be a good thing for the human race. Looking at Meng Anwen's appearance, he should have a lot of confidence. Meng Anwen smiled, and so did Lin Moyu. He was also very happy to be able to help Meng Anwen. Then Lin Moyu said, Teacher, I will trouble you this time, and then send me to the lower space. Meng Anwen asked strangely, didn't you just come back from there? Lin Moyu sighed, there are still some things, I have to go there. I have reached a deal with someone, and I need to complete it. Ming Anwen didn't ask any further questions, knowing that Lin Moyu must have his own ideas. With a move in my heart, the god Shada teleported from an unknown place. Then a teleportation formation appeared in the air. It wasn't until Lin Moyu left that Bai Yuan and Yin Quanqing raised their heads from the pile of Kunlun suits. Bai Yuan wondered, Xiao Yu just came back, why did she leave again? Ming Anwen said casually, he said that there is still a deal to be completed, and I don't know who the deal is with. Yin Quanqing said, this child cannot rest. Bai Yuan said unhappily, you never had a rest when you were young. Let me put down the bracelet on your hand. I was the first to see it. Yin Quanqing yelled, get out, I'm obviously the first to see it, so it's your turn when it's time. Bai Yuan was not reconciled, I'm short of 3 suits. Yin Quanqing fought back on the spot and didn't give him any face. I'm only 2 things away. Who can blame me for being slow? If I talk nonsense, I'll kill you with a knife. I beat you into mud with 1 punch. 2 you come and I go each other. Ming Anwen chuckled, the 2 of them had long been used to fighting. They are already very young, and they are still like old children. If they don't quarrel every day, they will not be happy. After he sent Lin Moyu away, he sent the blood god disc to Xingxiata and began to study and analyze it carefully. The whole person lay lazily on the chair, as if taking a nap. His mind had already entered Xingxiata and began to analyze the bits and pieces in the blood god's plate. Just being able to drive the law, the understanding of the law is still half understood. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of him, how could Ming Anwen miss it? The law needs to be comprehended by oneself, and the law comprehended by each person is different. At this step of 02, it is no longer like when I was in school, or learning some simple skills, the instructor can still teach. Wherever you go, you can only look at yourself. Ming Anwen has already studied the rules in the past few days, but he is still confused. Only when upgrading, integrate that trace of law into the skill. It has indeed greatly increased the power of the skill, far exceeding the past. But in the future, he needs to take the initiative to integrate the law into the skill, so he can't do it. Now the blood god plate provided by Lin Moyu contains the laws from the blood god. Although it is different from his path, it can be used as a reference. Ming Anwen was completely immersed in his own research. As for Yin Quanqing and Bai Yuan, the old couple can do whatever they like. Even if the Baishan courtyard is demolished, it's none of his business. What could be more important than studying the laws? Shengxiashang has an extremely strong teleportation ability, and can even select coordinates from ancient battlefields. Ming Anwen obviously had the coordinates of the ancient city of Xinxia in his hand, so he teleported Lin Moyu to the vicinity of the ancient city of Xinxia. Lin Moyu came to the ancient city of Xinxia for the 3rd time. Seen from the sky, the ancient city of Xinxia is square. The side length is only about 5 kilometers, so it can only be regarded as a small city. In the Xinxia Empire, some larger villages are far larger than the ancient city of Xinxia. But Lin Moyu knows its true form, he is not an ancient city at all. This is a war fortress. And its body is far larger than what you see at the moment. When the year fell, it had greatly shrunk its size and curled up completely. If one day, he fully unfolds again and returns to his peak state, it will definitely be a terrifying killer. Lin Moyu didn't enter the city this time. After watching for a while, he flew to the edge of the cliff. The waves of Qinglong Sea water beat against the rocks, making a thunderous sound. Qinglong Sea is not as lightning and thunderous as Fenglai Sea, nor is it as gorgeous and beautiful as Starlight Sea. On the surface, the current is very rough, but people who have been there say that the water is actually very stable. Compared with the rapids on the water surface, it is simply 2 worlds. Moreover, the people who went down did not encounter any danger, and they all said that Qinglong Sea should be safer than Qingkong Sea and Fenglai Sea. Lin Moyu doesn't believe that there will be a safe place in the ancient battlefield. Great god Kunlun said that when the god of holy music fell, he smashed through the wild continent, and the godhead also fell into the Azure Dragon Sea below the wild continent. However, after so many years, the water situation has changed, and the Godhead must have followed the water flow, and I don't know where it has gone. Others are looking for a needle in a haystack, but I am looking for a Godhead in a haystack. Lin Moyu snickered. I'm afraid this is not acceptable. It's not easy to find yourself. There must be tricks under King Longhai. If there is no danger, just find a professional with a level of 80 or so. If one doesn't work, you can find a few more. The human race is not nobody. Lin Moyu flew towards the distance with caution. The direction he first went to was not the wild continent, but the place where ocean currents meet, the center of the lower space. In the center of the 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, there is an incomparably huge vortex. The water in the ocean is constantly moving towards eddies. If the Godhead is really taken away by the water flow, then the direction of its flow will also be the central vortex. I just hope that if I don't enter the vortex, I really can't find it. But I just promised God Kunlun will do his best. Lin Moyu unleashes his full strength and advances at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. The body is the waves of the Qinglong Sea, one wave after another. From a distance, it looks like a blue dragon, jumping out of the sea from time to time, churning on the sea. The name of King Longhai also comes from this. Lin Moyu flew all the way without encountering any danger. He didn't even see any living things. Not only didn't he see them with his eyes, he didn't even sense his soul. Wherever he passed, there seemed to be no living things. This alone is very strange. Whether it is the Sea of Starlight or the Sea of Wind and Thunder, there are some native monsters inside. But so far, none of the azure dragon seas he has flown over. Jialan Liang once broke through the ice of the wild continent, entered the Qinglong Sea from there, and was injured by a highly poisonous creature. It shows that there are monsters under King Longhai. So Lin Moyu can only guess whether it is because of the existence of the vortex that there are no monsters here. The monsters are far away from the whirlpool. At this time, he was less than 10,000 meters away from the vortex, and he could already see the huge vortex from a distance. The vortex is like a black hole, sucking seawater from all directions into it, and it doesn't know where it goes. The moment I saw the vortex, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Could it be that the vortex is dangerous? As soon as this thought came up, the soul suddenly sent a warning, followed by trembling. Danger! Lin Moyu stopped immediately, and then retreated quickly. Just as he was retreating, an invisible giant hand passed in front of him with a speed as fast as lightning. If Lin Moyu was 0.1 second at night, he would definitely be swept by the giant hand. The giant hand cannot be seen with the naked eye, but Lin Moyu was able to detect it because he was always exuding the power of the soul. Lin Moyu kept retreating several thousand meters before stopping. His face was a little ugly, and his soul trembled violently just now. Although he was not swept by the giant hand, his soul was still impacted. The release of the soul is like a double-edged sword, which can detect danger and also give others a channel to attack. When the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was attacked before, it uttered a dragon cry, which formed a protection for the soul. Otherwise, the soul injury will be much more serious. Now it sends out the sound of dragon chant again at 0:30, spraying soul power to heal the soul. The soul suffered a wave of shock, just some minor injuries, not a hindrance. But Lin Moyu was startled. There was no sign of this sudden attack. The attack is aimed at the soul, silently. If he hides slowly, this palm will definitely injure his soul severely. At the moment that passed by just now, Lin Moyu felt a very large and extremely chaotic soul breath in the giant hand. The inside of this giant hand seems to be composed of countless souls. The power of these souls is mixed together and fused together, which can exert extremely strong power. But the wills of these souls are messy and disorderly, and they are even more messy when they are mixed together. But it is so powerful that Lin Moyu can't resist it. No wonder there are very few records about the whirlpool here. The records only warn that this place is very dangerous, so don't get close. Everyone who got close to it is dead, there is no one alive, and naturally we don't know what happened inside. Waited here for a while, and was not attacked again. Lin Moyu memorized the position where the giant hand attacked him just now, and approached boldly and carefully. The soul is still in the state of release. When he got close to the vortex, the sense of danger rose again. Lin Moyu stepped back instantly, and at the same time retracted the released soul. He once again sensed a huge incomparable soul force sweeping across his eyes, and the sound of howling wind spread into his soul. Wanmi, this is the speed limit. If the giant hand has a sense of territory, it is its territory 10,000 meters away from the whirlpool. Lin Moyu understood in his heart and began to fly around the vortex, maintaining a distance of 11,000 meters. After several tests, Lin Moyu determined that as long as he did not enter the range of thousands of miles, there would be no danger. 10,000 meters is a critical point. The vortex connects the remaining oceans in all directions. There are monsters living in the other oceans, Lin Moyu is sure. But near the vortex, there wasn't a single monster. Even the starlight in the Starlight Sea has disappeared, and even the starlight does not exist here. The vortex seems to have become a restricted area, and no monsters dare to approach it. But if you can't get close, you can't find out. The detection technique can't fly as far as 10,000 meters. Try it with the undead army. Lin Moyu summoned 10 headless horsemen and made them rush towards the vortex in different directions. He wanted to borrow the sight of the headless horsemen to take a look at the situation in the whirlpool. Anyway, the headless horseman will not die, and will be reborn in his own summoning space after being fatally attacked. The headless horseman launched a dashing skill and rushed over at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. 10 headless horsemen rushed over from different directions and angles. Just when they entered the 10,000-meter range of the vortex, they rushed forward for less than 100 meters in less than 0.1 seconds. The collective collapsed silently. Without any movement, the headless horseman died directly, and then appeared in the summoning space. They died together, almost in no particular order. Lin Moyu felt the attack from the soul through the vision of the headless horseman. There is almost no distinction between front and back. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. Try again. 10 headless horsemen are too few. He released 10,000 headless horsemen this time. The headless horsemen circled around the whirlpool, in all directions, in the sky and in the water. Following Lin Moyu's order, the headless horsemen collectively launched their charged skills and rushed over again. Lin Moyu's soul power raged wildly, connecting tens of thousands of visions. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked him happened. He saw a flash of blue light, followed by a huge face. This face seems to be a human face, but it is full of various monsters. The human face is composed of the power of the soul, which is extremely powerful and confused. It appeared above the vortex like a wild beast, and let out a roar. Thousands of meters spread between the souls, and all the headless horsemen collapsed at the same time. Lin Moyu was also shaking violently. His face was pale. Because his soul was connected to the headless horseman, his soul was also implicated by this roar. 9-colored dragon soul crystal continuously exhales soul power to heal Lin Moyu. The injury to the soul was very slight, just a shock, and it was healed in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu had some guesses about the whirlpool. That face said a lot. The human face is just a form, the essence is a soul attack. More essentially, it is the disordered consciousness, which means that these soul energies are composed of countless strands of souls. Their souls are combined together, but their consciousness has not been unified. Where do these souls come from, good or bad? They are monster creatures that are attracted along the water. They were sucked into the vortex, and their souls were firmly trapped by the vortex, becoming the power of the vortex. Consciousness has not been destroyed, but also trapped here together. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a creepy feeling. If consciousness exists and can still think, then the vortex is a prison of eternal torment? What is in the vortex? 11. Imprisoning the soul, this is not something ordinary people can do. Lin Moyu was going to try again, draw out the face again, and observe. Although the observation time is only about 0.1 second, the time is not enough to make up the number of times. If you observe a few more times, you may be able to find something. Just about to summon the Headless Horseman again, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. Turning around, I saw two professionals flying from a distance. A man and a woman, holding hands, seemed to be a couple. The man looks like he should be around 40 years old. Women should be similar, but they have a good face and look much younger. The two flew to Lin Moyu, and the man clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu. "Brother, do you want to come to appreciate the great whirlpool in the center too? The central maelstrom is the name of this vortex." Lin Moyu hummed. The man continued, "After a while, it will be the time for the whirlpool to flow upstream. This is a rare sight that only happens once a year." Lin Moyu asked, "What is a vortex countercurrent?" He has never seen a whirlpool in the records, nor has he heard it mentioned by others. The man laughed. "That's just the name I gave to the spectacle. I read in an ancient book that the central vortex will erupt once a year when the seawater sprays backwards. It is said to be very spectacular." Lin Moyu was startled. "The seawater sprays backwards, what will happen then?" The man shook his head. "That's the literal meaning. I haven't seen the specific thing. Anyway, it's said to be spectacular." Then the woman said, "Let's take a closer look." The man agreed, and the two flew towards each other. Lin Moyu shouted sharply, "Come back." The man paused. "What's the matter, little brother?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't get close to Wanmi, it's dangerous and people will die." The man was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't fully believe Lin Moyu's words. It can be seen that Lin Moyu doesn't seem to be joking either. Suddenly, a metal bead was taken out from it. The metal bead was only the size of a fist, and the man threw it into the air, and then played a skill with his fingers. The metal beads exploded with a bang, turning into a sword-wielding puppet half the height of a person. Lin Moyu looked at the man. "Puppeteer?" Puppet masters are rare, and this profession also has blood inheritance. There is only one family of puppet masters in the Xinxia Empire. The man should belong to this puppet master family. The man showed a little pride. "That's right, the Southwest Wang family. Wang Feng. The Southwest Royal Family, the Puppet Master family, is an extremely ancient family in the Xinxia Empire. Their history is even older than the Xinxia Empire, and they existed before the founding of the country. Their ancestors made indelible contributions to the Xinxia Empire and the entire human race. There are records of them in the history books of the Xinxia Empire. It's just that in the past 100 years, there has been no god-level powerhouse in the Southwest Royal Family, which is a little bit in the middle. But within the Empire, no one dared to underestimate it. Even a family with god-level powerhouses would not dare to trouble them. One, because it is full of honor in the Wang family. The second is that there are god-level puppets in the family. Wang Feng, as a descendant of the Southwest Royal Family, and has reached level 83, is very likely to become a new generation of god-level puppet master, so he can indeed be proud. A lot of information about the Southwest Wang family flashed across Lin Moyu's mind. The Wang family is a great family. Lin Moyu's tone was slightly respectful. The Wang family had indeed made great contributions to the Xinxia Empire, and even the entire human race. Wang Feng's expression was more proud than before, pointing his finger forward, and the swordsman puppet passed. This puppet's breath is not obvious, but judging by its speed, it should have a combat power of around 80. And Lin Moyu can feel that there are soul fluctuations in the puppet, and it seems to have formed a special connection with Wang Feng. Lin Moyu judged that Wang Feng should use his own soul to manipulate the puppet. In this way, the puppeteer seems to have some research on the soul. At least in other professions, below the god level, Lin Moyu seldom sees professions that have studied the soul. The puppet quickly crossed the 10,000-meter limit, stopped suddenly, and fell from the sky. Wang Feng let out a muffled snort at the same time, and his whole body instantly became sluggish. His face was pale, and there was a little fear in his expression, as if he had seen something terrible. Lin Moyu knew that his soul was hurt to a certain extent. After all, he used his soul to control the puppet. If the puppet was destroyed, his soul would also be implicated. It's just that this kind of injury is not serious. Even without any treatment, it can recover in a few days. Brother Feng, are you okay? Wang Feng shook his head and said it was all right. Then he turned to Lin Moyu and asked, "What's going on here?" Wang Feng's tone was not bad. He didn't blame Lin Moyu, nor Zhao Zhao. Lin Moyu had kindly reminded himself that if he had passed by just now, it might not be a puppet who died. It doesn't matter if you lose a puppet, no matter how difficult it is to make a puppet, it's better than dying yourself. The soul attack just now was extremely terrifying, and he knew that if he went there, it would be absolutely impossible to survive. In this way, Lin Moyu's reminder still saved his life. Lin Moyu said, "I haven't figured it out yet, it should be soul attack." Wang Feng said, "There is very little information about the central whirlpool. I also read a few words in the book of the family ancestors. I know that the central whirlpool will have a seawater jet every few years. Afterwards, after calculation, the specific time of the seawater backspray was calculated. Wang Feng's family is old enough, so it's not surprising that they can know some things that outsiders don't know. But what exactly is the seawater spray, he is not clear about it. The hand Tai only said that it was very spectacular, but did not say anything specific. Suddenly, there was a roar in the vortex. The seawater, which was flowing in continuously, suddenly became violent. The center of the vortex seemed to be boiling, the water column rose, and the seawater continued to flow upstream, forming a water column. Lin Moyu's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Back!" Lin Moyu retreated quickly, and Wang Feng and his wife followed suit. Lin Moyu retreated tens of thousands of meters, and did not stop until he was more than 30 kilometers away from the whirlpool. At this time, in the vortex, the waves churned one after another. Every time a huge wave rose, it could exceed a kilometer, and it was still increasing rapidly. The vortex expanded rapidly, swallowing all the surrounding seawater. The position they were standing at just now was submerged by the expanding vortex in less than half a minute. Wang Feng was frightened. If he retreated slowly just now, it would be a life-and-death crisis again. "Thank you, brother." Wang Feng sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't speak, but stared at the whirlpool with serious eyes. What others see is the turbulent waves, but what he sees is the rioting soul under the waves. Huge soul power appeared in the vortex, turning into giant palms, slapping the water surface continuously, creating huge waves. The soul riot was not only felt by Lin Moyu, but also by Wang Feng. With such violent and powerful soul power, Wang Feng felt that as long as he was hit, he would definitely die beyond death. He looked even paler. Not just hurt, but frightened. How could it be like this? The ancestors did not write that it would be like this. Wang Feng kept murmuring, and his heart even started to sweat. Lin Moyu still ignored him, but had a deeper feeling. The monstrous waves are just appearances, and their core is the riot of soul power. And what is the core of the riot of the power of the soul, and why the riot occurs? In the depths of Lin Moyu's layers, he saw a consciousness that was far more chaotic than before. The vortex absorbed a large number of creatures and monsters, trapped their souls in it, and kneaded them together with their consciousness. Souls fuse with each other under the influence of some kind of mighty force and become stronger. Consciousness is not integrated, they are independent and scattered, and they act independently, thus becoming chaotic and disorderly. It's like a powerful army without a unified command. Some soldiers will go south, some will go north, some will charge, and some of them will retreat. But the entire army is incredibly powerful, even if only a small burst of strength is enough to destroy the enemy. If the place is chaotic, it will not affect much. This is just before, although the consciousness was chaotic before, but it has not yet reached the state of explosion. Now it seems that some changes have taken place inside the vortex, and these chaotic consciousnesses have completely erupted. The chaos of the whirlpool finally reached its limit after several minutes. There was a loud bang, and a huge water wave tens of thousands of meters high was ejected from the center of the vortex, reaching the sky. At this moment, the sky and the sea became a line. From a distance, it looks like a waterfall coming against the current, which is extremely spectacular. Such a huge wave fountain has never been seen before. It was like piercing the sky. Wang Feng and his wife exclaimed at the same time, and the fear just now subsided a lot. Lin Moyu looked at the towering fountain, and he felt that with the eruption, the chaotic consciousness was suddenly driven out and quickly dissipated between the heaven and the earth. There is a strange aura permeating from the bottom of the vortex. God. Lin Moyu frowned. He sensed the breath from the god. Along with the breath of the gods, there are also laws. The power of the law quickly integrated the power of the soul, taking the essence and discarding the dross. Those chaotic consciousnesses are the dross. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic consciousness inside has been driven away, and the remaining soul has become extremely pure. Then the power of the soul fell with the waves and re-entered the vortex. The vortex is like an invisible giant mouth, swallowing the purified soul power in one gulp. The breath of the gods also disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu finally figured out that there is a god inside the vortex, at least a higher god. It controlled the vortex, absorbed a large number of monster creatures, and kneaded their souls together with extremely rough methods. Wait until the number is enough, and then use the law to dispel the chaotic consciousness in it, and take the power of the soul as your own. This is a means of detaining the soul without distinguishing between the enemy and us, and devouring it at the end. Lin Moyu feels that this god is not friendly and kind. After an eruption, the vortex quickly returned to calm. The vortex shrinks, and the range is much smaller than before. Wang Feng exclaimed, "It's over. Although it's dangerous, it's really spectacular. On the line between sea and sky, my ancestors didn't lie to me. It's worth watching." He can only feel the power of the soul on the surface, not as deep as Lin Moyu. He couldn't feel anything deeper. Lin Moyu stared at the vortex, and analyzed it based on what he saw and felt before. There should be a god sleeping deep in the maelstrom, and it should be seriously injured. As long as you enter the vortex, no matter if it is a monster, a human race, a demon or a dragon race, it will treat everyone equally and will not reject anyone who comes. Every few years, when there are enough souls gathered, it will wake up. Use the law to disperse the consciousness in it, and completely swallow the purest soul power. It seems that this god is a god who is good at souls. The gods have their own strengths, and the god sleeping in the vortex is obviously good at the soul. At least not what Lin Moyu can currently match. Lin Moyu thought about it, and flew forward slowly. Seeing this, Wang Feng quickly shouted, "Brother, what are you doing? It's dangerous there." Lin Moyu replied, "It's not in danger for now, I'll go check it out." Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, but did not follow. The eruption of the vortex, Axai, before really frightened him. If you do it by yourself, you will definitely die. He regretted his life and decided to wait and see what happened. Lin Moyu came to a place 10,000 meters away from the whirlpool, and a headless horseman appeared and rushed towards the whirlpool. This time, the headless horseman successfully rushed into the 10,000-meter range. This time it was not attacked, and then went on without incident. When the headless horseman approached the 1,000-meter range from the edge of the vortex, the soul attack came again. The headless horseman died on the spot and returned to the summoning space. The range has been reduced to 1,000 meters, that is to say, the defensive circle of the gods has been reduced to 1,000 meters. But the soul attack within this kilometer range is more violent than before. This is a restricted area and no one is allowed to enter. The god still left some power to defend. It seems that its injury is not that serious. Lin Moyu didn't intend to go in and provoke a high-level god who is good at using soul attacks. He is not so arrogant. His eyes swept across the lower space, as if he had seen all 4 oceans in the lower space. In the lower space, except for the Shenlong continent in the east, almost every continent is related to gods. The entire lower space is like a cemetery for gods. A terrifying war once broke out here, and a large number of gods fell here. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, Wang Feng boldly came over. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head, saying it was all right. Wang Feng said, "I don't know what's going on with the whirlpool in the center. I've never heard anyone say how dangerous it is here." Lin Moyu snorted, "That's because people who get too close are dead. Dead people can't speak." Wang Feng suddenly had a creepy feeling. Oh my God, it's so scary. Forget it, don't come here in the future. Well, don't come if you have nothing to do. This is a place where a powerful god sleeps. It is meaningless to come here unless you want to slaughter the god. But it doesn't look dangerous. Wang Feng looked left and right, but he couldn't see where the danger was. At this time, the vortex looked unusually calm. As long as you don't enter its 1,000-meter restricted area, there is no danger at all. It doesn't look dangerous, but it is actually very dangerous. This god is well disguised. Suddenly, bursts of crisp sounds sounded, and the sounds gradually formed a beautiful piece of music. The voice is melodious and pleasant, with a peculiar melody. The sound of the soul. Lin Moyu judged that the sound came from the maelstrom. Wang Feng was surprised. Brother, did you hear anything? Lin Moyu hummed, but the arm of the soul. The woman next to Wang Feng asked strangely, why didn't I hear it? Wang Feng said, that's because your soul level is not enough, it's normal if you can't hear it. Then Wang Feng showed a strange expression again. Why do I feel that this voice seems to be calling for something? Lin Moyu pointed to the distance. It is summoning the monster in the sea. Looking in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, the monsters under the Sea of Starlight and the Sea of Wind and Thunder were coming towards the whirlpool. This soul voice is aimed at monsters, and Lin Moyu can only hear it because his soul level is too high. Although Wang Feng's soul level is not as good as Lin Moyu's, he can still hear the voice. Called by the voice of the soul, a large number of monsters galloped from the sea, rushing into the vortex regardless of the danger. After they entered the kilometer range of the vortex, they died silently one by one. The soul and consciousness are hooked out and merged with each other. The scope of the vortex also expanded accordingly. Lin Moyu watched this scene and knew that the same thing should have happened countless times. The sleeping god summoned the creatures again and again, killed them, and forcibly fused their souls together. Then wake up every few years and swallow the fused soul in one gulp. The rules of the law of the jungle can be seen here. The gods are powerful, so they can treat these monsters wantonly. Not only monsters, even professionals, dragons, and demons will end up the same as monsters and will not be treated differently. Lin Moyu left without saying a word. Here in the whirlpool are the naked rules. The cruelest rules of survival in the world are unfolding in front of your eyes. There is no sympathy, no right or wrong, and there is only survival and death. The weak will be slaughtered. This is the biggest reason in the whole thing. Wang Feng chased after him. Brother, where are you going? Lin Moyu said lightly, the blue dragon falls. King Longhai? Wang Feng didn't realize all of a sudden, aren't they on King Longhai? Lin Moyu's next move told him the answer. Lin Moyu suddenly changed direction, plunged into the ocean, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Wang Feng looked suddenly enlightened, so I went to the bottom of the sea. He could clearly see that Lin Moyu didn't want him to follow, so he didn't chase after him. The woman came to Wang Feng's side and said softly, this man is weird. Wang Feng smiled. Most of the arrogant people have a bit of a temper. The woman asked strangely, is he very powerful? Wang Feng nodded, only level 74, with a soul comparable to a god level. This kind of person is not very powerful. Who else is more powerful? Their royal family has their own inheritance, and they can sense the target's soul level. Lin Moyu's soul level is very high, and has reached the god level. In other words, for Lin Moyu, achieving the god level is inevitable. So Wang Feng is extremely polite to Lin Moyu, which is different from others. Wang Feng smiled. When you see him in the future, be more polite. His future achievements are limitless. The woman is also someone who has been there, and she knows the meaning of Wang Feng's words very well. No one knows how deep the Qinglong Sea is. A level 89 professional once went down there, but they did not reach the bottom even after diving tens of thousands of meters. Finally, because of too much pressure, I had to give up. Lin Moyu knows that if the Godhead is still in the Qinglong Sea, it can only be at the bottom of the sea. There was silence in Qinglong Sea without any monsters. Even though the vortex summoned souls, monsters were summoned from Starlight Sea and Fonlei Sea, but no monsters came from Qinglong Sea. It seems that there are no monsters in Qinglonghai. But Lin Moyu knew that there were monsters in Qinglonghai. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Lin Moyu dived deeper and deeper, reaching 5,000 meters in the blink of an eye. There isn't any light here, it's really pitch black. The power of the soul flowed slowly and spread out, turning into Lin Moyu's eyes. Water pressure came from all directions, constantly squeezing Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu was not affected at all. The water pressure at 5,000 meters was not enough to hurt him. Until Lin Moyu came to a place 10,000 meters deep. A white light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, and the skeleton armor was automatically activated. Lin Moyu continued to sink, 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. When it reached 50,000 meters, the skeleton armor couldn't bear it and exploded into pieces. Lin Moyu didn't refill it anymore. Anyway, it would have to be broken to save trouble. All the pressure he was under was passed on to the undead army after being greatly weakened. The undead army is in the summoning space, sharing the pressure for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued to sink. Finally, at 100,000 meters, he came to the bottom of the sea. At this time, the water pressure has reached an astonishing level. Even level 89 professionals can't bear it. At least they have to reach the god level to get here. But god-level powerhouses cannot act for long in the lower space. Lin Moyu also realized why Kunlun God didn't find someone else. It was useless to find someone else. Below the god level, only oneself can bear it. The dead quiet seabed of Qinglong and the rough sea surface seem to be two extremes. The power of the vortex still exists, and you can still hear the souls here, as well as the suction brought by the vortex. Compared with the sea surface, it has weakened a lot. I hope that Godhead will not be dragged into the whirlpool. If you are dragged into the vortex, you can only give up. Lin Moyu didn't want to confront the god in the vortex for the time being. The god was too strong, and he didn't have any confidence. The depth of the seabed is as high as 100,000 meters, which is 100 kilometers. The sensing range of the Shengyin wind chime to the godhead is only 100 kilometers. This also makes Lin Moyu only look for the godhead in the sea. Lin Moyu began to float up, kept at a depth of about 50,000 meters, and began to search for the godhead along the Qinglong Sea. Lin Moyu calculated that at his own speed, it would take about 6 days to retrieve the entire Qinglonghai. Not too long, provided there are no accidents. As it gradually moved away from the vortex, the voice of the soul became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. The suction force brought by the vortex also gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu realized that he had come to the bottom of the wild continent. Below the continental shelf, in addition to sea water, there are also large areas of rocks in the sea, forming complex passages. Under the induction of the power of the soul, a large number of monsters appeared. These monsters are obviously staying away from the vortex. They are hiding, not to be bewitched by the voice of the soul. The arrival of Lin Moyu, an unexpected guest, immediately attracted the attention of the monsters. The monsters are in groups, with a sense of territory, and groups of monsters launched a fierce attack on Lin Moyu. Naturally, Lin Moyu would not be polite, and released the undead army to start a massacre in the sea. For a moment, the calm Qinglong Sea became extremely lively. The undead army rampaged, killing all the monsters. Blood stained the underwater world. The smell of blood attracted more monsters, and Qinglong seabed, which had been calm for an unknown number of years, completely boiled. Lin Moyu doesn't care about these monsters. He continues to search for the godhead. The undead army ran rampant all the way, killing wherever they went. Lin Moyu found that many monsters on the seabed of Qinglong seem to have highly poisonous properties. The green-blue gleam can be seen even in seawater. There are many monsters that spray highly poisonous, covering a large area. Extremely poisonous is a nightmare for professionals, but for him, it has no effect. This is especially true for the undead army. The Lich General's elimination skills can even cure the poison of rotting corpses, let alone the poison here. The world under the Sea of Qinglong is much larger than that of the Wild Continent. At a depth of 100,000 meters, there will be a large number of monsters living every few hundred meters. The monsters have their own territorial areas, like layers of territorial space. The scale of the underwater world is equivalent to hundreds of wild continents. After Lin Moyu made such a fuss, he attracted the Lihai monster. Searching for godhood and leveling up to fight monsters are both correct, and experience soars all the way. 0. Asking for flowers. In just a few hours, an upgraded light appeared on his body. From level 74 to level 75, Lin Moyu's eyes were full of joy. I didn't expect that there are so many monsters on the bottom of the sea. They should have come earlier. Even if I didn't find the godhead, I made it this time. Lin Moyu had another job. He began to call nonstop to replenish the undead army. At level 75, the total number of undead legions has reached 187,000, which is 14,200 more than at level 74. Lin Moyu still adopts the average distribution of the 4 arms, each with a quantity of 46,750. Not only the number has increased, but the attributes have also improved a lot. Among them, the highest attribute is the Skeleton Berserker. The 4-dimensional attributes are balanced, each attribute reaches 1.1 million, and the total attribute is 4.4 million. The total attributes of the Skeleton Archmage are slightly lower than that of the Skeleton Berserker, but its spiritual attributes stand out, as high as 3.8 million. The strength and physique attributes of the Headless Horseman are higher than those of the Skeleton Berserker, and the total attributes also break through to 4 million. Only the attribute of the Skeleton Marksman is slightly worse, but the skill of the Skeleton Marksman is soul attack, and the attack power is not bad. Point 0. As Lin Moyu's level gets higher and higher, the promotion rate of the undead army becomes larger and larger. At the same time, Lin Moyu also developed a feeling of being suppressed. It seemed that there was a force in the dark that suppressed him. I had a similar feeling before. The first time it appeared, it was after the second turn. However, my feeling at that time was still very weak, and my soul was not strong, so I thought that my feeling was wrong. As the level increases, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. Especially after his soul has reached the god level, when he upgrades for the first time, when his skills are improved, that feeling will appear. It's just a feeling, and I can't find any traces. He also talked about it with Antares, and even Antares couldn't explain it. Antares even wondered if he felt wrong. Sometimes, Lin Moyu also felt that maybe he felt something wrong. After this upgrade, this suppressed feeling reappeared. The root cause cannot be found, and it cannot be described in words. It is a feeling that cannot be imagined. Lin Moyu even came up with an idea that his skills should be so weak and could be stronger. It seems that there are some rules that limit my skills. If you throw away your talent, your own skeleton is indeed not strong. A level 75 Skeleton Berserker has only about 55,000 attributes. Including the Lich General's bonus, the attribute is only less than 100,000. Even the most common occupation in the human race has a total attribute of more than 500,000 at level 75. If you don't have innate skills, your only advantage is the huge number of summons and various skills. If you don't have talent and skills, you are still sure to win in the face of professionals of the same level. Not to mention, heads up, it's not a problem even if one fights 10. But it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. Since I am a unique profession, and I have undergone 2 professional sublimation, I shouldn't be so weak. Even without talent, it shouldn't be so weak. As the level increases, this feeling of being suppressed becomes more and more obvious. It has always been a mountain of mysteries that plague Lin Moyu.